so much for tuning in to this Rick and Bubba show. It's the kickoff hour. We start a brand new week together, and today's not just any day. It is Charity Charge Day, benefiting Mission 44, and we're proud to announce the new location of a Buffalo Wild Wings in Oxford, Alabama. Exit 188 off 520, halfway between Birmingham and Atlanta. If you travel that interstate a lot, you can dip down, have some lunch or dinner, and know that you're supporting a great cause while enjoying some great food. Mission 44 is a faith-based 501c nonprofit that meets the needs of children and their families at Children's Hospital, Birmingham. And there is a lot of needs out there, and they do some great work. So that's there for you today. Also, don't forget, we've got the Wheel of Meat. It's a brand new week, so we start that again. The staff is here. Everybody's fired up, ready to go for another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. Without further ado, let's bring them in. Adler's got TV handled in there, and to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
Everybody ready?
Everybody's ready.
Everybody's
ready to go.
Ready to go. Well, the Final Four is set.
How about that? You're going to fill me in on that, too.
Well, I didn't really watch much of it. I watched it just this much, and I'm holding up just a little.
Just a smidge.
I saw where it struck midnight for Cinderella.
Yes, it did. Just doing prep and everything. You see that it's
I think they got hammered.
Villanova and Kansas and North Korea. I almost said North Korea.
Did you say North Korea?
I almost said
Are they
North
in
Korea.
the Final Four this year?
No, and this is how your mind works. Kim Jong-un is in the news where he's announced a bunch, and I just printed that story, and I was thinking about North Korea.
He's got North Korea
while looking at North Carolina. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
That's troubling. North Carolina and Duke play in the Final Four, so there's your matchups. And yes, North Carolina.
Where's China?
North Carolina defeated the Cinderella out of New Jersey.
Yeah.
They got beat by 20, I think. It was the final score on that one.
Well,
so there's
quite
your
the
Final
run.
Four.
There it is. The run
Happens next Saturday on TBS.
It is interesting to see that North Carolina and Duke, of all people, are playing each other in the Final Four.
Yeah, isn't that something?
The Duke story keeps getting real for Coach K in his last year.
It's his last year.
Really starting to pull hard for that, especially now that St. Peter's is out. Villanova's tough, but they had a guy get hurt towards the end of the game on Saturday, so I don't know if he's going to be ready or not. I don't know if y'all saw that. But anyway, and it was at Arkansas they played. Who did Arkansas play? Arkansas missed so many three-pointers, it was ridiculous. They missed like nine. How do you miss 19 three-pointers? 19.
Wow. That's tough.
Like, give me the ball 10 times, I'll send you to the Final Four. I can hit 3.
19.
4 of them. They missed 19.
So yesterday's yesterday's games was St. Peter's. We just talked about North Carolina, Miami, Kansas. Kansas blew them away. Had a really good second half, and then Saturday was Houston, Villanova, and Arkansas, Duke. Those were your matchups.
So Houston was the one that missed all the threes. So how do you miss 19 threes? And they also made a statement that it caught me off guard. They said a 2 seed has never beat a 5 seed to go to the Final Four. How's that right? I looked at Braden and I said,
"What does that matter? And what kind of who cares?
I know
about it? That's not a stat that anybody
But I would have thought
about.
that a 2 seed would have beaten a 5 seed before to go to the
now
Final
we're talking
Four.
about stuff that doesn't even matter.
It was a strange stat. I just
never beat a 5
unless I heard it wrong. But I was like, wait, what? He just say what I thought he said? Anyway. I couldn't get over the fact that they missed 19 threes.
Talking about St. Peter's or whoever it was. That now I may be wrong here. The only 15 seed to win 3.
Yeah. That was to go to the Elite 8. Yeah,
I don't know. I tell you, this is something else for Coach K. I mean, and then to have North Carolina, who blew your night out. I'm talking about your last home game. And, sold out tickets were so expensive, and then North Carolina just ruined your night. And then now you got a rematch of that.
Chance.
Well, now you can send North Carolina home.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that plays out. That's next Saturday.
And I wish his voice was better. He's completely lost his voice. He can't. I mean, I know these coaches do that this time of year. Basketball coaches scream a lot and have to.
Yeah, they got to get everybody's attention.
But his post-game interviews and on-court interviews, you can't hardly hear him. That's exactly what he's doing.
Hey, Greg. Greg, what you doing? Yeah, I get tired of that.
Yeah, how about
How'd South Korea do?
I don't know.
Hanging in there.
Said North, not South.
Did they win the NIT?
If you could have said North Korea, that
No,
would
I
be
did
really
South Korea because it was different.
You do.
Okay.
You said North Korea.
good. Oh me.
Oh,
What a start to the week. All right. The basketball is at our house. It's kind of funny because it's not appointment TV, but if it's on, one of the boys will remind me. If not, I'll forget, and then I'll flip it on. I was watching something with Terry, and one of the boys came through, and they're like, "Dad, you're not watching the game?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then we flipped over, and I actually saw the best parts of most of the games with about 2 minutes left. But anyway, your Final Four is set. TBS has these games. It's weird how the start times are for next Saturday. Villanova, Kansas, 5:09 p.m. Central Time on TBS, and the later game on TBS right after that one, North Carolina and Duke, it's 7:49 on TBS, and both coming out of New Orleans at the Caesars Superdome. Did y'all know that was the name of it now?
I did not.
Superdome.
And I'm not playing beating up. I mean, hey, St. Peter's, good job and all that. But when the coach makes a statement, I've heard other people do this. They shock the world.
Mm-hmm.
You might have shocked the basketball world.
Yeah.
But to say you shocked the entire world, that's a big one.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah.
think the world was actually paying that much attention as a whole.
Right.
Now, if you want to say we shocked the basketball world, okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Somebody just emailed. Yeah,
Or the
you're
college basketball world.
Yeah.
You're right.
We shocked the world. Think about what would shock the world.
Yeah.
I mean, it was good.
Ukraine
sports.
and Russia shocks the world.
That's pretty
Yeah.
shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and again, I know I'm splitting hairs here. I just maybe,
Right.
hey, we shocked the basketball world,
Yeah.
the college basketball world. You may have to narrow.
So
it down
this
to
has
that.
got under your skin a little bit.
Well, we just throw statements around, and like I say, we give ovations on
Sure.
things that don't call for. We've talked about that on the show plenty of
Yeah.
times. That's
Yeah.
just where we are. We can't just say, "Hey, man, we showed everybody. Nobody thought we could do it," and that was impressive.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know about shocking the entire world.
Kevin Hicks. I love this. He's just an emailer. Kevin Hicks, the reptile lover. That's what his name is on the email. He said the Villanova player that you're talking about tore his Achilles, so he's definitely not playing, and he's a big part of that team.
Yeah,
So-
he's out.
So that changes the whole dynamic of I hate when that happens. So you lose a key player and you're not 100% when you go into this Final Four.
How about that is one of the toughest injuries to recover from. Takes a while.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like a calendar year.
Yeah.
I made that up, I think.
Yeah,
but
I don't think it's that long, but it is a long process.
I
To your
think-
point, it is.
So really, he'll be lucky
Yeah.
to make next season. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To that level.
I know, isn't it weird? It doesn't happen a lot.
No.
Remember we talked about that.
Yeah,
Maybe
we
the
did.
Mannings are about the only one that ever kind of lived up to their daddy's hype. I don't know if they were better than him, but they were really, really good.
Yeah.
You have to count that one.
Yes, that's right.
Don't you think? We have to count that one.
Yeah.
He might have had three doing it if the other one had help on it.
I know.
Yes. So Petty's the greatest, you think?
The greatest NASCAR driver is Richard Petty. I got David Pearson's autograph at Sonny King Ford and Anniston. One of the biggest days of my life.
Well, you could find him there. Try to get near Petty.
You're right about that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're done ball.
That's fine.
We're done.
David Pearson wouldn't talk to us on this show.
Those
He
you
ain't
that
got time for that.
those of you that are Extreme Club members, today's daily documentary, which boy, that you guys are loving those. That Adler's put together, it will feature Greg and I discussing the Richard Petty, David Pearson thing that really ruled part of our childhood.
Oh, we used to argue twice a year when they come to Talladega. We'd have to go, and I'd have my Pure Later Mercury stuff on. He'd have his STP stuff on.
But the more I know about this whole deal, I think the entire angle from Rick Burgess is he didn't really like Richard Petty.
Yes, I did.
He liked rooting against somebody
that's true.
that you didn't like.
I also
To
was a
aggravate-
Celtics fan, and he was a Lakers fan.
Yeah,
Don't forget that.
yeah. I don't really know if he really truly liked those teams or he was just messing with
Who
you.
in the world could be for the Celtics?
I loved them back in the day.
That's just, I mean, only people like Greg could pull
You didn't
for a
like-
team.
I like the
hated
Celtics.
the Boston Celtics.
This was when Bird and
How about
Magic-
this? I still don't like them today, and they're all retired.
See, Rick thought it was Hollywood. I was working class even then.
Yeah, right. No, I had a hard time looking at a basketball team that looked like the Munsters.
They
or the
did.
Addams
They were
family.
a
I mean, that was an
rogue-looking
ugly
bunch.
team. Man, they were ugly.
Yeah.
You know, you said sometimes people say ugly, they make you mad. How could you watch
They
that
were
team?
ugly.
That was an ugly team.
They were good though.
They were, but well, they were ugly.
They were.
I mean, it was.
You can't get past
I can't get past it.
They really were.
That was. I've never seen so many ugly people in one setting.
And unathletic looking.
Right. Yeah.
So you going to come clean about this?
no,
All
I
for
mean,
your childhood, you rooted against teams you knew he didn't like.
No.
Be honest.
Now, let me ask you this. When we were NFL, I was a big Steelers. You weren't Cowboys, though, were you?
Oh,
Rodney
no, I
McShurden
can't
was. Me
stand
and
the
him used
Cowboys.
to argue about it.
I can't stand the Cowboys. Sorry,
He knows them.
You
but,
were a Packers guy.
I was a Packers.
I was. Well,
I
they were
respect that.
terrible then, though.
We were
They
bad in the 70s.
They were horrible.
We were bad in the 70s.
That's still curtain, buddy.
No, the Steelers were great, and I liked Mean Joe Green.
You did.
He was like an icon for me.
That's true. I forgot about that.
Oh, 75. So anyway, how about this now?
I was a Cincinnati Reds guy in baseball too.
Big Red Machine. Yeah, I like.
Braves were horrible. They were right now. We'd go watch them play, but they were terrible.
Yankees. You did pull for all the.
Yeah,
See him? The Yankees.
I see where you're going with that
Yeah.
now.
yeah, I like the Yankees.
Huh.
Yeah, I can remember the Atlanta Braves in the 70s. We've talked about this. Were so bad. Not only could you go to the game at the drop of a hat, sit behind home plate, you could actually pitch. Yeah, I mean, I mean,
It was you, your family, and Chief Nakahoma. Where
that was it.
Yeah.
Right. Hey,
He'd run out of his teepee and give out yell.
yeah, right. And if your little league team got to go, you sat behind home plate and got your picture made with Daryl Cheney.
And they put your name up on the scoreboard.
But the scoreboard didn't have lights at work.
No.
God, they were bad.
They're so bad.
Hey,
Fulton
the baby blue Braves were bad.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah,
They were.
Yeah, so
Every year, Dale Murphy would represent them in the All-Star game.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's all
and,
you have.
And you've talked about it because you ran the board on a lot of their broadcasts. But I remember watching, and there would be minutes. You could go to the bathroom, come back, and they hadn't said a word
No, nothing.
in the broadcast. Not one word.
Broadcast.
You think, is it still on?
What's going on?
Oh, you already
ball
tried
one.
Yeah, you tried to go. You tried to go to the bathroom because when you run those games, you thought you knew when the break was coming up. You think, well, all right, there's no outs. It's not going to run out, and you'd come walking back in, and you'd hear. Yeah, I know. You're like, oh my gosh, I didn't go to the break. Ball inside. You know what I mean? You were like, oh wow, they're still playing. Okay. Welcome to another day of Braves baseball. It is April, and of course, the Braves are out of the playoff hunt. I mean,
Already.
it was terrible. All right, did you see this, guys? Some of you, and I don't turkey hunt a lot because never gotten to do it really because of what we do for a living. I know people obsess over it, but these hunting accidents are always terrible. But we have this, and thankfully it looks like everybody's going to live. But a hunter mistakenly shoots his brother. Sorry, Greg. Ties into this and friend in the face because they were disguised in decoy turkey mask.
I've never seen a decoy.
Well, they
turkey.
got a picture of one here, and I got to tell you something. I would not suggest it.
Oh, they've got the fan.
Yeah,
Let me see.
like get in behind. This
they
thing.
get behind it. It's not like a mask on your
Yeah,
face.
well, they're calling it a mask. That's not really a mask. That's a blind that looks like
it
a
looks
turkey.
like, yeah, it does look like a blind.
That's not very smart to get in that.
Yeah, I mean, you could get shot there.
Yeah.
I mean that. I thought for a minute the guy shooting was a good one, but really, I think getting behind that thing, knowing your brother's somewhere around with a shotgun, is not good. Of course, you look at them and they look exactly the way you.
It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. It is a charity charge Monday, so at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, you've got 10% of food sales at participating Buffalo Wild Wings going to the charity charge. It's Mission 44, a faith-based nonprofit that meets the needs of children and their families at Children's Hospital. Their mission is to provide support in all areas, too, to the families of children fighting different illnesses at Children's Hospital. They believe that by supporting these amazing families, they can not only help heal these children, but also lift up the family as a whole. And if you yourself or family or friends have had children at Children's Hospital and know that that whole process is extremely stressful and there's needs that need to be met, that's where Mission 44 jumps in. You can go to m44.org to have a direct link to Mission 44. If you'd like to support them, go out. If you have a participating Buffalo Wild Wings in your area, then go by and have some great food, lunch or dinner, and maybe a midday snack. Who knows? But all the food sales at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings go to the charity charge. And in the Birmingham central Alabama area. We've added one. Oxford, exit 188 off I-20, halfway between Birmingham and Atlanta there. You can get a pit stop, jump off in there, get some food. You also got Pell City, Trussville, downtown Birmingham, right by Regents Park there at 4th Avenue South, Hoover, Tuscaloosa, Gardendale, Birmingham, and in Alabaster right off the Saginaw exit. So there you go. Today is Charity Charge. Well, how was y'all's weekends? Greg, I know we'll get to yours because I know you had a pretty busy Friday into Saturday and Sunday. But, Helmsy, I know you spoke last night in T-Town.
I did. Wow. The weekend has been one of those weekends that is just nonstop, constant, and I'm on fumes right now. So it all started on Friday, and Greg, I'll fill you in commercial break on what happened with Amanda's car.
You won't believe
I heard
this.
a little bit of that.
It's going to make
I
you
heard
mad.
a little bit of that because I was like, what? Because me and you just had the discussion the day before.
So we left. I left here shortly after the show Friday. We took care of that. Got her a car in time for her to take a couple of our family members on a beach trip for spring break, and then but she didn't leave until yesterday early. But Friday was a blur, so we got that taken care of. Then Braden has a high school tennis match. Then we noticed his car, something's wrong with his car.
Oh, no.
So we had to, I thought, well, before you get gone this weekend, talking about Amanda, I said, we need to get Braden's car in the shop. So at like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock on Friday night, I was drop boxing Braden's car to get looked at sometime this week. Just, hey, whenever you get to it, this is what's going on. And then Saturday morning I woke up at 5 o'clock to get Braden up at 6. He was playing in a tennis tournament in Albertville, Alabama, of all places. For those of you that have been around Albertville, y'all know this. I did not. They have one of the nicest tennis facilities, really recreational parks.
They really do.
In Alabama, probably in the southeast. It is phenomenal. And so we went up there. Shout out to Jordan Younghouse, who ran the tournament. We go to these tournaments all the time, all over the southeast. And it's very rare that facilities are one thing, but it's very rare that somebody actually knows what's going on and how to run
So
them.
Youngblood,
They don't. Greg, his name is Younghouse. Okay.
No, if it's
Younghouse.
If it's Younghouse, his
you
nickname
may-
has to
are
be
you wrong?
Youngblood.
It's Jordan.
Is he wrong?
Jordan Younghouse, not Youngblood.
I've heard Youngblood. I've never heard Young House.
But he did a phenomenal job. You know why? He acted like he cared. You know how we talked about that last week? We just want somebody to care.
Just care.
Well,
And,
Bobby Youngblood. I mean,
Greg, his
Young-
name is Younghouse. Okay.
that don't sound.
So was in
hope he's
Albertville,
wrong.
and I love going to places like that. That's my kind of people. Goodness gracious, love those folks up there. So went and did that. Braden and I didn't get back till like, I don't know, it was 8:30 or 9 Saturday night. He had 4 matches. We were there all day long. Good times, but you come in just exhausted. Only to go to bed and get up and make sure Amanda is off to the beach with our 9-year-old, my mom, Braden and her. So they take off, and so then when they leave and go to the beach, then I have to be at church for something for a little bit, come back home. Then I got to go to Tuscaloosa last night to speak. Awesome time there with the youth at Invite Night. Valley View Baptist Church. Taylor Morton was the guy that runs everything there. Just phenomenal evening. Had so much fun hanging out with the kiddos and the adults that were there. Good time. And then I came back home I got home about 9 or 9:30. And Caroline's on the way back. So she is at the Miami airport. She's been with a friend to Key West and Miami. They went to the Miami Open. I think I sent Adler some video and pictures. They got to see Coco Gauff play, got to see Osaka practice, and just had a blast doing that. Well, she gets home at 12:30 in the morning. And I was in one of those modes where I couldn't go to sleep because I was afraid if I went to sleep, I wouldn't be able to get up in time to help her. And anyway, it was I'm on fumes. I'm ready to go home and go to bed, to be quite honest.
And we just started.
So there's Caroline and Kenley there with Coco Gauff. And
that's awesome.
They had a great time there. And of course, she was exhausted last night, but she said that was her best trips she's ever been on. So now I've hopefully catch some rest. Caroline's going to want to hang out, and she's going to be so excited about being at the Miami Open that she's going to want to hit tennis balls probably around lunch today. And I just, it's going to be tough for me to get going to do that. Hey, can we put that off till about 2?
Well, you can either put it off till 2 or just keep going.
That's what I'm probably just going to have to keep going.
Yeah, just keep going and then be done afterwards.
Yeah.
Well, I know that was busy. I knew the Saturday you had with Braden. Anytime you have kids that play, an hour and some change away, and they've got an early start, you've got a back time and go, well, that means we got to get up early and get there, and that's always on the front end. That's always tough. On the back end, it hurts a little bit too, but on the front end for sure. When you're having to get there and get warmed up.
There was a couple of things that was going on. One, it was a little chillier than we wanted it to be, and two, I think it was windier than it's been in a long time there. It was crazy.
Saturday afternoon, it was unbelievable.
Thank you. I'm glad that where you were at, it was windy too, and I guess it was just the whole state.
Yeah.
Because I thought, my gracious, this is ridiculous. I was a little frustrated. One, the fact that it was just Braden and me, it made it easier. Let's just be honest. It was a good guys trip. We spent some time together. Good to hang out. There's no girl drama, which it usually when there's girls involved, there's usually girl drama. Let's just face it. So that was nice for him and I to kind of just hang out all day and do men things. But I will say this: I was a little mad at myself that I didn't play in the tournament. Now, when I say that, y'all look at me and go, "What the heck's he talking about?" So there's a couple of different ways, or different tournament formats, and there's this new format called UTR, which is Universal Tennis Rating, and they also do tournaments, and that's what was there. And so you can be an adult and play in these. It's just divisions versus age divisions. It's just rating divisions. So I really could have played in it, and I told Braden, I was sitting a lot. I said, from now on, when you play in one of these type of events, I'm playing. There ain't no sense of me sitting around in the car and all that. And we're going to start playing doubles together. It'll be fun.
Rick and Bubba.
A turkey hunter shot his brother and friend in the face because they were disguised as turkeys. They're 35, 32, and 34. They all met up in southeast Kansas for the state's opening day back on April the 12th. And what was meant for a lot of fun together actually turned bad when Kenneth shot his brother and his friend in the face thinking they were turkeys.
Now, if they were hunting together,
right,
they should probably see. You could see what the other person's equipment they had, right?
Yeah.
Right.
B, you would kind of know where everybody was going,
True.
right?
Yep.
Boy, they got a lack of communication. Sounds like there
Major.
between the
Yeah.
brothers.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, we're talking about a bad
Is that thing
deal.
legal?
How about
they,
this?
They were using
One shot, Kenneth fired a shot, 12 gauge, not 20, 12.
3.5-inch mag, boom.
Yeah, and hit and shot in the face and body of the two men. That would be his brother and the brother's friend.
One was holding the tail, one was holding the head.
How about they had to put one of them in a medically induced coma for 5 days in Little Rock?
Good gracious.
We got to break down communication, fellas.
Right, and he's in stable condition now, and the brother is going to be okay too. He said there were two main problems. First being the hunting groups were both using a turkey's preserved tail fan in order to sneak up on other birds. So back to your point, the game officials there are saying, look, if you're going to hunt in a group, we got to talk about who all's going to get behind blinds and pretend like they're turkey. It says they were calling to each other, thinking each one of them were actually turkeys.
Again, great
Again.
communication.
Both,
Good job.
Both thought they were sneaking up on real turkeys. Hey, guys, heads up, guys.
He just got the shot off before the other one shot him.
Yeah, if we're hunting in a group, we probably will hear the other group calling as well.
Or won't we talk about where we're going to be?
Right. But also
Let's spread out.
This isn't deer hunting where you have a scope and you could be 300 yards away.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, don't you want to bring them in? Aren't you pretty close?
I think I would be able to tell that was not a real turkey.
Right.
That close.
I mean, you want to,
especially if I knew. I saw my
length
brother.
of this room, maybe.
When we were getting out of the truck, I saw my brother carrying this fan that he's going to get behind. So that would also have been a tip. That maybe that's him. Right. I think we got the right story. I think he's mad at his brother.
Yeah.
Well, I was about to say we're going to find out. There's a girlfriend or a wife in here somewhere.
Yeah.
No, I thought he was a turkey. Is he alive? Dang it!
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's
medically induced coma. But
all
no.
kidding aside, I don't know about this one. No way to know. They just may be a bunch of good ones.
Right.
But
You reckon there's any alcohol involved?
But there's a number of investigators that will tell you most hunting accidents are no such thing. Many times they've discovered that somebody had gotten the word there was something going on with their friend and their wife.
Or somebody owes somebody money.
Somebody owes somebody money. Hey, let's go hunting this weekend. What do you think? I don't know what happened. And they say once, if you can't prove it, I mean, I thought he was a deer. Really? Those kind that climb trees? Right.
Yeah, shut up.
You're shooting at a deer up in a tree? What?
Wearing an orange vest? Okay.
What in the world?
Climbing deer.
You're talking about the very sought-after hunter's orange deer.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, something's got up here. It's a sharp-looking bunch, too.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Are you okay?
Does anybody know?
Okay. Are you okay?
For years, that's what I.
About them being there. The events are this summer. There's one in Nashville and there's one in Greenville, South Carolina. Now, Nashville, you've got till May the 1st. That's really why I'm telling you, because that's going to be here quick. You got
CPR dummy's name that you use.
Recess Annie.
Yes. And so that's where that came from.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I didn't need that.
I know, but
Oh, that can't be true.
Why
It
did-
is. I'm
why
just
would
telling
Why
you.
would you do
What's
this?
that got to do with a smooth criminal?
I'm just telling
That's
you.
typical.
That's where it came from. It's
You
typical
remember
Michael
Recess
Jackson.
Annie? I met Recess Annie many times.
Really?
Yeah, we had to do that every year.
You ever seen The Office? When that show was on the episode that they had that brought in, and what happened? Greg, whatever you do,
I bet it's a good one.
It says it was rumored that he actually took a CPR course one time around the time that he wrote this song, and that's why he used that phrase.
Okay.
He worked
Thank
it
you,
in.
Michael
You can
Helms.
see she was
Thank you,
unable.
Helmsy, with a little music trivia today. I hate to do this. I'm going to do it since Bubba's not here because this crushes him and he won't have to deal with it.
These are the days of America, walking together through the
You're America. As America continues to make decisions that just boggle the mind, San Diego schools criticized and praised for their effort to stop Islamophobia. Islamophobia. Now, I've said this many times on the program, especially working in a line of work that requires marketing of some kind. If Islam would like to have stop the bad PR that may be causing Islamophobia, then one of the things that we could really do to stop some of that is for people to stop blowing other people up, killing people, running over people, shooting.
It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you so much for tuning in. Today's a charity charge of participating Buffalo Wild Wings benefiting Mission 44. Go out and enjoy some great food. If not, and you're at different parts of the country, but you would like to come alongside some great charities that we feature during charity charge days, it's Mission 44, a faith-based nonprofit that meets the needs of children and their families at Children's Hospital. It's M44, and that's just the numbers 44.org. M44.org if you'd like to come alongside them, and you can do so anywhere in the country if you'd like to help them.
I got a great idea. Ham's talking about playing and all. With him and Bobby Youngblood team up.
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
Helms Youngblood.
I like it.
It's Jordan Younghouse.
And
That's
then
what I
when Youngblood makes a good shot, Helms go, "That boy Youngblood."
That boy Youngblood.
Yeah. That boy
You're good because
that
your
boy
blood's
kid.
young.
And then maybe he just shortens it to Blood.
There you go.
All right,
Blood.
we've hashed out my weekend enough.
Hey, Blood.
What went on with you guys?
Well,
I know what went on with Greg, and I don't know if we
Yeah, that
want
was,
to dig into it too deep.
yeah.
but
Well, I mean,
certainly sensitive situation.
It is, and because on the show we all talk about our families, our
Sure.
pets, and me and my dogs,
Yeah.
because they're my friends. You had that thing
Yeah.
all the
Well,
time.
yeah, we all know they're.
But
Yeah.
Chloe was our Chihuahua, the inside, and she's 14.
Mhm.
And I've never had a dog live that long. But anyway, she passed away, and it was very sad. It is. I mean, you see them, especially the ones that you're around all the time, and
Your lap dogs.
yeah, and she was older, but she wasn't to the point where you were, like, okay, what are we gonna do? It was headed that way,
Right.
Because dogs. She's 14, but But yeah, it's really sad.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
And we and Lisa was her favorite by far. So she's obviously.
Oh, hey, look, mamas love their little puppies.
Yeah,
I mean, their little dogs,
and
especially the ones that are your couch buddies.
But
you know?
it bothered me all weekend. It really does.
Well, and that's okay.
You get attached to them. Especially that. I mean, she was like part of the family. You know, we didn't. Nothing wrong with people that do this. We didn't take her with us to people's houses, but that's fine if you do. But she was the only indoor dog I've ever had.
Right.
And I wasn't for it at all when it started.
Yeah.
Years ago. But then I got where she was my buddy.
Yeah.
And,
well,
we miss her. We really do.
Yeah, and we're so sorry about that because if
you get attached.
to
them,
yeah.
You just do.
If you missed Friday's show, Greg wasn't here because he discovered the problem as he was about to leave for work, and then called us and said, "Hey, I've got to handle this," which we understood.
Sure.
There's so many things you go, okay, wow, I've got a situation here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, what do I do? And then the sadness of
and
losing
said,
the dog.
It's when you have one that long, yes, they're and like all my dogs, they all got little personalities. And how about this? I miss my dog. There it is.
There
okay,
it is.
y'all.
There it is, y'all. He misses his dog.
Yeah.
And this isn't. I mean, even though you love Mr. Buddy runs around outside
He
stuff.
does.
This one, as you said, is the inside.
Yeah,
Is
sleeps at the foot of the bed and
boy.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it is different. Don't get me wrong. I'm sad because me, I've had a lot of dogs and they come and go.
Mm-hmm.
And but she was more like the family than the
14 years is a long time.
And let's be honest. Some of your former
That's
dogs.
how long I've been with the show, by the way.
That's right.
That's
I
a
got
long
her
time.
right about the time I came to work here.
Mhm.
I think.
You're the reason some of your former dogs have gone.
Yeah, now
uh,
that's true.
I wasn't going to bring that up,
but,
Steve, but you are right.
But this one not the case.
No,
Sorry,
it was,
sorry
it
for
was,
y'all's also.
Yeah, it was sad.
Yeah,
Still is.
Yeah, and so I won't ask too many questions, but I know it was hard. The how you handle things was tough decisions there too. I'm sure.
Yeah,
you know?
it was, and so
I'll be delicate there, but that's a tough one, right?
But again, it was it's part of life,
Mhm.
family life, and we all have the family. And I've seen people post when they're dogs, and it's just you get attached to them.
Yeah.
And they bring a lot of joy.
Yeah. Well, so you're back today, and that's been handled. I tried not to bother you too much. You just wanted maybe one update because I know anytime something like this happens, you kind of just not just you, but you just go dark and try to handle it. And got a lot of folks wanting updates and stuff, and so there you go. There's your update.
Yeah,
everybody.
it's
Greg's back today, and things have been handled, but Lisa doing okay?
Yeah, as expected. It's like I say, she was definitely Lisa's dog, no doubt. Lisa was her favorite out of all of us.
Right.
Now, she'd hang out with me a lot too.
Yeah.
But Lisa was by far her favorite. So
it's strange too how I mean I know Chloe was feeling sick kind of leading up to this, so you had an idea this was coming, and Lisa really did. It's amazing how this was predicted almost,
Yeah, the timing was good. We didn't have to do the point like what you went through when you had to take your dog, and we got to avoid that.
Yeah.
So, and that was something we had hoped for.
Yeah. So for my youngest, Reese, who's still my only one still in high school, he's a senior now, which is kind of funny.
Turned
because,
18 over the weekend. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I know. We had a little Marty Reese going on. How about when your kid is a senior? And I know you've lived this twice, Greg. I've lived it for now the third time, and Helmsy, you're coming. They almost stop being students. Yeah. It's like, you're still in high school. You still have to go to class.
You haven't got your cap and gown yet.
Yeah, which and
you got to finish. I know we went through spring break and we're on the last stretch.
and my boys, although they try to be responsible, I've never had a kid that really loves school, and I don't mean doesn't love the teachers. They just don't like. I mean, they do what they got to do, but they don't. Oh, I look forward to going to school. And there's some kids that do. Yeah. And they excel at it. And I think mine.
I don't
probably
have any to do.
If they applied themselves a little bit more, they could really excel at it. But they do enough, I guess. I guess they get that from me. I don't know. But so Reese was really looking forward to their spring break, which is this week.
Yeah.
And him and some really good friends. They had plans to have some beach time and everything. And I husband and wives are different. Mommies and daddies are different. Although we try to be on the same page. I tend to be more of the, yeah, man, you go ahead. And then Terry's like, what? No, and so the hey, can I drive down to the beach came up. And I'm like, well, yeah. And she's like, well, no. It
is scary.
It's very scary.
Extremely scary.
And thank goodness for Life 360 because
that's good.
Because Terry
helps
hawked at every exit. Well, he's going this speed at this exit.
That helped.
If you don't live in the state of Alabama, just picture the highways getting close to the beach and everybody's headed that way.
Yeah.
Where we live, just south of town and all the way down, was insane with traffic, which Terry enjoyed because that kept him not going too fast.
Yeah.
But it was, I'm talking about 65 south, just red for just forever.
How miserable.
So it took them, I think, 5.5 hours to get down there, but they finally got down there. So that was part of my Saturday morning. Was had to wake up real early and at the church at Old Town in Helena, where I attend.
Sound again?
Well, I actually met with Brody, Taz, and he helped train him, and Pike and some other ones helped train us on setting up, because if you know the story, the sanctuary's been renovated, and so we're having church in the gym.
Yeah.
And so every Sunday you have to set up and break down. And
That's
so
fun.
at 8 a.m. on Saturday morning, before the day got started, we had 8 a.m. training for about an hour and a half, trying to get Reese out the door. JC's got a doubleheader. It was mania, but it was fun, and we were able to get it knocked out. But it was the win Saturday, Helmsy. To your point, I mean, I'm watching a junior college baseball game, and outfielders at times looked like little leaguers because the wind gusts were almost 20 miles an hour. So there was nothing routine about that day. Yeah. Nothing.
The wind was howling.
Balls that were just going to be shallow fly balls are on the warning track, and guys running all over the place. If it got up in the air, it was over.
I was in the house and I could hear it. Just, I mean, it's like I said, what is it? I mean, the sun was out and it was beautiful.
Right. Yeah.
But the wind was just whipping.
And it would not let up. It did not let up the entire day. I thought, 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, maybe I'm gonna look up at the flagpole, and that thing's just died down a little bit.
Right.
No,
not
even close.
Not at all. And so it's been a crazy weekend. Yesterday was insane. I jumped off in the rose bushes. And had to trim them back. Good night alive.
Here comes spring.
I got eat up, but just trying to do a little bit of damage control. Where we live, it was in the 60s and sunny. It was really nice. Yeah, it was. And where we live, it's going to be in the 80s a lot coming up. And so I'm like, I think I'd rather cut rose bushes in the 60s and not the 80s. So I made myself get out yesterday afternoon. Didn't watch any of the Oscars because I can't do that. And then I started getting
really been uncomfortable this time.
And then I woke up to text messages from friends and some, so like Sergeant Pepper and others, going, hey, are y'all going to break down this Will Smith, Chris Rock thing? And I'm like, what are you talking about?
I heard it on the way in, and I was like, wow.
So then I start looking at the video, and I'm like, what in the world? Apparently,
because you know me, I think they fake.
Chris Rock's on stage and has a couple of jokes, and Will Smith got up.
Kind of an overreaction.
And slapped Chris Rock.
And then screamed the F-bomb at him about 4 times.
Right.
Let's break it down.
It is extremely bizarre.
It is bizarre.
And was it real?
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
People, all in the name of Islam. Now that would be extremely helpful. If we could curtail some of that, I think people being nervous around Muslims would go a long way to be resolved. People get a little weirded out when in the name of Islam, like you take cars and run them down sidewalks, running over people, trucks running through parades, bombs are always a big thumbs down, shooting police officers as they sit in their car, gunning down people because they were there. Things like that really hurt the marketing of the brand. And if you wanted to really help the brand, then I would think the people who think what these people are doing in the name of the brand are incorrect, I'd like to see you be real passionate and real vocal about correcting it. To me, that would go the longest way. But, we go to the all-loving, all-feeling, all-caring San Diego. Great weather, wacky people. Okay? Great weather, wacky people. Someone even asked me, is there temperature in heaven Saturday? I was asked this. Didn't think that'd be a conversation in pregame, but it was. And I said, that's a good comment. It is going to be perfect in every way. I said, so I assume it will be the weather of San Diego that makes heaven. One of the few things in San Diego that will go to heaven, probably the weather. But anyway, so San Diego schools said that they have a multi-year plan that will include a letter addressing, and we know how effective letters can be, addressing Islamophobia. Now, all the things I mentioned, no one's considering, but a letter is going to solve it. This is a letter addressing Islamophobia to staff and parents. You know how many people are in the San Diego Unified School District? 132,000. The letter is expected to be drafted and sent before Ramadan begins in late May. Thank goodness for that. The district is also reviewing internal staff calendars to make sure that all the Muslim holidays will be recognized. Now, keep in mind, if you're keeping score at home, this country is trying to unrecognize Christian holidays, but elevating the recognition of Muslim holidays. Here's how the old scale.
There's the old teeter-totter.
Little teeter-totter. There it goes. There it is. The world's greatest garage man, Mr. Lucky, from the one and only Fat Chance CD. Found a box of them. A few remain there at the Rick and Bubba store if you don't have those 9 original songs that some people carry around with them, some openly, some concealed. Bubba, how are you?
Well, hello, Rick. How are you?
Welcome back.
Glad to be here.
I notice you're going to come back toting a little armor.
Well, I appreciate you guys letting me be off for a few days, and it's been well documented here on the show, my love of tennis, Rick. And
yes, it has. I mean, it has been documented, it has been solidified, and it has been somewhat consumed.
And we've had a couple of pretty hot and sunny days in beautiful Mobile, Alabama.
Yes,
at the Mobile Tennis Center down there. Always a fun trip down, and we competed in a state tournament. Our boys and girls at our high school, Briarwood High School, where I serve as an assistant coach, and we had a good trip, and our boys won their first ever state championship title.
How about that?
Didn't come easy.
No.
And our girls we still have 2 matches to play, one on the boys' side, one on the girls' side, and those will take place today at a neutral location.
When you told me the neutral location, I couldn't believe what I was hearing, because that's where Gary lives.
Oh, I know. That's and Tommy Lenore and all that bunch. We actually be playing in Jemison, Alabama today. We have our number 1 girls doubles and our number 1 boys doubles still have to play. They're limited in how many matches they can play a day, and they were over the limit. So both will be playing schools out of Montgomery today. So the neutral location was somewhere around Jemison.
Hey, I mean, I might come over and see if I can't see Bubba.
I have no idea where we're playing. Really, I don't know. I didn't know. I don't know of a lot of tennis courts in that area. But,
well, a lot of people don't know. I mean, hey.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This part of the show sponsored by ReliefFactor.com. We all suffer from aches and pains or inflammation from time to time. Some of us more serious than others. You have a really tough time with it. Others, it could be just from working out or doing some things that maybe you were overdoing, which we tend to do. Anyway, ReliefFactor.com can help. I get this might be the number 1 sponsor I get asked about, and I think it's just because of the longevity of their sponsorship and advertising here on the Rick and Bubba Show. And I know a lot of the staff members have some testimonials that really say this product has helped them tremendously. It's 100% natural, research-based formula that was created to combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains that I'm talking about. The 3-week trial pack is what you're looking for. $19.95 is all. You can go to relieffactor.com and look for that 3-week trial pack, just $19.95. Stop popping those over-the-counter painkillers as they could be harming your body. Instead, get Relief Factor for less than what you spend on a cup of coffee daily. You can get a 3-week supply, so just try it out for just $19.95. Suffer from aches and pains, inflammation? Well, check it out. relieffactor.com. Again, the quick start pack. Just the 3-week supply there, $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. All right, so we kind of teased this going to the break. The Oscars were last night, which, I don't give anything. The list is just,
it's turned into
there.
Political bashing.
It has.
You get sick of hearing it.
Yes, I heard some Florida jokes. And,
of course, I had to miss this.
But apparently, last night, Will Smith was sitting there, and Chris Rock was presenting an award when he made a joke about Will Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, and about a sequel of G.I. Jane. And is it because his wife has a shaved head?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said something about looking forward to the G.I. Jane 2 or something.
Right.
Like that.
Yeah. And Smith was deeply offended and walked towards Rock. Now, he's on the front row. Yeah, so he walks up the steps, walks up onto the stage, and slaps Chris Rock in the face, then returns to the seat, and the Oscars live stream muted because he began yelling obscenities towards Chris Rock about "Don't say my wife's name." But he really wanted to make sure he brought that home.
He did. The point home.
Sure did.
And then there seemed to be a moment of silence where Chris Rock was looking around. Like, did this just really happen to me? And then Will Smith, he's got that red face like he's really mad.
Yeah.
Now, the Greg Burgess in me, and you know how we all take different characteristics of each other, and the kind of I get a little bit of this from you, and that is not believing things now. So I appreciate that.
Everything's made up, most of it anyway.
So I'm wondering now, are they acting? And then of course Adler with the good one says Chris Rock can't act this well. So I maybe he's not. I don't know if is. And then what's the end result of pretending and acting and this being a setup? What are you trying to accomplish? Is it us talking about the Oscars? So it makes me think this is real.
Thing 20 times now since y'all brought it up this morning, and I think it's real. But what I can't, and here's one of the reasons. It is, but here's what's funny. He laughs at the joke. If you watch Will Smith.
Watch his wife's face. She doesn't.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So he's laughing at the joke. His wife is not. Then they pan back to Chris Rock. So you don't know what's happened at that point. And then he goes up and slaps him. To Speedy's point, Chris Rock is confused because he actually looks to his left like, hey, y'all set me up on this? What happened? Mm-hmm. So the way everybody acts, no pun intended, that's what they are, but I think it's real.
I don't know.
Boy, I don't either. This is what makes it even more bizarre. Will Smith went on to win Best Actor. And then had a speech about being a vessel of light and love for God moments later after slapping Chris Rock.
I wish that they'd have tied up, went to the ground.
Yeah, now
I don't think Chris Rock wanted any.
He didn't look like it.
No, but I will tell you this: he'll take a slap.
He will.
I mean, he didn't go down.
But
but
I mean,
it wasn't. Please
joking,
understand,
they do it all the time. Will Smith also, he's not so much a stand-up comedian like Chris Rock, but he does comedy. Mm-hmm. And these awards, they always do stuff like. I mean. I don't know. They claim the problem was that they said it's a medical condition.
That's what I was about
she
to
didn't
ask.
choose that.
Yeah, right.
Did
alopecia or something like that, but I don't know.
When Will Smith was laughing, had it not settled in yet on what Rock had actually said, and then he was like, wait a minute.
Like I say, because you see her face and she kind of grimaces. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe when he saw her face, that's what made him go, well. But I don't know. I think maybe yelling at him from the audience would have done it.
See, he's laughing. The minute he says the joke, he's laughing at the joke.
Yeah.
And then, and of course, to your point, her face grimacing, and then all of a sudden they pan away, comes back. He's walked up on stage at this point and just slaps the mess out of him.
So, Sean Diddy Combs took the stage shortly after this happened.
Oh, great. The calming voice of Sean Diddy Combs.
And said, Will and Chris, we're going to have to solve this like family at the gold party later, And then the camera panned to the Smiths, who were laughing and clapping. Now, those in the mezzanine said they were standing there trying to see what was going on, and everybody was shocked. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was looking around at each other like, did that just really happen? And so I've watched this like you, Helmsy, about 100 times, and every time I'm focusing on different people, like the people at the table behind the Smiths, what they were. You could definitely tell they weren't in on the joke if
and
it was one.
I will say this. There's footage of during the commercial break.
Yeah.
And they're like people dealing with it.
Yeah.
Like in other words, if it was a setup, they would have sat down and probably be laughing.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Has either one of them come out today or late last night and commented about this?
I don't think so.
Oh, now I think didn't Will Smith say love makes you do crazy things or something like that?
I think he apologized.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, if he's apologizing, then I mean it wasn't a setup because he would have been going, "Hey guys, we were just messing around."
Now, Smith also declined to address the media after the show, so he didn't go to the press conference.
So it's real. It's a joke set up.
I think it's real.
All that's on the table, but it looks to be real. But who knows?
Strange ordeal. Y'all hit me with that the first time I walked in this morning. I'm like, what are they talking about? And I pulled it up, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yeah.
And
I'll tell you this: if we'll have more of this at the Oscars, I'll watch more.
Well, that may be the whole thought.
Well, that's where you come in, Greg.
Well, no, but we wouldn't have known this was going. It wouldn't help this year's ratings because if we'd have known ahead of the time, which is impossible.
And those of you on radio, the reason why we can't play the audio and we're just describing it is because it's laced with cussing. So,
boy, is it ever!
So, I mean, even from Chris Rock, he says, "Wow!" So Will Smith just came up and slapped the bleep out of me, and.
Which tells me,
and then Will responds with, "Don't say my blankety blanky wife's name again. Leave her out of your, whatever." And he's got red face, which you have when you're mad.
Yeah,
I don't know. Rick and Bubba, I know, will want to weigh in on it. Maybe they can help us out. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I play some tennis right down there in Chattanooga County. Hey,
I bet he could hit it.
I can hit it. You can't have nothing. You can't even have a tennis court.
So that'll be.
We'll give you the whole rundown of that a little bit later.
You didn't know Gary was on TV while you were gone.
I heard about that. I heard he was speaking out for the Second Amendment.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Well, I mean, that's the law of the land. Shouldn't we all speak out for it?
He didn't seem to understand when they edited the story what he actually said.
Right.
And Greg tried to clarify that. And, of course, Greg is his nemesis, so he would have none of that.
You just need to shut up over there.
You know it.
He got on TV and said there should be no gun laws. That's what he said.
Well, that is how they edited
it.
Well, the old unfair edit. You got to watch what you say on an interview.
What was funny is Gary not realizing that's what they'd aired because he kept trying to say something. We're like, well, no, that's not what you said in the interview.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I'm sure they were looking for a certain look to have that point of view on TV.
Well, Gary
and the reporter was tickled when they found it, because he could move on to the next.
When he saw Gary pumping gas, he said, "And friends, we have what we're looking for."
Here it is.
But what I'm saying, Gary's point was the Second Amendment is the Second Amendment, and this thing of trying to keep law-abiding citizens from having weapons, which means it's only those that don't abide by the law that have them. That's not a good scenario. Now, he did not present that very well because he's a cut to the chase guy.
Right.
You know what I mean? So his point was, and he did make it on the air, that if a gunman decides to come into any establishment where he is,
right,
yes, he may be dead, but it won't be crouched under a table.
Right.
It'll be dead on the ground with an empty clip and the gun that's in his hand or just maybe it bounced when he hit.
He was Billy on that.
So which I agree with that. You know what I mean?
Well, how about hide behind the table and shoot back?
Right. So, well,
you might walk out of it.
He wasn't going to be crouched under it, not shooting. That's what he was saying.
I know.
We have got a generation now that for some reason just let their people shoot them like a dog. But
anti that.
So somebody do something. I mean, let's just don't sit there and just lay down. But anyway, so we'll
That's kind of what the bad guys are hoping for.
Yes, it is. All right, so we'll be back. I'm actually about to go do an interview with a TV station in the Laurel Hattiesburg area, and I'm going to be coming
You'll
there.
be on WDAM, right?
Yeah, I'll be speaking this weekend there, and we're going to talk about that on their TV show right now. So if I don't get back before the break, I'll be back in shortly thereafter. So you got the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Every day is something.
United Airlines, they just can't get a win. That wacky world. I feel good. Oh, Bubba. A scandal hit United Airlines, facing a new PR disaster after a valuable giant rabbit died on one of its planes. Simon, the giant rabbit, whose dad is the biggest rabbit we've ever known.
Yeah, Darius.
Darius is the biggest rabbit the world has ever known.
Ever, Rick.
Now,
4 foot 4 inches.
Y'all, this thing is. It looks like she's holding a German Shepherd.
Now Darius was at 3 foot, but what you got to understand, he's only 10 months old. So they projected him to overtake Simon. My bad.
Right.
Yeah, they projected him to overtake Darius.
So they thought Simon would be bigger than even his father. Guys, I have searched into this, and I now have discovered who was the celebrity who bought him.
Well, it says that he was headed to Chicago. Is that right?
Yeah.
But if you read on in the story, the airline now faces a legal claim from Simon's supposed to have been new owner, former Playboy model Annette, who once had plastic surgery.
No, I think she's the breeder.
She's the one that sent him on.
Okay, so
She's the breeder.
Yeah, she's the breeder that she sends rabbits all over the world.
She's the bunny that actually sent the bunny.
Yeah, because I was going to
Okay.
get.
Quit having
Oh,
fun
I
with
see.
that.
She breeds the giant rabbits.
Correct.
Now this is the.
She got to have something to do. She's
And I use-
65 now.
And I use the term model loosely here.
I know.
She said that. So she's the one who had plastic surgery to look like Jessica Rabbit.
Yes.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
There she sits.
All right, so we don't know who Simon was going to. She's just the breeder.
She's
that was
the
sent.
breeder.
Correct.
And
Chicago, Rick. I'm guessing Oprah.
she's going to sue because she's the breeder and they killed her rabbit.
Yes.
You know who
She
I'm
sends
guessing?
them all over the world, Rick. They've never had these problems. He was fit as a fiddle when they put him in the carrier.
And Greg, you can appreciate this.
That was her quote.
This
That was
has
her quote.
Joe Madden, the manager of the Cubs. written
It
all over
does. Now that is true.
Okay.
Have it in the clubhouse.
You know,
does
he has
stuff like this all the
penguins.
time.
He has penguins
Yes.
that walk around the clubhouse sometimes.
That's a good one.
It
there,
may be
Helmsley.
Joe Madden.
Well, because here's what it says: the client who bought Simon is very famous and he's upset.
Yep.
So that does
There
away with
we
Oprah.
go.
That does away with Oprah. It's some dude.
Yeah, and like former Bunny said, when he went in the cage and went down to the cargo area, he was fine.
Fit as a fiddle's what he was.
Right.
Did he get in the wrong compartment? I mean, they have, where some of the luggage is not pressurized, isn't it, or something?
I don't know. I mean, they said that
Temperature
he went
not
down
right.
where he's supposed to. I don't know.
Now, one person said that
He went on in. I know
that
that.
Simon the giant rabbit at one time became unruly on the plane and security beat him to death.
Yeah,
Rick.
I think he wouldn't give up his seat.
You're right.
They may have.
No, I'm just kidding.
So what we've seen, it can be bad to be drug off a plane or bad to stay on the plane.
But guys, I want you to think. I keep going to the conference room of United Airlines.
Every day there's a story.
All right, guys, what in the world? We killed the giant rabbit? Are you kidding me?
Rick, the
He
head
died
of
on-
that
he
thing,
died on
look
one of
how
our-
big the head of that
Bubba,
rabbit is.
I don't want to see rabbits this big.
Rick, I mean, that thing's big as a basketball.
Bubba, now I want you to picture, 3
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, a brand new day on a brand new week. And it all starts with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. What's up? All right, here we go. A brand new day, a brand new hour, a brand new week, as I said, going into the national anthem. And Team Rick and Bubba back from the weekend. We'll unpack the stories, personal stories, world news. My goodness, I had no interest in the Oscars, hadn't had interest in years. Looks like I missed something last night. So anyway, we'll unpack all the weird stories from the weekend. We'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's a charity charge Monday with Buffalo Wild Wings. For those of you that live in the participating Buffalo Wild Wings area, we did add Oxford, Alabama for the first time on the charity charge, or for some of you between Atlanta and Birmingham, you know it best as exit 188. That's where the new Buffalo Wild Wings is located. So that ought to help get even more money for Mission 44, which is a faith-based charity that helps families of children when they're going through the difficulty of long-term stays at children's hospitals. So you'll be helping a great cause. Look for those participating locations and go out and enjoy Buffalo Wild Wings today for a great cause. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. They've already given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, and now Bubba and I will join them, and we'll all lock arms, and we'll go forward. So let's bring him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates, welcome to another edition and another week of the Rick and Bubba Show. 28 years and going strong.
Gotta we're out of here. Send the joker to the thief. Jimmy, move over, Rover, and let Jimmy take over. That's a great line. So anyway, Bubba, I know that we celebrated your birthday on Friday here, but I know
it wasn't the same without Greg. Not being
no,
there.
it really wasn't.
I missed that cake.
Boy, a lot of cake left.
Boy, that was a nice cake.
I mean, a tremendous amount of cake.
We fed all kind of people this weekend.
I mean, it was a good night. Look at that.
Yep.
So
glad you're back,
Greg. Welcome back.
Glad to be back.
I know I know that was a difficult thing. And, that's not a lot of fun.
It's not.
14 years of a dog, you get kind of attached.
You get a little attached to them, you know.
So Chloe went on.
I like
in.
my dogs. Yeah.
Chloe went on in.
Yep.
So,
sad time.
So anyway, glad you're back, and we'll unpack the stories from the weekend. There's plenty. And Bubba, we will see what you and your family did to celebrate, or because I know y'all did y'all celebrate on the actual day?
Well, it was more over the weekend because with the kids, you have to do what you can do when they get there and be flexible and all that. So we just made it a whole weekend long thing, but it was really by the date it had kind of all played down. Everybody was heading back.
Well, yeah, that's the problem with it falling on a Sunday. That's everybody's transition day. So that's good. Well, we'll review and see how your birthday weekend went, and then we've been out on the road a little bit. I've been to Rooteville, Georgia, and let me tell you something. When the population of a town is like 230 and the event has 1,300 people, they come from everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was.
You're right.
But what was cool is it was it's only about 45 minutes from where we all grew up. So you think I didn't get to meet a lot of Huffman folk?
Well,
you think Cleveland County wasn't represented?
We talked about that the other day. I just didn't know where that was.
I didn't either.
And it's on me. I pride myself on knowing where these towns are. I mean, not to the James Spann level, but
No, well, here's where I felt like we were all in error. First of all, that's where Keith Jackson. That was his hometown. Right. So us not knowing that was not good.
Whoa, Nelly.
Yeah, whoa, Nelly. And yes, indeedy. But here's the thing that really this, and here I go. This is all we need to know. And I don't like when people do this. I had a guy do it to me this weekend, as a matter of fact, where he referred to my hometown as Anniston. Okay, you mean Anniston? I said no, I mean Oxford.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And so to us, it's Carrollton.
Okay.
That's right.
Right across. I mean, Cleveland County, right there.
It's the general Carrollton area.
Correct. To us, it's where we went to see Jack State play West Georgia.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, so now I know.
And we used to go
for the people of Rooteville.
We used to go buy golf clubs.
Yeah, from the people of Rooteville,
West Georgia.
You don't say that, because to them
it's disrespectful.
Right. Yeah. But as I was driving in, I'm like, well, this is Carrollton.
Mm-hmm. And, so it sounded like you had a good crowd there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Well, you know what it is? That's people getting after it.
Yeah.
And I've said this before, and I've heard Dawson talk about this for years. When you're trying to do things like this, we certainly are very, very excited and thankful that we have a platform that can help. But if all you do is depend on hoping we'll mention it a couple times, and you don't get after it there in your home in your area,
right,
and you don't get the flyers up, and you don't promote it within the church, and you don't get out on the community and invite people, there's only so much we can do, and these people on the ground got after it, and
well, it takes a diverse effort.
Yeah.
You got to hit a lot of.
Look, especially when you're dealing with men's ministries. I've had churches be having a men's event come up and do their announcements and never even mention it.
Yeah,
well, see, that doesn't help. People
need to know.
Right.
People need to know.
Right. So they did a really good job of getting after it and promoting it, and boy, did it. And we had a little low country boil. I don't know. I'm gonna show you a picture a minute ago that really made my day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you're talking about feeding 1,300 men, I mean, that's a tremendous amount of food.
Yeah.
So
you're going to have a big pot.
I walk into where they have the holding area of the food, where the men are getting after it.
Yeah.
And so I walk in there, and there is a warmer that's almost as big as that door right there. Okay.
Ooh.
And in it is just pan after pan after pan of hush puppies.
Ooh.
What's better than a pan of hush puppies?
And I just stood
how
there.
How many hush puppies?
2 pans of hush puppies.
I'll tell you what.
How many do you think?
Oh, Bubba, hundreds. Huh? I mean, hundreds. I mean, there's no way.
Sound like 1,000.
Well, maybe. Let me. This was only one of them. And there was more than this.
Because if you had 1,300 men, you wanted everybody to have one hush puppy.
So, only we would take a picture of it. Okay, but I mean, that's one of them.
That's a lot
and
of
they were more than one of those.
That's a lot of hush puppies.
Isn't that a tremendous amount of hush puppies?
That's a lot of hush puppies.
That's like grains of sand.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a lot.
And then someone asked a really, really dumb question. Hey, you want to go and get you one?
Yeah. Oh, that's hot.
Hey, look out. They had them jalapeno or plain.
Oh, hush.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Come on. Jalapeno makes anything better.
Hey, and the shrimp look like prawns. They were this long. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
During long a rabbit. Look at that rabbit.
How is she holding it out?
Look at that. She's pulling the move you pull when you shoot a deer or catch a fish, and you move it toward the camera and it makes it look bigger. But that's still a big rabbit.
But how does she hold it out? I mean, that would tip you over, wouldn't it? I mean, that's a big old rabbit.
Look at
it. Kind of looks photoshopped right there, doesn't it?
It does.
No, it's that typical, like you say, when you stick it out.
But still,
how much did it weigh?
I'm uneasy around a
rabbit
rabbit that big.
3 feet long. I don't think they listed its weight.
Hey, I'm uneasy around a rabbit that big.
Yeah.
I'm not into. I don't like shrinking animals, and I don't like making them giant.
The owner, the Easter Bunny. The owner can get a full coat out of that. Though.
Yeah. Well,
fit as a fiddle.
Yeah. I mean,
imagine the rabbit's foot on that. Of course, it wasn't too lucky.
Ooh. No.
But, I mean, that thing's big as a banana. You couldn't even put it in your pocket.
No, I would not want a rabbit's foot from a giant rabbit that died on the United Airline.
No. Don't see anything lucky about that, do y'all?
No. One thing I asked in the kickoff hour, do they sedate these animals? I mean, do you think somebody gave it too much, or I mean, what do you think happened? So. I mean, from London to Chicago,
because they carry dogs and stuff.
Yeah,
all the time,
this
right?
is and like
you ever
I
hear
said,
them barking?
this lady said that she does this all the time, and this doesn't happen.
I think that's scary.
That makes it worse because now they're saying we fly them, and now we're putting it on United, and he went on in.
Yeah.
And our client's very upset. So can you be that upset that a giant rabbit was coming your way and you didn't receive it? Now I admit this. Probably the celebrity now has a ton of carrots you don't know what to do with.
Yeah,
I mean, because I bet he had a stack of them. How many carrots you think that rabbit can go?
Yeah,
through?
you better have a boat a boat full of them.
And he was banking on the prediction that he would one day be the world's largest rabbit. And I'd be sharp saying I got the world's
Okay,
largest
Greg,
rabbit.
back to this again. So this is right up there with giant produce. So what?
I know, Rick, but you're dealing with celebrities.
You've got the world's largest rabbit. Okay.
I got you.
I mean, who,
Well,
If I had the world's largest rabbit, I'd bring it to
I
work.
wouldn't even want a picture of that trophy.
look, they're cute, and they're in the news and in the forefront, around Easter every year. But other than that, I mean, they don't fetch.
They're good to eat.
No, we had one briefly as a family pet, and they're not very fun.
They don't bring a lot to the table.
They
do
don't.
Well,
I'd trade
they're
mine to go get
smart.
the newspaper.
Well, I mean, is there? Is
I mean,
I'd
they
trade
go
mine
hi-
to go get the
Oh, they-
newspaper.
They go hide behind the
not big,
couch.
ain't got a big enough
what-
mouth.
They do. They'll hide behind the couch.
I mean, they go
They'll chew
hide
some
behind the
stuff,
couch.
too.
What fun is that?
They chew a lot.
He can't get the paper.
Drag
Ain't
it.
enough mouth.
You don't think you could drag the
They
paper?
won't fetch.
It would tear. He'd put his little teeth in as he pulled on it. Would tear.
They'll use a litter box.
It would come loose.
I get that.
Ain't got the neck for it either.
I don't even think they'll watch TV with you.
Well, I go back to this.
They don't
though.
bond.
Is there a little boy somewhere right now? Hey, little fella, what are your dreams?
Well, one day I'd like to have the world's largest rabbit.
Does anybody say that?
I don't know.
Yeah. Are you on that road?
The way I'm planning my life is to one day have the world's largest rabbit.
Is that how he talks?
He talks just like that. Any kid that wants the world's largest rabbit
probably
speaks
right.
that way.
Right.
Sounds like
I mean, but what I'm talking about, what kid maps out his life that way?
Yeah.
Hey guys, what about little Ronnie? Well, one day one day we're helping him out. We're doing all we can as his parents because we want to say that we did everything we could for him to have the world's largest rabbit.
Yes.
And what? I mean, and what kind of goal is that?
Wow, it's a fast-growing rabbit.
It is. A lot of folks.
Rick, a lot of people we need to thank. We had a great weekend all across our state. We had the finals and the championships in tennis at various levels of schools, and it was literally all across the state. And we were in Mobile, and we had a very big hill to climb. UMS Wright is a defending champion. Rick, 8 years in a row, boys and girls winning the state championship.
That's tough. That's something.
And it's remarkable to win anything at that level for that long. And their girls were, as advertised, very good. They won again, making it 9 in a row.
Wow.
Very impressed. Shout out to Coach Murdy Jones and the job she's done. And Ricky Cleveland, who handles the boys, do a great job. And we ended up winning that. And it was monumental. And it was good. It was the first championship for the boys in tennis at Briarwood.
That's
so
great.
It was a great day for us, and we had a great time down there. Very competitive. That whole area is so competitive. We had a lot of good teams there, and I want to congratulate our boys, Luke and John Wolf, Christian Ragsdale, Alex Phelps, Tyler Guerrera, Bennett Davis, Hunter Bussey, Ryan Borders, Parker Bradbury, and Connor Coleman. They all did a wonderful job. We have some individual champions, too. John Wolf won the state championship on court number 2. Alex Phelps won it on court number 5. And then in
It is 22 minutes past the hour. 28 years of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you for being with us today.
Now, Rick, we have a lot to cover today. I mean, a lot. We've had a lot going on with our president and the war in Ukraine. We've got banana ball update from this weekend in Montgomery. We've got birthday updates. We got Final Four. But the thing that kind of has moved to the top this morning is the slap heard around the world.
Yeah, I didn't. Let me tell you how my life is. First of all, if you think that I could be any more uninterested in the Oscars, just go get 3 female hosts, and it could have been 3 males, whatever. 3 hosts. I was, and they're all comedian likes, and meaning we're all going to try to be funnier than the other one. And I said, first of all, I'm not interested in the Oscars on just a ground level. But it's gotten worse.
Hear all their.
It's gotten worse over the years, so I don't watch even a second of it, much like most of America. And then I'm sitting here, and next to you, I come in the office today, and I get a text from a guy that says, "Hey man, you think Will Smith just standing up for his wife?" I have no idea what the guy's talking about, and I sent back. I said, "Hey man, no idea what you're talking about." And then that's the first time I'm sent the video, and because I listened to the kickoff hour, but y'all must have already talked about it because I just heard the segment right before I got here, and y'all weren't talking about it then. So I didn't know anything about it. So I'm learning this on the run.
Yeah, well, Rick, I don't even go see a lot of movies now, compared to what I used to. So I'm certainly not going to watch awards about movies that none of them I've ever seen anyway.
Right.
So, yeah, the Oscars, it's been tanking for many, many years. And immediately people are going, well, is this a publicity stunt? Is this something to get the attention back? But if you haven't seen it, haven't heard about it, Chris Rock is on stage. He makes a comment about Jada Pinkett, who is Will Smith's wife, even though they have a very bizarre open marriage kind of thing.
Maybe Will should worry about how his wife is seen in that light.
Yeah, I'd be more offended at that than a bald joke.
And Chris Rock makes a joke about her starring in a remake or doing a remake of G.I. Jane because she has her hair cut off.
He said, "I'm looking forward to G.I. Jane 2" or something.
Yeah, and she has this problem with hair. What's it called?
Alopecia.
Yeah, and she's had this for a while, so she's pretty much bald. And Will Smith initially seems to be laughing, then he takes issue with it, storms the stage, and looks to slap Chris Rock.
Now her face, you could tell she didn't like it. He's like you say, he's laughing, but you look at her, she didn't like it. I don't know if that's, or is this all made up?
And then the whole and Chris Rock plays it off like what just happened. He looks around the stage and says, "Hey, we just had the greatest moment in Oscar history," or something to that effect, and tries to go on. But did it really happen? Was it real? Chris Rock is kind of a frail little fella anyway, so it looked to me like if he'd really been hit, I thought it would have knocked him down more. The way I looked at it. But I don't know. Now, here's what happened after, Rick.
Well, and plus, maybe Will wasn't going for the knockout punch. He hit him open hand just to make a point.
Right, yeah.
And after they went to commercial break, there's footage out there of course, nobody can really believe what they've just seen. But a couple of other people go and try to calm Will Smith down.
Yeah, you
can
see
console
that.
him. Bradley Cooper is one, and
Denzel Washington.
And
Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry gets involved and all this. So
what's Medea doing here?
Medea, she's there.
Well, she promotes violence, Rick.
Right.
And
when I first saw the footage, I said, "Man, Chris Rock got punched by Muhammad Ali."
Yeah, that's right.
But anyway,
so when you see that after footage, it would tend to make you think it was real.
Do y'all want to see the slap?
Can we show it without not having an archive today?
I think I'll be all right.
Okay.
It's just about 15 seconds.
And you just have to narrate it.
All right. And G.I. Jane 2. Can't wait to see it. All right. And then she looks at her.
He's laughing.
She cringes. He laughs. Chris Rock, though, if he's up there, he's going to take shots at everybody.
Yeah, right. And then
here comes Will.
Will.
He says, "Uh-oh."
Bop! Right in the face.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know. Is this real?
And then Chris Rock trying to play. Chris Rock didn't appear to be hurt as much as I thought he would have been from that. But
all right, so let me go back to this. Now, which one of you said, was it you, Bubba, that said that whoever said there was a run through that Will Smith was there and he heard this joke already once and knew what Chris Rock was going to do?
Now, I read a story earlier today from an entertainment reporter that said they were there Friday when they did a run through and there didn't seem to be any problem with the dialogue, meaning he heard all the jokes. Now, I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, it may not be true.
Yeah. But you do see all this people consoling Will Smith. And then later on, when he went up and accepted an award, they said he was very emotional and, he's apparently, had a very emotional night. Let's just put it that way.
If it was a setup, it had to be just between them two because the reaction from the other people when the camera's off,
right,
it seems that they're like, hey, they're buying it.
And Rick, here he is winning his award and going up, and you're going to see he's...
And that's from the movie he did about the Williams sisters, right?
Right, King Richard.
Yeah. Well, is your mic working now, Mike? No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Okay, sorry.
Just signal in the play.
Right, just write notes and hold them up if you have something we really need to know.
Go slap Speedy just like
Is this?
Will
Are
Smith
you rolling
on him.
1C? Is that what you're rolling?
See, Will went with the open hand. He was just trying to make a point. He didn't. Now, if he'd wanted to knock him out, he'd have. Right.
Well, I don't know that it's.
I think that's an extreme reaction.
Yeah,
Now, how about this? Why don't you wait till when it's over and go up to him and then jump him? You know, to get up and walk up on the stage makes you feel like it's set up. It just does.
And you know, you can't just do that in public nowadays.
No.
And you could see police action coming after this too.
Or yell from the crowd. You know what he ended up yelling. You didn't. You know, I'm just saying it just feels like a setup. I don't know.
Well, how many people though have been made fun of from
That's
the
part of it.
microphone? And the women, they want to be treated like men. We can't put them on a pedestal. They have to be fair game too. But I mean, when you're a presenter up there, they make jokes about people in the audience all the time.
Well,
I mean, that's the whole show.
So, and again, we're trying not to get canceled on the archive, but when he was crying, he said, I want to apologize to the Academy. I want to apologize to my fellow nominees. This is a beautiful moment, and I'm not crying for winning an award. It's not about winning an award for me. It's about being able to shine light on all the people. Love will make you do crazy things.
So that made no sense.
Yeah, so that was what he said when he got his award. So, bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Alex Felts and Tyler Guerrero won third court doubles. Now, we still have one match to play today on the boys' side. John and Luke Wolf will be playing for the first court championship on doubles. And our girls did a great job, too. They had a great season. They will end up finishing either second or third, depending how today comes out. And they have to play against Trinity today, who has a wonderful program, too, out of Montgomery. The boys will be playing against St. James out of Montgomery. And that's going to take place in Jemison today. So we got one more day of the season. It'll be big fun, and congratulations to Coach Mears and Coach Snipes. And we've just got a wonderful family there that enjoys tennis, and we've had a hard year. We played hard and worked hard, and it's been a great accomplishment, and I think everybody enjoyed it.
Congratulations. Well
Fired
done.
up.
Well done. Well done. Well, there it is. If the celebration continues with the wonderful Willamette. Light it up. The wonderful Will of Meat.
Come on, give it a try.
Well, the wonderful Will of Meat brought to you by 1-800-Flowers.com. Stockyards.com has the wonderful meat on the board. Dreamland's on the board. Moultrie's on the board. Rick and Bubba prizes on the board. Potential pitfalls are on the board. And don't forget, with 1-800-Flowers.com, Mother's Day, she be approaching. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com. When you go there, be sure you go to the radio icon, enter the promo code BUBBA, and some incredible savings for you as you look at the great assortment that is available for the moms that are on your Mother's Day list, all at 1-800-Flowers.com. And, of course, some of those flowers are on the board today. You could win some.
Flowers.
Flowers. Smell it! Let's start. We will start in Opelika, Alabama, where Lucas is standing by. Lucas, how about it, buddy?
How about it, gentlemen? How are you guys doing today?
We're great.
What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on! Don't be mad with me. Is spinning it with a Rick and Bubba football helmet on today.
That's right.
Don't be mad with
And that helmet's a little heavier than she thought it was going to be.
Yeah, she's going to tip over before it's over.
All right, let's see where it
Feels like a
lands.
bobblehead.
For Lucas and Opelika, let's see where we go here.
Yeah, barely.
Flowers. Smell it! Well, congratulations to you.
Smell them.
You have just won 30 assorted tulips
30
for Mama from 1-800-Flowers.com. The perfect Mother's Day bouquet. She's guaranteed to love these, by the way. 1-800-Flowers has the prettiest tulips coming in a mix of orange, yellow, and pink blooms. And if you want to get an amazing offer for your mama, go to 1-800-Flowers.com, click that radio icon, enter the promo code BUBBA. All right, Lucas, we're going to put you on hold, and 1-800-Flowers.com will send these wherever you want them to, okay?
Awesome. Thank you.
Well done, buddy. What do you think? Would Mom want to know he wanted on the wheel of meat? Or just let him show up?
Look, just Mom's going to be happy about the thought.
Let's go to Becky.
That's what I was thinking.
Go with it.
Becky,
well said.
Becky and Stevenson. Becky, how you doing today?
I'm doing awesome now.
What do you say, Becky?
Wow, what a wheel!
Come on, don't be mad with me.
The wonderful Hand of Truth giving a thumbs up as well. Pretty good spin there from intern. Don't be mad with me.
Yeah, she got a helmet on.
Rick, you've got a new "Don't Be Mad with Me" Bank 9 if you want to play it. I don't know what Speedy will have to tell you where it is, but
all right.
It's excellent.
Okay, is it good?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now hold up.
Sure.
All right, Becky. Here's the good news. You just won a Rick and Bubba shirt of your choice.
T-shirt.
Wow. All right, so Becky. No wonder I may never hear again. All right, so Becky, here's what you get to do, and this is what's fun. You'll get to tell us go to the rickandbubba.com. You'll see the store there. If you want to look at the shirt selections, just tell us what shirt you want and what size you need from the Rick and Bubba store, and we'll send you a Rick and Bubba shirt.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, Becky, enjoy that. Thanks for calling. Let's go to John.
We don't have a good chant for the shirts.
What can you say?
T-shirt.
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 Wear it.
But we were so geared up for the other, I don't feel like we gave the shirt.
We did.
Well, you know why we didn't? Because we never established a chant, so it was on the fly, and we couldn't think of. We kept saying shirt. That didn't work.
The chant's going to be
Old
T-shirt, T-shirt, T-shirt. Wear it. Okay.
Yeah. It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we're thankful that you are here. Let me point you to goodrx.com/Bubba right now. Did you know that the prescriptions that you have to have, that from one drugstore to another, the price could vary by as much as $100? That's true. So that's why you need goodrx.com/Bubba. And you can stop overpaying unnecessarily for your prescription. Now, this is not insurance, okay? But many times, goodrx.com/Bubba can get you a deal so good, it's even better than your copay. So be sure you know before you decide what route you're going to go. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, by the way. Goodrx.com/Bubba. Go there. It's free and easy to use. GoodRx.com/Bubba. We're talking, folks, getting savings as high as 80%. So simple, smart savings now on all your prescriptions. Just join us and check out GoodRx.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we do have a footage. Apparently, Will Smith made some comments after the alleged slapping of Chris Rock. I do find it odd when Will Smith says things like, love will make you do strange things. Apparently, though, love doesn't make him be completely devoted to his wife.
Right.
That may be.
We're kind of picking and choosing our battles a lot here.
Didn't they claim they found new freedom in marriage or something? And apparently, just like a lot of us, we make up our own rules and because we know better than God. But all right, so here is Will Smith saying he's going to let us know. Right? Is this Will himself? Telling us that this is what Denzel Washington had to say to him. So here we go.
Denzel said to me a few minutes ago, he said, at your highest moment, be careful. That's when the devil comes for you.
Have you ever heard Denzel talk about his life and God? It's really pretty.
Yeah,
it's pretty powerful stuff. Of course, no one makes a fuss out of those kind of speeches that he gives at college and stuff because he's talking about God and faith, and you got to get that right before anything else is going to be right. So have you ever heard one person in the entertainment business make a big deal out of the graduation speech, challenge speech that Denzel Washington gave a college ever?
No.
You have to go find it yourself on YouTube.
You have to dig.
Have to look for it.
And one of the best ones ever.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know what's going on here. Again, I didn't even know this whole thing about their marriage until Bubba, you mentioned it, and then I started looking, and I apparently even up to this week, reporters were asking them about that, or have asked them about it in the past or whatever. I couldn't tell if those stories were current or old. But I don't know what their situation is with their marriage. I don't know that much about them. But I do know what we saw on the Oscars. But, I mean, you see the tears. You see this reaction. I think he might have gotten caught in a situation, too, if it's real, of saying, I didn't think it was all that bad, but my wife is clearly upset, so I need to do something because it did upset her. This run-through, I don't know whether that's true or not.
Don't know. Can't vouch for that. It was not one of the more well-known entertainment reporters.
Yeah.
And I told Greg, I said, you never know. I mean, he may have been there, heard it, may have said something to Rock after the run-through, and then when he did it again, got mad.
That's possible. That's absolutely possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you but then there's that side of me, and I blame Greg for this. Totally, we are talking about actors.
Yeah.
Okay.
So everything they do could be for show.
And I know this. I know that the Oscars have been struggling. I know that people have lost interest in this form of entertainment because of they've forgotten the audience that actually goes and buys tickets to their movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they've become so bizarre they don't relate to the very people that pay their bills. And people don't like the award show, because what Bubba said, usually it features a lot of movies nobody wants to see. Then there's all this grandstanding.
We're going to hear the agendas.
About a worldview that the majority of Americans don't even agree with.
Right.
So,
Ricky Gervais told them that.
Right.
They didn't like it.
He did. He told the truth.
He did.
And he's not a Christian. He's an atheist.
Yeah.
Whatever. But anyway, the one of the things that, and probably shares their worldview in a lot of things.
Sure.
But he hates the way they go about it.
Yeah.
The one thing about this, I still can't really get a grip on. It just seems like, Chris Rock is not a big guy. He's not a brawler. He's kind of frail. And even after it was over, Rick, he kind of tried to play it off. He seemed to get composed very quickly. Let me put it that way. And then he said this. He said, when the theater was quiet, he said, this was the greatest night in the history of television, which almost sounds like a line.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to open up. I'm going to play off that, and now I'm going to ride that wave. We had 3 females for the first time ever hosting the Oscars. We have, for the first time ever, the producer was black for the first time ever, okay, who produced it and directed it. So there was all kinds of history that was being made here. And we know this. I've seen it even watching Fox News or whatever, getting a news update. Set your DVR. The time we're living in now, we have it here. There's people that watch and listen to this live. We love that. But we also have a whole nother audience that's nothing but archives. And there are people out there now that want to watch things on their own time. And this is a place where people go to watch ratings on that too. When I say ratings, number of people doing it. And they play that with advertisers. So you say, well, there's no benefit, Rick, for them, Chris Rock getting slapped during the live show. It's too late. But, boy, it sure does benefit on the DVR. It sure does benefit on the archive.
Or just people talking about it.
Or just hype about the Oscars.
And, hey, next year everybody might want to tune in and see what might happen.
It may help next year.
It's pro wrestling.
So think about this, too.
And that could be true.
Yeah.
Another thing that I thought was strange. Now, remember, Will Smith got the award for being the best actor in a movie.
Right.
Okay, so he's already being acknowledged as the best of all of them.
Even I thought, kind of like the time I had to remind myself that Jamie Foxx was not Ray Charles.
Right.
When I first saw that, I said, "Ooh, Ali just slapped Chris Rock."
But you saw the footage of everyone consoling Smith. No one was consoling Chris Rock. He's the guy who got hit.
And where's the outrage? Man just got up and hit somebody.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Where's the outrage?
We're seeing things like
depending on who done it. If it had been somebody else, without going into detail, but I bet if it had been someone of a different race, maybe. Yeah. Well, Chris Rock gave him a ring, but it sure is funny. I mean, all we hear about, I just can't believe that they're not making a big deal about him being violent and out of control, and something should be done about it.
Well, I know there is a story that some people are calling on the Academy to pull his Oscar and kick him out, and he can't come anymore, and all that kind of stuff. And,
well, I did
because he's broke the code of conduct.
Yeah, right.
Well, I guarantee you that's definitely under. You do not hit people during the ceremony.
Open slap presenter probably, but the other thing, open hand slap them. The other thing is though that I did see a story that says Chris Rock is not going to file any charges of any kind. He's not. He's trying to do it.
Most of the time, when you have a confrontation, no matter how big one guy is or the other guy comes back at him.
Yeah.
And there was absolutely no.
Maybe he was in shock.
No offensive move on Chris Rock's part.
He's kind of leaning in, y'all. Look at his stance. Look at his stance.
I would like to.
Look at his stance.
Oh, your mic's working.
I would like to propose that Greg.
He's almost bracing
Adler
himself.
Reenact.
Put his hands behind his.
Yeah, I'm not
Greg
sure that's
and Adler
real.
Reenact this.
Hey,
I want to see if Adler can take a slap from Greg like this because in stature it's about the same.
I mean, he may have actually hit him, but look,
he's
at
bracing himself.
Look how Chris
Rock moves his head right when. Now, keep in mind, Will Smith did do the Muhammad Ali.
He's leaning in, bracing himself, and puts his hands behind him.
His body, his everything. That's not natural. Why would you be standing that way? He's
if
anticipating
somebody's coming at you, you'd probably back up a step.
That's not real.
It's not
all
real.
right. Let me ask you this:
That's not real.
Are those the only
Really?
two? Are those
So
the
y'all
only
going
two
there?
in on it? In other words, or is it just the
Possible.
two of them? Because
You
everybody
had
else
to-
seems surprised.
Possible.
You have to keep it minimal so it doesn't get out.
I think that Will Smith was there at the run through. I think that may be true. They talked about it. They said, "Hey man, look, you're gonna say this about Jada. I'm gonna have some kind of reaction come up like I'm mad about it, and it'll be huge for
and I may push your slap you.
Chris Rock just said his statement after it happened. Like Bubba said, make a note of that.
First off, he didn't punch him. He open hand slapped him. Okay. And an open hand slap is much easier to fake than a punch. Because you're coming right here, and if he moves his head at the right time, which they're both trained to do, by the way.
Right. Chris Rock's the way he's standing.
Yeah. I think this is fake.
Now, I'm wondering why Will.
Yeah.
Why?
All you got to do is
if you come up like that.
When do I get slapped, Adler?
Rick and Bubba are reenacting this.
Yeah, right.
But why would Will Smith be at rehearsal?
Well, he's got a.
Did they go over the jokes they do on people and everything?
According to this, they do.
They said it was a run through.
Yeah, and that this material was heard.
I mean, I wonder if they ever ad lib like they see somebody and go, oh, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Yeah,
They may go blah blah.
If
blah,
Will
blah,
Smith, I don't. They do blah blah blah. I don't know whether Will presented for another award. If he did, he probably was there. But if he wasn't a presenter, I don't know.
Do y'all want to hear the slap? It sounds pretty real. It sounds like contact was made.
Hollywood can do that. They have sound effects.
Yeah.
All right, let me hear.
Okay.
It does look like he's waiting on it.
Wait a minute. Watch and see if Will Smith doesn't hit his body.
Yeah, and does he have because it sounded like it went over the microphone.
Yeah, see if Will Smith hits his body when he slaps.
Oh wow! I think he did. I don't think he hit his face.
I just don't think he hit his face.
He may have hit him, but it looks like Chris Rock was. If somebody comes up to you unannounced, you're not going to stand there braced with a wide stance and put your hands behind you.
I don't know. I do that all the time when Rick's in here. Rick does this to us all the time. He doesn't go for as far as the slap, but I'll stand like Chris Rock all the time.
Well, you hadn't upset me though.
I know. But you never know what's coming.
14 BS. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Forward. Pit stains. Let's go to John in Somerton. John, how you doing, buddy?
All right. How's it going, guys?
Fantastic. What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on. So here we go.
There she goes.
Come on. Hit that, baby. Whack.
Greg, have we greased that thing later?
It does look like I don't think we've ever greased.
We got to find our grease gun.
Let's see. Yo! All right. Stay in it! Stay in it is really good because once you've won Stay in It, you now receive the most popular CD in Rick and Bubba history. That is Stay in It Volume 1, which features the entire recap of the story Willie and Wanda. So you got that, and you now you get to spin again. So don't be mad with me. We'll spin it again. Are you ready? Yeah. Roll with it. Here we go. Another spin for John in Somerton. All right, let's see where this baby lands.
Well, the lights are pretty today. Some new patterns I hadn't seen in a while.
Here we go.
Talk to us, G-Wom.
Uh-oh.
Yes,
uh-oh,
yes,
uh-oh,
yes,
uh-oh.
yes, yes, yes.
Oh!
Flowers,
flowers, flowers, smell it! All right, you almost got Henry the horse, John. You almost got Henry the horse.
That's on you, Baldy.
Here's the good news. You just won lovely mom roses from 1-800-Flowers.com. 18 lovely mom roses, the perfect way to show mom how much she's loved Mother's Day. She'll love them, too. They come in a beautiful mix of pink, white, and blooms. She's going to like this, brother. We'll put you on hold, and we'll get these 18 lovely mom roses sent wherever you want from 1-800-Flowers.com, the perfect place to get mom the flowers she needs this coming Mother's Day. Don't forget, if you're going to 1-800-Flowers.com, always go to the radio icon, enter the promo code Bubba, and save. All right, let's see. I think we can get some more in. Let's go to Amory. Let's go to Amory, Mississippi. Jacob is standing by. Jacob, how are you today?
Good. How you doing?
Fantastic, buddy. You ready?
Yes, sir.
What
What a Peggy-sized wheel.
Well, lay it on.
That is good. Come on, here we go. Spin that wheel.
Don't be mad with me.
Okay, let's see where it's.
Is that the guy it called? That's a good one. Oh, it's got such kick.
Oh. Pip it, pip it, pip it. That's it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Goodbye.
I'm sorry, Jacob. You spun Pippet. You've been eaten by Jaws.
Yeah, you're out.
Sorry, buddy.
Don't be mad with Pippin! Pippin!
It's from the movie Jaws, the scene of the dog being eaten by a giant shark, which is a great family moment. Let's go to Kaylee in Gadsden, Z93, where it all began. Kaylee, how are you today?
I'm good. How are y'all doing?
I'm good. What are you supposed to say?
Wow, what a wheel.
All right, we'll get intern.
Don't be mad with me.
And she spins it. Here we go. I like that addition. Let's see where it lands. For Kaylee and Gadsden, where it all began. Let's see how Kaylee does on the wonderful wheel. Let's see. Come on, wheel. Flowers, 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 flowers. All right, so congratulations to you. How about this? Sorbet roses. The perfect way for all the moms in your life, guaranteed to love them. You got pink, orange, and lavender blooms, and you get amazing offers at Mother's Day by going to 1-800-Flowers and entering the promo code Bubba there on the radio icon. So how about that, Kaylee? You can get some beautiful flowers, or you can send those on to somebody else if you want for Mother's Day, or you can just keep them for yourself. So we'll put you on hold to get all that information from 1-800-Flowers.com, and they'll ship it right to you or wherever you desire they be shipped, okay?
Awesome. Thanks.
Hey, thanks for listening to the program on Z93 out of Gadsden, Alabama. So there you go. The wheel did well today. A lot of winning. Only one destructive spin, and that was Pippet.
The old G-Wom.
Yeah, the old G-Wom.
The giant wheel of meat.
Update. And I hate it's an update from a story we just brought you.
Yeah, I know.
Concerning. Hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So time will go on, and we will see as of today, after the Will Smith incident last night, whether it was real or fake or whatever the case may be. Just saw the uncensored version of it that was including the screaming from the audience of Will Smith. Again, it may very well be real, and there may be a lot of misinformation out there. Time will tell. There has been one call for Will Smith's Oscar to be taken from him because of the behavior. There's Chris Rock filing no charges as of the show starting today, and that's kind of where we are. And then Will Smith crying and saying that he's emotional about this, and the man he played he pretended to be was a protector of family, a pretender.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you know the Williams family, though, it's King Richard was they was some good and bad there, Rick. You know,
well, of course.
It's a lot like the the Jackson's family dad. There was a good part, but sometimes it seemed to be a little overbearing.
Look at that still shot right there. It looks like Chris Rock is getting ready for the slap.
Yeah, Rick. Hands down.
Yeah.
Leaning forward.
Already got his eyes shut.
And gritting his teeth.
If your reflex is to grit your teeth, close your eyes to prepare for a slap, don't you think maybe a hand would come up somewhere?
I think I would at least put my arm up to block the slap.
Yes, you would.
Yes,
you would.
It was,
that picture right there would be evidence of, hey, this is a fake.
Yeah, I'm not saying I would have gotten in some fight or whatever, but I probably would at least put one arm up to block a slap of me.
Yeah.
Or he had no idea it was coming and thought, well, there's no way he's going to actually hit me.
Why is he leaning in and doing his face like that?
Well, if I throw something at you and you don't know it's coming, you would jump a little bit.
But I mean, his hand's here, and I guess he's like, oh wow, he's going to hit me. I don't know.
It happens quick.
Yeah,
we got a still photo there.
Yeah. Well, I'm just living in a fake world, and so I don't believe
you can't believe anything.
I
know you can't.
And keep in mind, these people are professional fakers.
Yes.
Yeah, we can't get by that.
Well, let's go.
And one of them got an award for being the best faker this year.
Well, let's go back to this. The world
He
that we're
pretended to be the Williams dad.
Right. We're here.
A defender of the family.
28 years we're sitting here. I think I can say this, and this one I have no disagreement. We would not be surprised if it really happened, and we're not going to be surprised if it was fake.
No, that's true. You're right. Either one.
Yeah. I'll say this: the fact that we can't figure out, they've done a really good job.
They have. Well, like I say, fakers can really fake well.
They can,
especially
they make a lot of money.
Especially award-winning fakers.
Who get paid really well to fake.
All right, so when
highly decorated faker.
This is the all-star team of fakers.
Yeah. So if Denzel and Tyler Perry and them go over in the break and they're talking to Will Smith, and they're like, "Hey, man, calming him down, saying words of wisdom. Are you all right? I mean, everything good?" At that point, does Will go, "Hey, man, it was a setup"?
You would think so.
Or does he continue to play it out?
If him and Chris Rock are in on it together, they tell nobody, and they never tell him.
Because then if it comes out that it's fake, then Tyler and Denzel call Will and go, "Hey, man, thanks, buddy."
What is the advantage of this actually being fake?
Well, I already gave you that.
Abuse is Hollywood's completely against that, right? So
now Hollywood, they're not real consistent.
Well, but they've been outspoken on this quite. I mean, over the last 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah, well, they slapped two men slapped each other.
Well, but you kind of got the tone from some of these stories, like you had said. Hey, Will Smith is a hero for defending his wife. That was kind of the tone they started floating out of this, and I'm like,
I'm just saying
we're gonna have to look at that.
This may be where
if the dynamic was different, you would have a whole different reaction.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, this may be so. I've reached out to my oldest son who is an actor and has been on the set and follows a lot of this. He said, "I'm going to say it's real, but it was expected. Real, but expected." And believe it or not, I guess they can draw those kind of blurry lines.
Well, think about this. When's the last time we saw somebody go up on the stage at an award show when they were not supposed to? That was Kanye, right, with Taylor Swift, when he went up and said so-and-so should have won this album. And people went nuts on him for just going up there grabbing the microphone. So how do you let somebody go up and attack somebody? I mean, they're going to catch all kind of grief. As this plays out, they're going to get all kind of grief because they're going to be hung in their own web of what they say they stand for.
That's my point, is what is the end game for Smith and Rock if they know this is not going to be good for them, publicity-wise?
Well,
if they're faking.
Yeah, look, Hollywood's not going to tell Will Smith and Chris Rock they can't work anymore.
No,
they'll get nowhere.
They're in that untouchable category.
Yeah.
But all they're missing is being female. But the are gay. But the but here's the but here's the thing is I don't believe once Chris Rock got slapped, and I agree you could be in shock and all this, but does no security move to get Will and say, keep him from going back up there? Hey, why don't you come over here a minute? Let's have a word with you. Yeah.
Go back to the Kanye.
It just
Didn't security run out there when he went up there?
I get to go to my seat and sit back down and scream F-bombs.
And then win an award later.
Yeah.
You come up and get it.
And then win an award later. I'm not even asked to leave the I mean, it's
Nobody's
weird.
escorting me out for slapping somebody.
Right.
Yeah, that's it.
I think it caught everybody off guard, and they didn't know what to do.
Right. They
didn't have a plan for this.
Somebody said, "Now, what do we do if one of the actors slaps the other one?"
Right.
And he's going to win Best Actor. Come back here a little bit later on.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, he got to get up here and give his speech.
And someone act like nothing happened before.
Right. Is that John Travolta there?
Yeah, John Travolta.
It's just weird.
Yeah, I think. Wow, everybody was caught off guard, and maybe if it was fake, to what Blake said, it was what he say? Real? What did you say?
But unexpected. No,
real but expected.
Expected.
And I think what that means is, that there may have been contact, but the contact and all that was
what I'm thinking is if it was expected, that means that Chris Rock knew it was going to happen, but he didn't know to what level.
Correct.
So that's why the response seems real, because he didn't know it was going to be.
Hey, I'm going to come up there and I'm going to do something. And Chris is like,
I'm going to make a scene.
Yeah, right.
Just go with it.
So let's say that it is they've pulled a good one on us.
Yeah.
Is this a take it to the grave, or do we know in 10, 15 days that this was,
That's a good question. I'm afraid it could be like the guy in the Bigfoot suit or not.
Right.
Or like, do you remember Janet Jackson when we had the Super Bowl issue?
And we act like that was an accident.
Her and Timberlake have taken that one to the grave. Nobody will confess.
And because Chris Rock might have not known what he was going to do, he can honestly say, I didn't know he was going to slap me.
That's a good point, too.
Yeah. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Concerning Jenkins,
I hate to walk this back.
Hopefully it's not a major walk
No,
back.
I think I don't think it is.
It's a Rick and
But
Bubba
just clarify.
news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news.
We don't want to do fake news because everybody else is doing it.
Boy, and I tell you, it's getting hard to do a commentary show with the amount of fake news out there.
Yes. All right. So Jenkins earlier we celebrated with Jenkins.
Yeah, that the midwifery agenda had been moved forward.
In his
I
state.
know many of you were on the edge for that.
Yeah, in his state, it was not legal. He claimed that now it's no longer illegal, and people don't have to leave the state if you want to use a midwife. Well, not so fast, Jink. People think it's still going to happen, but if we must be accurate, it's only jumped over
It's only passed the House.
Yeah, it has not passed.
That's a big victory because it's the first time the bill ever even got a vote. So, there's other steps. Got to get through the Senate. Got to be signed off by the Gov. So. But a big leap forward, but it is not law yet.
Right. So just to be clear, it's not official. People think it's going to happen because it passed the House so easily and it was an overwhelming majority. But you still must be accurate. No, midwifery is not officially available in Alabama because it hasn't finished the process to be official.
Yeah. So don't start midwifering out there just yet.
Midwifery.
Yeah, put it on hold.
Yeah. Also, another story we had that doesn't appear to be completely accurate, but we've tried to
do we have any?
Well, Derek Jeter and Jeb Bush trying to buy the Marlins.
Yeah, and we mentioned last week that they were one of the groups that were putting together an offer to buy the Florida Marlins or Miami Marlins, and and this is what we were just talking about in the break. There's a big headline. It says Derek Jeter, Jeb Bush did not win bid to buy Marlins, but now the news this morning says yes, they did.
Yeah, well, they're kind of playing with the words.
It's really
here.
Jenkins.
Yeah,
it's the same thing with Jenkins.
Yeah.
It looks like that their bid is going to win the bidding, but it has not been approved. The bidding auction, but it has not been approved by Major League Baseball or completely accepted.
Well, that's
by
understood.
the
Yeah, it has to get the stamp of approval, and I'm sure that it would because they want that franchise to be healthy. The bid that won the auction, as they describe it, $1.3 billion. The group had to meet certain financial structure in this deal, meaning that they do allow Major League Baseball allows some debt and the rest in equity. That means cash, and they have to be consistent with the rules for baseball, most notably the debt service rule. And I guess they have very a structure, kind of an architecture type setup for how they want those teams to look financially so they can be successful.
Yeah, they're saying that if this keeps going forward, that Jeter and Bush have a lot of money they still need to raise because of what you said about the debt service rule. and that 75% of major league teams have to approve it. But the headline saying they did not win the bid, they did.
Correct.
It's a click through, isn't it? It's a misleading headline,
right?
Because I think you accurately said they won the bid for the auction, but the bid hadn't been accepted by Major League Baseball.
And what was kind of strange about this, or you see how this thing evolved. Initially, Jeter and the Bushes were competing groups, and then they decided they had better chances to win this by getting together, and that's what they did.
And Bush will be the controlling owner, and it looks like Jeter is just going to have active roles. And they say the Marlins are worth about $940 million, so you can kind of see what kind of profit they're going to make.
Yeah,
by selling.
Yeah, so they'll do just fine.
Yeah,
yeah. And we forget the Marlins actually won a World Series, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like that didn't happen.
Yeah, it's been have they won one or two? They win two?
I don't know. They took out the Yankees, I believe, when Clemens was on the mound.
Yeah.
Riviera came in, and you thought, well, this is over. No, sir.
Yeah,
they got it done.
The Marlins are one of those teams like
I think that was the year. I could be wrong. That might have been the Diamondbacks, but one of the two.
Yeah, the Marlins is one of those teams that even when they're good, you don't know it.
No.
You know,
they
all of a sudden
won.
You look and they go, "Wow, did they win?" It's almost like you're just kind of like nobody really celebrates.
The year after they won one of them, or the one they won, didn't they sell off everybody? Didn't they have like a fire sale?
Yeah.
It's been a kind of a strange franchise story. And then they had the thing about the stadium in Miami, and that was controversial.
And a bunch of celebrities bought little parts of it or something, and wasn't that supposed to?
It made the public really mad.
Yeah. So they
were very frustrated.
Well,
what did they
won
do?
It
twice. 97, 2003.
That's what I thought.
Wow, y'all, the Marlins have won 2 World Series. That just doesn't seem like it. They won more than the Braves.
It seemed like the Braves were there playing for it for a long time.
Right, just didn't win it a lot.
Do y'all think Jeter would allow me to be Billy the Marlin?
Yes.
Now, let me tell you.
Okay.
If he knows what he's doing, he will. I mean, if you want to see a Billy the Marlin excited and whipping the fans into a frenzy, hire one Michael Helms.
Or no deal. I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
In typical Trump fashion, the last thing I heard him say was, well, I'll tell you what, I had it lined up that I was going to deal with health care and then the tax plans, but if this health care thing is going to bog down, I may skip on to tax.
Yeah, just move right ahead.
So he has, and there's discussion today, and you and I were talking about it. There's headlines coming out that's saying that, look, we're about to go in here and put a tax plan together that may feature the biggest tax cut on corporate taxes that we've ever had.
How about that? I'd welcome that one.
Right.
I may take a bow on that one, Greg.
And, Bubba, here's 2 things that we would all take a bow on. Cutting the corporate tax rate and simplifying the tax codes. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866, we be big as a number, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here for another day. So we'll table the Will Smith Oscars incident, and maybe I want to get into it in the phone show later, you can, but we've kind of said all there is to say about it as far as the information we have now. So welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubsy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So tell me about your birthday weekend. How'd it go?
Well, it was laid back. Got to spend some time with the family and just chill out. Got out in the woods a little bit.
Oh, good, good.
Looked at a lot of beautiful scenery, had some great meals, and got to sit down and eat with friend Marty Stewart.
Oh, country music legend Marty Stewart?
No, lake legend Marty Stewart.
Oh, lake legend Marty.
Yeah, it's a different one.
No mandolin playing. So
yeah, and some other friends.
He didn't pick the banjo.
No. He was laid back, but he had the word on everything going on.
Oh, that's good. Okay, all right.
So anyway, we had a great time, and I appreciate all the well wishes over the weekend and all the social media. And thank you very much. Thank you guys, and thank Edgar's for a wonderful cake. Wow.
So down on the lake, is that Marty Stewart more well known than country music Marty Stewart as far as the lake is concerned?
Probably so. Yeah, he's a legend. Yeah.
Okay.
Well known.
Right. Okay.
Well known.
Yeah. The local legend.
Local legend.
Yeah. It's funny because I actually researched something over the weekend, which is reminding me of this. I love to figure out what lyrics and songs really mean.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the song, You Can't Always Get What You Want by the Rolling Stones, He talks about going down to the Chelsea drugstore and standing in line with Mr. Jimmy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, what in the world is he talking about? And I did research on it, and most people, now there are some people that disagree. They think it's a guy who actually, Jimmy something that produced some of the Stone stuff and actually played drums on the song because Charlie Watts couldn't get the rhythm right on it and got mad and walked off and said, well, then you just play it. So he did. But anyway, and that was Jimmy something. But most people say it's a guy in this area of Minnesota where the Stones played like in 1964. And he was, like you were talking about, like now around the lake, the Marty Stewart, everybody knows.
Right.
And he was just this, the verb was local celebrity that was well known by everybody, and everybody called him Mr. Jimmy.
Yeah.
And Mick Jagger encountered him in the drugstore down there.
And used it.
And that when he ordered, because he says, I ordered myself a soda, my favorite flavor, Cherry Red. And the legend is that Mick Jagger ordered a cherry Coke, and they gave it to him, and it didn't have any of the cherries in it. And he looked around at Mr. Jimmy and said, well, you can't always get what you want.
That sounds a little too good to be true, but what a good one.
Yeah, but anyway, and because the Stones had gotten booed, by the way. That was early on in there, and they had a bad reaction from the crowd.
Really?
Yeah, and so anyway, I don't know if that's true or not.
Now, Bubba, I know Friday you ate a quarter of the cake yourself.
Okay.
And
Greg wasn't here to help you.
No, and so you take it back and have it for the weekend. Were you able to eat another quarter, or how'd that
No,
play out?
we divided up a lot. I had a little piece here and there, but
Here and there.
we shared it with a lot
So
of
you
folks.
did have more cake over the weekend?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I hate to see somebody eating alone.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So
that was
it was good.
It was a great one. No doubt about that. So
Give you a head tickle.
Well, I'm glad you had a great weekend, and that your birthday weekend went well. 58.
Yeah, how about that?
Now you become the oldest member of the show for how long?
6 months.
Yeah, for 6 months. Bubba's the oldest man in here.
Yep.
Yeah. How's 58?
I feel it.
How's 58 feel?
Not good. No, it's getting old. There's a lot of sayings about it, and I won't repeat any of them right now. But you know what they are.
Also, while we were away, and the Final Four is ready.
Yeah, I didn't get to see any of the basketball this weekend. I'd hoped to sit down and watch a little bit of it. Never did, just with everything going on. But we do have a Final Four: Villanova, Kansas, North Carolina, and Duke. You just don't hardly hear any of those names in the Final Four.
No surprises. Dream rises, doesn't it?
My goodness.
That's the Coach K thing. And I know for all the Duke fans and all, he's legendary, and him getting to the Final Four, this puts him one ahead of John Wooden, who, most everybody thinks is the greatest coach ever. But we've had a lot of Coach K special shows this weekend and special reports. I mean, if you, Rick, you can't hide from a Coach K report and how special this is, considering that nobody thought his team was going to get there because they got beat in the ACC tournament?
First round.
Yeah, and then, they lost their last home game, which was supposed to be the big send-off for Coach K. Got drilled by North Carolina, by the way. So they've really made a turnabout here when March hit.
I want to ask you a question.
It's almost scripted.
Are you going?
I hate to be that way today.
I was waiting on that. Are you going down that road?
You got to admit, it's a little odd.
Stop with Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Yeah, don't let that go into the Final Four.
I'm just saying this, and I'm not the only one saying that. I heard a lot more people talking about that this weekend than me.
That it was all scripted?
If it was scripted, that would be
Yeah.
a bigger story. There's people bored
You'd
by
have
that.
both of
But
them in there.
remember when Duke got in, they got a favorable seed. They got a favorable location back to his hometown. It's just
Well, now, but that's different than it's scripted. Like people are taking dives.
yeah. Well, you hope they're.
You
not,
they might have set him up and give them their best shot.
It's a storybook ending, Rick. Let's just put it that way.
It is.
Yeah.
I feel bad for my mom. She's become a March Madness expert.
That's funny.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She's really into it, and she got on the Auburn wagon, and that fell apart, and then she went to St. Peter's.
Yeah.
And got excited about that. Now then they got
Yeah,
beat. So
Cinderella story over there.
I don't know who she cares about in the Final Four. I don't know if any of her teams made it. Yeah.
Well, you just almost every year you go ahead and just leave Duke and North Carolina spot and then fill in a few around them.
Yeah, I haven't
They're
seen.
good.
I haven't seen any of it. So I heard, but I did hear Helmsy in the kickoff hour say that one of Villanova's studs is not going to play.
Yeah.
Got an Achilles rupture or something like that.
It was one of those. It was one of those injuries where as you're watching the game, you see it. You can see it pop and vibrate. And you were hoping that it would be something he'd kind of go off. They'd finish the game off and he'd be back for the Final Four. But I'm getting reports this morning that he won't be playing.
So impact player.
Yes, big time.
Oh, it's fun for you.
Well, Kansas is real good too.
Yeah, they are.
My goodness, nobody's talking about them.
Well, Villanova's won twice in the last recent memory, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that you got blue bloods and new blue bloods all in here. So this is basketball royalty at its best.
I wonder why nobody's talking about Kansas if they're a number 1 seed.
I don't know. I'm sure coach is liking that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, poison, rat poison. He bet poison out there. Yeah, it was yummy. It was quite yummy.
Too. It's just strange because I mean, you never know how a game's going to go, but it wasn't too many weeks back in the season that Kansas was at home and just got absolutely drilled by Kentucky. I mean, got run out of the gym. And then, Kentucky's out early. Mm-hmm. Most of the SEC schools was out. Arkansas went to the Elite Eight, had a good run. But and then Kansas has turned it on.
I'll be honest. I don't think we're giving Duke enough. And when we hear things, and I've heard them too, Bubba, I've heard they didn't deserve the number 2 seed. They had the same record as Kansas. They're a good ball team.
Mm-hmm.
Like they probably did deserve the ranking of 2. Yeah. And we're seeing it right now. It was just the way it ended. It caught us off guard.
It looked like that they were that they weren't peaking at the right time.
It certainly did.
And when they say
when you're a tournament team, you need to be peaking going into that tournament.
Right. And I think to put it in perspective, when they said they weren't a good team, they weren't a good Duke team.
Yeah. Matter of fact,
of Duke teams in the past, and I think they're figuring it out now. Plus, they got a lot to play for with Coach K knowing it's his
Baylor was
run.
Baylor was a number 1 seed. They had the same record as them. Villanova lost one more game than they did. So a 2 seed was probably actually pretty good for them, and we're seeing that at this point.
Yeah.
But I'm like Bubba, I've questioned it the entire tournament.
We'll come back. We'll go phone trolling next. Just open up all 10. Talk about whatever you want to talk about at 866-WE-BE-BIG when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's the secret.
Yes.
So that is going on today. And they're saying that they're going to unveil this pretty soon, and it says
or unveil it.
Either one. They said that they're going to maybe feature a 15% corporate tax rate for small businesses, which I think would be great for everybody. And then they're talking about other things that will be cut that could be historic.
Yeah, like our corporate tax rate now was about 35% or something. It's the highest.
Right, it's the highest
in the industrialized world. Right. And I know that there's people already on the street will be giving sound about tax cut for the rich and all that stuff. Well, look, corporations are one where you buy stuff, and 2 employ you, and 3 their stock. If you have older members in your family that may have a 401 investment retirement plan, that's where they get a lot of their income from. Really, I think it would be good for everybody, and I think it would create an absolute boom in the economy because it's been way too high. And I really think there's a lot of money in our economy that's been held back right now. You saw some of that begin to loosen up when Trump went in, and to the point the Feds raised the interest rates a little bit. But I think there's a lot of people wanting to put money back into the system. They're just waiting to a point they don't feel like they're being robbed to do it.
Well, we've said it before. We've said it again. It is not the job of the government to do business, but it is the government can help in creating atmosphere where business can actually flourish.
Right.
And this would be one of those things. I'm telling you, you can buy into all the garbage that's being shoveled to you all you want to by the emotional bleeding left. But at the end of the day, if business does well in our economy, we all benefit. And if we're simplifying the tax code in order to collect more taxes, even at a lower rate, you're going to have more in the coffer.
Yeah, and the economics guys will argue about it, and everybody's got their own version of it or whatever. I mean, the Laffer curve I think is valid. I think it was proven, and it's you got to grow the economy really to have any hope of ever paying the debt off. It's because the debt's growing, the interest on it. So we've got to grow the other side to keep it under control. So, but what we need to, I think there's just a lot of people fed up right now, and they're not willing to take that chance to invest, to get out there, be a small business, be a business owner, because they feel like all the effort they put into it is going to be, scooped right off the top by the government.
No, that would be huge for small businesses to get that corporate rate down to 15%.
They might do something crazy and hire people.
They might hire some folks. Mm-hmm. Well, some of the people are just not able to understand. Now watch this. The opposition is going to say, so you mean we have a deficit, meaning we don't have enough money and we're going to cut tax rates? But again, what we said, if you can collect more taxes even at a lower rate, you actually end up with more money. And then, of course, if the economy starts to go, people start spending money. Spending money also generates revenue. But at the end of the day, I would like it see all of it be simplified, including taking away all these deductions, and just simplify it. Smaller percentage of taxes, fewer deductions, collect more taxes at a lower rate. You actually can end up with more money coming in.
Rick, here, and I've seen
people have more of their own money.
Several stories on this, just the numbers. He's wanting to change the repatriation tax, which is all these companies that have offshore money, like we've talked about with Apple. I mean, my gosh, they got billions overseas, but they won't bring it into the country. You know why? They have to pay 35% tax on it.
Right.
I mean, who would do that? Well, Trump is proposing to lower that to 10%, which I think would encourage them to bring it back, put it in American banks. That means there's more money to loan out for folks that have homes, cars, other type loans they need to get. The plan would also cut the top rate on pass-through businesses from 39.6% to 15%. And a lot of small business people that would affect because they're small, what they call S-chapter corporations, and they basically pass their tax losses or gains through to their personal tax. And you're talking about going from almost 40% to 15%. That's putting a lot more money in people's pocket. And what do they normally do when they have that? They go out and spend it.
Or give.
Or a lot of small business people will reinvest in their business either with more equipment, new equipment, or employees. And that'll create a boom.
And to the caller that called about the federal judge who blocked Trump's sanctuary crackdown, they've researched this judge who blocked his order to withhold federal funds from sanctuary cities. And they've discovered that he once raised $200,000 for the Obama campaign. So I'm sure he doesn't have any personal agenda there at all. "20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You want to get in, you can. All 10 lines are available. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs because it is a phone troll. The buzzer will grab that. Here's the beauty of the buzzer. It keeps the line moving. We have 10 lines available. We get a bigger sample. Another one of those things that we've done, it kind of goes against your typical radio goob mentality. You can't manage 10 lines. But you know what? 10 lines does allow us to have a shot at more people. So you don't have some people dominating, the 4 lines and shutting you out all the time. So we give you a lot of opportunity to get in. That opportunity is made available to you today. Some things you need to know. Charity charge going on today. Participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations in Oxford, Alabama. Greg and I, our hometown, and for Bubba and Greg and me, our home county. That's in play for the first time. So a brand new location there. So go out. Mission 44 will benefit 10% of the food sales there. Sherry and I will be in Panama City, Florida at Highland Baptist Church coming up this Saturday. And if you want to come to this marriage event, the tickets to the dinner are sold out, but if you just want to come to the sessions, this sanctuary is very large. There's plenty of room for you. So if you and your spouse, or maybe you and your fiance, or you just want to come learn about God's standard for marriage and what Scripture has to say, Sherry and I will do a couple of sessions. We'll also take some questions from you. So you can go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. You'll see the details there. Grab those tickets, and we'll see all of you. It's just a one-day deal. We'll start late Saturday afternoon and go into the evening, and we'll spend some time together there in Panama City. So looking forward to that coming up on this Saturday, April the 2nd. All right, to the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Let's go to Jeremy in Key Largo. Jeremy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's going on, Jeremy?
It could be just me, but I think it's a little soon to let Jesse Smollett direct the Oscars. Don't y'all?
That's really good.
That is the line of the day.
There it is. Tom in Montana. Tom, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm down here visiting in Hoax Bluff, and I just want to tell everybody from Alabama that the gas prices are high, but they're not as high as they think they are. I think the highest we ever seen it was $4.01 between here and Great Falls. So don't be scared. Get out there and spend it.
Yeah, that's
most of us don't have a choice.
This is one of those good reasons about living where we live. I see the gas prices out in California and places like that. Right now, we're like you said, the highest is about $4.01. I filled up this morning at $3.96. So another good reason to live where we live. Jay in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Jay, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, buddy, I believe it did look fake. The slap looked fake and all that good stuff, but the language that accompanied it and all that made me think it was real because it was really ugly. I don't know if y'all heard the unedited version or not.
Yeah, we did. But I think about what we're saying, though. I think that somebody would pretend to slap somebody, but I think the cussing's real. I mean, you know, if they can fake a slap, they can fake any kind of anger, including screaming things at the person on stage. I mean, it's either acting all the way around or there's no acting at all, I would think. I don't think it's partial. You can say, well, now the slap looked fake, but the cussing felt real. You know, I mean, it's I think they all go together, either real or fake, and it may be real. Eddie in Mississippi. Eddie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Greg was right again. This was fake, boys. I was just waiting for Will to turn around and say, can you smell what the Rock was cooking?
So you think it was fake?
Oh, yeah. Let's move on. It was fake. They're actors. Move on.
All right. 866 We Be Big lines are available for you if you want to move now. Colts in Auburn, 992 WLWI. Colt, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So this past summer, I actually did an internship, and I happened to be late for work one morning. And as you should, I called my boss, and he didn't answer, so I left him a voicemail. And I've heard y'all talk about Bubba being late so much that I actually said in the voicemail, don't be mad with me.
and did that help?
Well, I didn't get fired, so.
Okay. There you go.
Don't be mad with me.
And let's be clear, I'm not late a lot. You just heard that one thing that I did in 1980 played a lot.
Well, I mean, you'll drag.
A second. Yeah, everybody knows that's true.
I bet you've been late.
I drive everybody crazy getting there early. Usually.
I say you beat me most days.
I was in the parking lot pretty early this morning when most everybody pulled
I
in.
bet you've been late probably 3 times in 28 years.
I know it. Huh? I know it. They can't have that. That's you know what that is? 3 too many.
The record on is for the whole show is really quite remarkable.
Yeah.
I mean, it is quite remarkable.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, it's there like we talk about. I think, you know, we talk about the list of things that shouldn't happen, then the list of things that can't happen, and sometimes even the can't happen list. I mean, things just happen sometimes that you just have messed up. But I think when you have a job that does really have, and it used to be really bad when there was only 2 of us. And then when there was only 3 of us. But now I hate to say it, I feel like I have a little more of a safety net than I once had. But I still have that. You really can't have anybody on the show not be here, because the show starts. I mean, this show's going to start with or without you.
Yes.
It's one of those. I remember, man, when I used to be the person that signed on the station. Good gracious,
a lot of pressure.
Boy, too. Well, I didn't have the commitment to be in there as I do now. Ben in Talladega. Ben, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Long-time listener, first-time calling in.
Thanks for calling.
Yes, sir. I think it looked like acting at first, and then his speech at the end were his tears. They seem like pretty sincere tears. What do y'all think?
Well, again, that goes back to acting.
I mean,
actors hear you loud and clear.
Actors
I've seen Will cry in a lot of movies. I mean, passionate.
Part of being an actor is you have to be able to cry when they need you to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, so it's interesting how we're drawing. It's either acting or it's not. It's either all, because don't say, well, I thought it was acting until I saw certain things that would have required acting. if it's acting, they can do it all. They can cry, they can cuss, they can act mad,
slap,
they can act hurt. They can do all that. It's either real or it's fake. And but the acting, don't let that be part of. Well, I don't think an actor could do that. Well, that is an actor. That's what an actor does. You know, Will Smith really wasn't Muhammad Ali. And he really isn't the Williams sisters' dad.
Yeah, let's say you
he
go
pretends to be.
Let's say you go to a dentist and the dentist drills out your tooth and fixes a cavity. Are you shocked by that? Because he's a dentist.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what he does.
Right.
Hey, I don't think he drilled that tooth out. Why? Well, he's a dentist, but I don't think he did it.
Right. Let's go to Adam. I think, is that right? Let's see. Is that? I'm going to put that on hold there. Adam in Tennessee. Adam, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all?
We're great.
I watched the footage of it last night, and I think it was pretty real. But I have it on good authority that the envelope didn't say Will Smith for Best Actor. It said Denzel Washington, but everybody was scared, so they gave it to Will Smith.
That's good. That's one way to get Best Actor. Tell you what, don't make me slap somebody else. Y'all gonna make me act up in here. Let's go to Mark in Sylacauga. Mark, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey guys, listen. How y'all go? How y'all doing? Listen up. Did y'all hear about President Biden's medical emergency?
No, you're not gonna do that joke. We told you we all heard that joke already. Caleb in Alabama. Caleb,
Of all
30
the people to call in weeks later.
We've all heard that joke. Caleb, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying. I think it's pretty real, just by the way he was talking after he slapped him. He kind of forgot what he was going to say. You know what I mean?
Well, again, that's not out of the realm of an actor. But you may just say you think it's real just because you think it's real.
Yeah.
It could be. And it may be, by the way. I'm not saying it's fake. I have no idea. But saying that fake is beyond the realm of possibility
would not be.
Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised with either scenario, real or fake. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Florida. There is a neighborhood alert for a monkey on the loose, and a kind of an odd warning to the public: do not approach the monkey. Do not approach the monkey.
Don't you dare do
I
it.
repeat to the state of Florida: do not approach the monkey.
Now, this is all near Orlando, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So now, is this something that's escaped from Disney World?
Well, Rick,
don't know.
they're not really sure. It kind of approached a car. They saw it, and they weren't sure. The wildlife folks there in Florida go, all right, look, we're not sure if this is a pet that has escaped or if it's a wild
Now, let me stop
monkey,
you there.
and we
but
think it might be wild.
Hold up. Now, when did the word go out that Florida has wild mating
great question.
population of monkeys?
Well, apparently some were brought over in the 1930s or a descent, some type of, I don't know, monkey or whatever.
You talking about the Florida monkey?
And they're saying that this could be, yes, there's wild monkeys in Florida, they say.
Wait a minute. Nobody's ever said that.
I have never heard that.
When did we ever hear there's breeding monkeys in the state of Florida?
Don't be mad with me.
Did you know about this, sir? You did? Have you ever seen it? No, not they got out while they were shooting it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, did you hear that?
Yeah.
I thought
that was before all of the giant snakes.
Now, these
were
are
in
rhesus monkeys.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it says here that although the rhesus monkeys
think
are
Tarzan
native
be chimpanzee?
to Central and East Asia, the monkeys have been living in Central Florida since 1930.
All right, so they said they came over in the 30s to shoot a Tarzan movie in the Everglades.
Now, the Tarzan.
I think Tarzan would be chimpanzee.
Greg, Greg, they're not being that. I mean,
what was his friend?
He had one chimpanzee. But I'm talking about they may have other monkeys. that were
I've
in the
never
tree.
seen a rhesus monkey in a Tarzan movie.
I
didn't watch one in 1930.
I was about to say you watched the ones in the 30s.
I might have, Rick, Johnny Weissmuller.
But anyway, so you're saying, yes, you've heard that there's a breeding population of monkeys in Florida's Everglades. If the alligators in the states haven't got them yet. Okay, and then if they survive the alligators, now maybe they move up to Central Florida a little bit? Or
I guess. I don't know.
Well, what's it going to do? It ain't that
But
bad.
they say they're used to seeing bears.
Did you not see the movie?
And
Dustin Hoffman?
and cows, but now monkeys.
Oh, if he brings a disease.
Yeah, Greg.
Well, they didn't say
You don't
that.
care about disease?
I care about
Monkeys
that.
are known for their disease. Greg, They've brought some biggies.
Well, y'all remember the movie?
they're
Was it
nasty.
Outbreak?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. That was a rhesus monkey, too.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
They didn't say that.
Can't believe y'all didn't think of that immediately.
These
And my first thought when I see monkeys is disease.
Yeah.
It's my first thought.
Stay away
Not,
from
not with apes, but monkeys. First thing I think of is disease.
Yeah.
All right,
Regis
Rick.
monkeys.
They're saying stay away
Not
from
Regis
the monkey,
Philbin.
though.
Rick.
That's not Regis Philbin.
Regis monkeys.
Rhesus monkey.
That's what I said.
Yeah, right. No.
Rick, you're not going to believe this.
The Regis monkey actually hosted a very popular game show in the Everglades. Huh?
Various colonies of rhesus monkeys species have been found in southern Florida. As of September 12, 2013, more than 1,000 lived in the state.
Well, then why we act like this is some rarity that we're telling
Central
everybody?
Florida.
You just don't see them a lot in a neighborhood.
They've been there that long.
Officials have caught more than 700 of the monkeys in the past decade.
Well, what's the big whoop?
Greg, they're saying
Well,
that
have you
people
heard?
in Orlando haven't seen one before.
I mean,
This is not
not running through a neighborhood. Oh,
They
there's
live
a
in the
monkey.
state.
All right, but do not
about
approach the monkey.
Oh, he was a pig.
What if Mr. Buddy was barking? You looked out there and a little monkey coming through your
How about
house?
there's also, y'all ever heard of Morgan Island in South Carolina? They got a notable colony of rhesus monkeys there, too.
Really?
I've been
Yeah, well, I
to the
had no
monkey
idea.
jungle in Miami. That's a bunch of these. I think they call them green monkeys.
You ain't never been there.
Yeah. There were a bunch of them. They come
Well, is
running
that
out.
back when you were with Hurricane Andrew again?
Yeah.
We back to that
Well, we
again?
got some
And-
stories
Well,
out
we'll
of
bring
that.
up Hurricane
We were right
Andrew.
there by the monkey
Gosh.
jungle. It's actually on the map.
Y'all did a lot.
And all
when
these
you were
little
down
monkeys
there, Greg.
came out, and this guy
Did
came
y'all
out.
ever put up power?
We actually
Did you hang any wires while you were down?
Eventually, and this
Greg-
guy came out with an air horn and ran them back up into the woods.
Are you what?
Yeah,
With an
but
air
that was
horn?
Like, yeah, it was like it was like a park that you go to, but the fence got blown down and all that. So the little green monkeys were everywhere.
Making it up.
I'm just telling you.
I'm just telling you.
How long did y'all stay for that?
I was down there nearly a month.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it was 2 years the way you talk.
You got so many stories from when y'all were down there rebuilding.
There's a bunch. Played golf on the
you
Blue
voted
Monster.
in an election.
You
I nearly did.
You played golf?
We give us one off day
Tell him what you played, Greg.
on the Blue Monster, Doral Country Club.
What is that?
One of the most prominent places in
Really?
America that
Listen,
you can
He's
play.
out there hitting
Did
balls.
you see any monkeys?
No, well, yeah, them green monkeys.
Okay, then why are you acting surprised?
Well, that was actually in the monkey jungle.
Okay.
I think they'd brought them there.
Well, Greg, they brought these there.
Yeah, but these were not living
I
on their
got you.
own. Well, they were then. Cause
They were an exhibition, sort of?
Yeah, but they're
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. LinkedIn.com/Bubba, of course, is our sponsor that is teaming up with us and trying to help you. I mean, if you need to make a hire right now, I mean, I literally, one of the things that we had on, and we've had for several weeks on our prayer request stuff in our Sunday school class at church, are people who run businesses. You know what they want prayer for? Please help us to find some employees. Because to run our business, LinkedIn.com/Bubba can help with that. Because if you're like us and a small business owner, I mean, you don't need to get bogged down on this process trying to find people that want to work. Then when you want them people, well, I got to find qualified people, and so they get some screening questions from you. They put your opportunity out in front of the 770 million people that are on LinkedIn, about 40 million job seekers per week visit the site, and then they use these pre-screen questions they got from you about your business to kind of weed out people that really don't even have the basic skills to be qualified for the opportunity. So when you start interviewing folks, you're only interviewing the best of the best. It saves you a lot of time. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba, use our link, and you'll get your first job post for free. That's the link also at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. So make that move now, LinkedIn.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, I got a couple of questions I want to ask you guys. That one of them came over the weekend, and one of them actually started at the end of last week, and I've been meaning to ask you. And one of them's a span question, but Bubba, I know you're a weather guy, so you're one of his minions.
Oh yeah,
you're in his league.
What is it? A weather weenie?
Yeah, you're a weather weenie. You're in his legion. So first of all, let me start with the one that will include the whole staff here, and y'all help me. So, like with most dudes, everything's a competition, okay?
Oh, yeah.
And so Saturday, it was a little windy where we were, but it was still a good day.
Boy, it was real windy.
And so Dad and I went down to the farm and piddled around and then did some fishing. And, you don't want it turned into a competition. And so young Broderick actually sent me a text and said that he was going to the farm, and he was going to be bringing girlfriend Camtastic. And I said, yeah, man, that's fine. I said, and he said, be good to get to see Pop. And I said, yeah, that'd be great. Y'all come on. So fishing starts, and it starts out casual, and then before you know it,
counting fish.
People starting counting fish and all this. So here's my question. This is very important because it may decide who won. Okay.
Oh boy.
Here's what we know. Okay, we know this. All right, we know.
I mean, you don't want to brag, but that's just what happened.
Yeah, and let me tell you what was at stake here, and everybody. I had a hard time getting Dad convinced on this, but everybody, if I won, which I felt like I did, had to refer to me as the king of all fish.
Right.
Okay, and I
just
said,
king fish.
Okay. Yeah, I said for the rest of the day I'm king of all fish, and of course everybody said, yeah, but here's where it got, because it was close. I was really in a good lead, and I started kind of losing the lead because I got to piddling around thinking that I had it.
Okay.
And then this thing too, when we stop? I mean, completely dark. I mean, and all this. So here's where there was one controversial moment, and I need y'all's ruling on this. And you guys may decide this because I told them
Now we're talking about American pond fishing rules,
right? Yeah. I said I'm going to take this before the board.
Yeah.
And which the guys at work.
Right.
And so here's what we know. Tell me if there's no debate on this. A fish that comes off the hook, no matter how close to the bank, does not count.
No, you got to get it on the ground.
So that's not up for debate.
Correct. You got to throw it back in.
Right.
Here's the debate. Does a fish that drops off the hook, hits the bank, flopped, and go back in count?
No.
It hit the bank.
No. You got to get your hands on it.
You got to be able to hold it up, picture, show it off.
You got to get your hands on it.
Greg, do you agree with that? I mean, I'm talking about.
So you're saying it came off the hook and it hit
fish
out of the water.
And it did a 2-bouncer back into the water.
Fish is up on the lure. Hey, pretty good fish. Fish does one of its get off the hook, comes off, hits the bank, pop, 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 an attempt to chase it back in the water.
Oh,
it doesn't count.
And Broderick tried to count it. He tried
like
to count
a fumble.
No.
If you don't have it in your hands before it gets back to the water, it don't.
No, that doesn't count.
So
I lost a fishing competition over that exact thing one time.
I'm king of all fish.
Bassmasters, you'd put it in a live well, okay, and you'd take it to and get it weighed.
Right.
MLF, you're going to have somebody weigh it.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to put their hands on it. Sorry, Brody.
It can't
Sorry,
even hit.
buddy.
You can't even hit the boat in that, or you get a penalty.
Okay.
You get penalty.
Yes,
time.
you do. Fish landing penalty.
That was my.
He would have got a fish landing penalty.
When they call that, they sit down and pout. That's my favorite.
They got like 2 minutes to sit there.
That was my ruling. That was also coach's ruling.
Okay.
Young Broderick got Camtastic to draft with him, which I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
So we were at a 2-2.
Rick, you are the king of all fish.
I'm the king
That's
of all
it.
fish.
You're
It's
the
you.
kingfish.
Yeah, I will say this. I will give Camtastic this, and y'all not going to believe this would happen here. Okay, y'all not going to believe this. I will give Big Fish of the Day to Camtastic.
Oh, really?
With a Zebco 33.
Yeah.
Okay, we all had all of our
funny.
setups. But listen, let me tell you what happened. So we have this one lure that works real well in the pond because they mainly feed on brim. So any rattle trap that looks like a small brim is strong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So even though she was trying to learn, and she's fished a little bit before, she wanted the Zebco 33 setup, but I put that on her rod knowing that she would do well if she would just, and she could cast pretty good, all that. She did fine.
Click.
But here's the deal. Listen to this. This is one of those cool Bill Dance moments. So she catches a good fish, the big fish of the day. When she brings that fish in, are y'all ready for this? Brody starts going, you're not going to believe this. Come here. And I'm like, all right. I go over there. In the fish's mouth is the exact same lure with a broken piece of fish line still stuck in his mouth from, I guess, another day where he broke somebody's line with that lure on it.
That's why you be careful running your finger in there.
So there's already a lure in there with a piece of fishing line on it where he broke somebody's line.
How about
the
that?
Exact same lure, and he hit it again. And I think to myself, you idiot.
Yeah. Well, he was excited. See, that was his plan. He wanted y'all to get the other lure out too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now he's back,
when he was caught.
He's back in the pond now with no lure stuck in his mouth.
He's probably thinking.
And his jaw is about as sore as Chris Rock's.
Yeah.
Can you believe
He's
that?
probably going, I can't relate this.
It's amazing. I mean, this fish has been out there swimming around with a hook set in the top,
keeps biting me.
and he broke somebody's line because it was a good fish.
Yeah.
And so
But the 33 got him in.
the 33 got him in. Yeah.
That's
So,
great.
all right. Well, that's good. I'm king of all fish.
That's one thing when you have afternoon pond fishing,
Mhm.
lake
Oh, I love
fishing
it.
competition. You always keep number and then you go for biggest fish, so you're never out
Yeah,
of it.
right.
Even if you're behind on the number, you always
all right,
last cast you might get the big fish.
Did you cut it off at a time or say, all right, last cast? Which one?
I did. I cut it off. I said last cast.
Okay.
And so I'm king of all fish, and Camtastic has the big fish.
All right.
King
I'd like
fish
for you
and
to.
big fish.
I'd like for you
Big
to text Brody right now and
I will.
say
I said
the ruling is in.
It was a real because he probably
we should text him.
Okay.
He had two that bounced back in, and he tried to count them. I said no.
No, Rick,
And-
you have to go by the rule. This is not horseshoes or hand grenades.
Now there was a little bit of a protest from Dad that claimed that when did I become in charge of the counting? I said, well, I everybody reported fish, and I would look around, and I kept a tally.
The owner of the pond gets to set the rules.
Right.
Everybody
And,
knows that.
yeah, so
But you can't change them midstream. So to
Dad
speak.
said that I may have been king of all fish, and Cameron had big fish, which he was thrilled about that, but that he still was the superior fisher person.
Oh, okay.
And he had various reasons for that, including me getting hung up a few times.
Rick, I just sent him a text, and I said, Rick Burgess, in quotes, king of all fish.
That's it. And everybody had to refer to it, too. But Brody said he would not do it until the ruling was in. So that's
I think
the ruling is in.
Sorry, Brody.
All right, question 2.
Better luck next time.
For Weather Weenie. And I think you've explained this to me before.
You listen. I'll give you my best answer. Okay.
I think you've explained this to me before, and I think even Spans explained it too, but I can't remember it. Okay, I know it's a shocker. So, what does it mean when Span and weather people say tonight fair? Because fair to me means but I know that's not the kind of fair it is. Because I hear them say partly cloudy, I hear them say clear, I hear them say sunny skies. What is fair?
You know, of all the questions I thought you were going to ask, I was bracing myself like Chris Rock before I get slapped.
Yeah.
And I did not expect that one.
What
I
is
thought it was
fair?
going to be a Doppler radar question.
Tonight, fair skies.
I think fair means
forecast today. Fair.
I think
that,
fair in my mind means an average day for that time of year. Fair in June and fair in March is two different things.
Yeah. I just did a quick Google, and I just simply said, what is the definition of fair weather? And it said definitions of fair weather: moderate weather suitable for outdoor activities.
Yeah.
Yeah, pleasant weather conditions, it says.
Just not real hot, just kind of an average day.
So it is,
Yeah.
It's just,
it's not going to rain, no
Nice,
extreme conditions.
Yeah.
Your temperatures are okay.
But like I don't.
We would like every day to be fair.
Really?
Yeah.
That's better than sunny skies? Is that better than clear skies?
Well, a sunny day would be fair, unless it was real hot.
So I can call it sunny or fair?
I think so, in my mind.
Why? Span's been going to fair a lot lately.
Well, it's that time of year.
This is a good question.
Because I think once you get to summer and sunny, it's going to be
Greg,
hot.
you don't know. What are you holding your hand up for?
You've never heard the term, like, let's say it's a cloudy, rainy day, and then that afternoon the sun comes out. You go, look, it's fairing up. You've never heard the term
No, I
fairing
have heard
up?
that. You're right. You're right. I have heard that.
Or they say it's supposed to fair up this evening.
Well, can't we say clear up?
Well, I'm just telling you.
Can I tell y'all, I love Greg in the call screening room.
I do
shot
too.
when he looks like he's on witness protection.
Greg, is this that go in the same lines?
Look at the hair sticking out.
Fair to Midland. Fair to Midland. Is that the same concept?
A little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Not raining, no wind.
Greg, tell us
Temperatures are nice.
Tell us what you saw the mafia hitman do. Just tell us in your own words.
Send me the bull.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's got tore down.
Okay, because
So they were just kind of hanging out.
Right. Monkeys everywhere.
Everywhere. That guy come blow a horn, they'd run off.
That's all it takes.
They didn't like that air horn. They
Well,
didn't like it at all.
How about get an air horn and enjoy your neighborhood?
And they had some supposedly that had escaped. Well, not escaped. A research area. This may have been a legend. They were telling us.
Oh, you don't want that.
A research area, and that some of these monkeys that they test for infectious diseases they put on, that they were supposedly loose.
When I say you don't want that,
We're supposed to be looking out.
You don't want that.
That's why they're warning Rick. Don't approach the monkey. Don't try to feed the monkey.
That,
don't go,
that
monkey.
sounds like that might be a fun local story, don't you think?
Yeah.
And
the research facility in the woods.
Yeah. Do not reprimand.
If it's wild, don't call it over.
I made that mistake.
Don't grab at the monkey.
We were talking earlier today. I'm going to tell you the truth. That Capuchin that was riding that dog that day spooked me. He screamed the whole time.
Yeah.
Got screamed. He wasn't happy on that dog.
I just
He
feel
wasn't
like,
happy.
I feel like nobody's listening to me. I have
Had that
talked
little
about,
jockey uniform on.
I have gone on and on and on about you got to watch these primates. I'm talking about monkey or ape. They're bad
about
news.
Harambe?
I'm telling you, they're trouble. They know too much. They're too teachable. They've got.
I watched that
We've all
documentary
seen the
on Coco.
movies, Planet of the Apes.
They've got
Rick.
a opposable thumb, but the thing that nobody talks about is they will bite the fool out of them.
Yeah.
And they got teeth.
Yeah.
And they'll carry disease at the drop of a hat.
Oh, yeah.
Netflix had that documentary on Coco. That'll scare you.
I don't want any part of that.
Yeah, that is. That's
That
disturbing.
Coco. Coco's been around a while. I think she's still alive.
And the Coco the
Greg,
ape.
that is disturbing.
The Coco the ape.
She's in her 40s now.
If we were in a movie about apes taking over, like Planet of the Apes, you know how
Well,
they
that's number one.
they
Yeah,
they
that's
would
Caesar.
the movie would start
Yeah.
with the footage of Coco being taught stuff.
Yeah.
That's
Playing
how
with
the
baby
movie,
dolls
That's
and
that,
signing.
that's how the movie would start.
Yeah.
Playing with kittens. You ever seen her play
When
with
that,
kittens?
when that big old monkey hand is doing the sign language, that's kind of.
When look, guys, think about it. The guy who got up and faked being sign language knows less sign language than Coco the gorilla.
In fact, she would have done a better job.
She would have got it right.
Hey, I'm about to tell you something else you didn't know. Did you know that Helmsy wishes he had a monkey tail?
You know, because that capuchin that day, he could pick stuff up with his tail. Oh, wow.
I hear a lot of this
The
talk.
background's really
I hear a
awesome.
lot,
He wishes he could.
a lot of this talk about wishing you had a tail, but cosmetically.
Well,
He says he hits a button.
I
his
hit a
comes in and
button, mine
out.
comes out, and then it comes back in.
Oh, you can
With
bring
a
it
You gotta
back.
have a button?
You can bring it back.
That's the only way I'm gonna have a tail, Greg. I'm not.
you
It's
can
not
bring
gonna be
it-
seen all
What
the time.
good is it?
It grabs stuff.
He can
Like
get
if I
stuff. Like if I
if-
wanted this
Well,
thing,
you
and
mean
I
like
just
a
go.
full?
Like
not
if I
just
didn't-
a,
I didn't
not
wanna-
just a little. I mean, you talking about a full length?
You're coming on around
yeah,
with
Can
coming
do
up.
something with it.
Like if I needed, if Speedy stepped out and I didn't have to get up, I could just hit the button. My tail would come out, and I could work his mouse there on his computer.
You're just joining us.
And just
Bring something back over.
Did
Absolutely.
you want to work Speedy's mouse with your tail?
Yes.
Just want to be sure I got that.
That is
right.
exactly what I said right in the microphone.
From
Be sure I got that.
From Oxford, Alabama, Mark said Coco has gone on in.
Really? Well, it must have been recent.
Greg, you should. That's on you. You should know that.
I got to look that up.
Have they got a new monkey that's doing?
I
all
hate
the-
to hear that, Rick.
Oh, you always gonna have a backup.
You didn't see one down in Miami? When you were there?
Until Coco puts on pants and says, "I need a job," then it's just a response.
Final phone calls coming up.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Greg, I told you going to the break that somebody claimed that Coco, the gorilla, has died, and you say you
That's
have
incorrect.
You have researched it.
Coco is still alive.
And-
She's in her 40s.
And Coco is still alive.
Dead in a wedge, Rick.
She is in her 40s.
Greg says still alive, so in your face, caller
I
from
knew
Oxford.
Coco was still hanging
That, and that's Coco KO, right?
Correct. 45 years old.
Wow, Coco.
San Francisco Zoo.
How long?
Yeah, I had her
No.
since she was a baby.
Y'all mean that we were that close to Coco when we went to San Francisco and we didn't go see her?
I know it. I'd like to
I didn't
see
want
her.
to see her.
Good night.
I don't remember.
Don't watch that video of her playing with her kittens.
I know it's crazy. From email today, and this story.
And then the weird one, her and Robin Williams. You ever seen that one?
Yeah, that's real.
No, I haven't.
That's weird, especially now.
Well, he took his shirt off, and she thought he also was a gorilla.
Yeah, he is kind of.
He was a very hairy person. All right, ESPN. Is this a true story? Laying off more than 100 employees, including air talent, including longtime NFL reporter Ed Werder.
Ed Warder.
They
what
claim,
about that old guy that talks about the NFL that's ugly? What's his name?
Yeah, that you said it looks like he has that disease.
Progeria.
Yeah, progeria disease.
I mean, I don't mean that to make fun of those people,
No,
but
you
he
do.
does
Yeah, you
favor
actually do.
people with that disease.
He does.
You actually do.
And that's
He does.
That's
Greg,
sad.
I'm sorry, he does.
Greg, I
It
don't
doesn't
think
make the disease
I don't
any
think
less
you
sad.
can just say I'm not making fun
I'm
and then
not.
make fun and it not be make
No,
fun.
I'm making
Well,
a point that's when you say, "Hey, what's he look like?" Well, he kind of
That goes under the
just said he was
claim
ugly, buddy.
that it's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. We'll meet back in play again for another week, so be paying attention to that this week. All right, so we'll get to some more phone calls coming up, but we've got the video of it. I had somebody email saying, hey, you guys going to talk about some sort of riot or something that happened
had a couple calls on
in Panama City. The video just said spring break in Florida, and this is this new thing like we're talking about. Look, spring break's always been notorious that young people act a fool and all this, but the deal about things like this where we just destroy businesses and steal and loot,
smash and grab,
smash and grab, and all of this. So we can I do the audio on it at all, Adler? No audio. All right, so a little language to go with that. So
if you're smashing and grabbing, Rick, you're throwing out some F-bombs.
Speedy, I looked and I didn't see a story on it.
That's my case, by the way.
They said they're asking, have we seen this and what's going on here? I don't know. I don't have any idea.
This is in Panama City?
Yeah, is that right? Do I have that right?
A Walmart in Panama.
Okay, I thought they was in that big shark store.
No. So this is this is a Walmart, and it says that spring breakers just come in and just start stealing stuff and tearing stuff up and loot the place.
Just throw it in the floor
and then leave. Well,
what is that?
But we've seen this.
What is wrong with people?
The reason why these things continue to happen is that all over our country, when they happen, nothing ever really is done.
Nobody's punished.
And so if people start thinking that I can just come into a big store, overwhelm you with numbers of people, grab what I want, and people have told those that might be working security, just let them get it out of their system, for fear, I guess, of, oh, no, they use too much force or, whatever it is. But we can't live in a world where this is that hey, this stuff is here, and Walmart's a bunch of rich folks, and and this, so we just go in there and take what we want. They ain't gonna miss it, that kind of mentality. And
word gets out, and once the word gets out, criminals know.
Yeah,
they'll take advantage of it.
And people are getting away with it.
Well, according to this story, Rick, and there is one out. It says. It happened Saturday night. This one happened Saturday night.
Somebody didn't like hats.
They said they confiscated 21 guns, illegal guns.
Wow.
And that arrested some pretty bad people that they were on the list. And
they are arresting people.
That's what it said here.
Well, there's a lot
it
of people
said
getting
flash mobs, riots, and 21 illegal guns. And it said every Panama City Police Department that was available deployed to the area along with other agencies, county and city, into the Bay County area.
Wow.
And it says surrounding the police departments and the Florida Highway Patrol were deployed onto the situation.
Huh. All right. Well, that's so hopefully the people who were, at least some that were part of it, were arrested, and there's got to be some kind of something that happened to break your will to continue to do this.
Yeah, or it's just going to keep happening.
Over to President Biden. Wow, he had a few 2 A, B, and C here, Adler. You told me about this too, Bubba, that he kind of caused some problems.
Well, he overstepped his bounds just a little bit, saying that basically we would have that Putin couldn't stay in control in Russia, and then the State Department, lost their mind and started trying to clean it all up. But you'll see the clip here yourself.
Right. So here's the one.
And now he's saying he didn't say it, by the way.
Okay. Here's Biden.
We got tape, sir.
Yeah, we have that. And then some of the things that it's saying in 2B, I'm like, what? I mean, does he not know what we're actually doing?
Well, yeah. Is that when he addressed the troops? Is that the one where he?
Well, yeah, where he's down here in 2, and he starts doing a list of things that I don't think we're doing. And
just
right,
hear his own words.
Here's the first one. Go ahead. All right.
For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power. God bless you all, and may God defend our freedom, and may God protect our troops. Thank you for your patience.
Run it one more time, Eddie. Can we back it up? Let's hear that one more time. He's talking about
God's
cannot remain in
power. For God's
power.
sake, this man cannot remain in power.
Remain
For
power.
God's sake, this man cannot remain in power. God bless you all.
Okay.
Why did he thank them for their patience? Him getting through it?
Maybe he was
He
late.
can't remain power.
But listen to B. He's going to run a list of things in B. Same thing again. He's going to talk about a regime change. But listen to the other things he said. Yeah. All right, here we go.
For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power.
The White House trying to make clear in the aftermath, or making very clear in the aftermath, he was not, in fact, calling for regime change.
And you're going to see when you're there, and some of you have been there, you're going to see women young people stand in the middle in front of a damn tank.
White House officials are telling us that President Biden does not intend to send U.S. troops into Ukraine.
If chemical weapons were used in Ukraine, would that trigger a military response from NATO?
It would trigger a response in kind.
The United States has no intention of using chemical weapons, period, under any circumstance.
They just spent the whole weekend trying to get behind it.
So again, when the question about chemical weapons, if and they call it the red line, we've had this before.
Yeah.
If they cross that line and use chemical weapons, will we respond militarily? And he said respond in kind, which means we'll do the same thing.
And then his administration says we're not going to do that.
Right. Then he said they're standing in front of a damn tank.
Great. We're not going to send troops. So tell you what, our troops are going into Ukraine
because he's sitting there in that clip that was split screen. You couldn't see. He was talking to our troops. That's who he was talking to.
I know.
Saying, you'll see when you get there.
Now, if that wasn't enough,
that means you're going.
If that wasn't enough, has the president now set us on path to have a shortage on our grocery shelves?
Yeah,
because you know how people panic buy.
Oh, no,
this before.
Greg does that.
Well, if this doesn't cause panic buying, I don't know what will.
Yeah, let's hear 2C.
Nothing more to report. With regard to food shortage, yes, we did talk about food shortages. And it's going to be real. The price of these sanctions is not just imposed upon Russia. It's imposed upon an awful lot of countries as well.
What?
So he's saying the sanctions that we've put on Russia is going to cause food prices to go up here, and there will be shortages here because we do trade wheat and all this back and forth, and they've shut all that down.
Plus, a lot comes out of Ukraine, and I don't know, if you've seen, they haven't been able to really do a whole lot of that.
A lot of Russia's food comes out of Ukraine.
Yeah, true.
And I don't know if you've noticed, but the tanks are blowing those fields up.
Right, yeah.
So, that's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face. But I hope that doesn't cause panic buying here in the U.S.
All right, we've
never seen that before.
No. The president.
Somebody just thought.
If the president says we're going to run out of food, that'll probably get people to do it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Goes into the claim
to be on television.
Yeah, well, that goes into the claim of no offense. Just because you say that doesn't mean that then the ability to offend has suddenly been removed from the universe.
Are they going to get rid of him and the fat guy that covers the NBA? Have you seen him?
Let me guess, you're not making fun of him either.
No, but I'm just saying you normally don't see people like that on TV.
I want to get this in. They say that
they're on the radio like us,
right? Yeah. As if they are going to lay off more than 100, including some on-air talent, ESPN is claiming, according to this story, declining revenue. And then, of course, our emailer is saying...
Shocked. Maybe it's all y'all's goofy stances.
Well, the emailer is saying, you think you orchestrated an NFL draft and have two men swap and spit right there on TV.
Mm-hmm.
You fire Kurt Schilling because he doesn't want a dude in a skirt in his daughter's restroom. He said, you don't think the typical American sports fan will feel alienated by a network that's doing the garbage they're doing?
Yeah, I do think the door is open now more than ever for Fox or whoever that's going to step up and give them some competition.
All right, we continue to the phones.
Can I tell you something funny? I read another headline here, Rick, that's funny to me.
Yeah.
It's almost Babylon B, but it's true, okay?
Well, let's get it.
Get this. Vikings quarterback Bradford not worried about contract. He's in his final year of his contract, and I thought, well, yeah, he's not worried about his long-term future in Minnesota because he never finishes the season.
Yeah, right. I mean, he's surprised he's not hurt.
Yeah,
right. He can't believe he's played a season and not injured.
I didn't see that one coming, did you? David in Louisville, Mississippi. David, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Rick and Bubba and Greg, how y'all guys doing?
Good.
Wow. Merry Christmas.
I hadn't talked to y'all a long. I hadn't talked to y'all a long time. But y'all ready to play a song on the guitar for old time's sake?
No, Rick. Please.
Sure.
Rick. For old time's sake, just a second.
Try something, but I
know.
All right, go ahead.
Put him on hold like you always do.
Go ahead.
What?
His phone can't handle it.
I can't.
Yeah, it's too much volume.
All right, look, that's me confirming something. Sometimes you wonder, am I doing the right thing? and you go up and say, I'm going to go back and check it again, I am doing the right thing.
Right.
It's just like touching a hot stove. It's still hot.
Right. Yeah. I went back over. Yep. Still hot.
Yep.
It's kind of like great George Carlin. When you lose something, you go back to the place it should have been. No, it's still not back.
Not here.
Greg in Gulf Shores, Sunny 105. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, how are y'all?
Fine, buddy.
Well, Helms called me an A the other morning, and if I had feelings, they might have been hurt.
What'd you do that for,
Helmsy? He called you an
I
A.
ain't call him by an A.
Yeah.
Were you acting like an A?
Was it a DA or a JA?
JA.
Oh.
That might have been Greg.
I don't usually go JA.
I simply asked a man as a construction worker, and his coach and Greg Burgess would have been the greatest day ever. He had a head the size between Big Head Chuck and Bubba, and he had one of those hard hats, and I asked him if he was Jewish. And he said, what? I said, that hat on that head looks like something you'd wear in the synagogue. And Helms called me an A for saying that.
And y'all realize why I did at this point.
I don't remember that. Of course, I can't
remember.
remember.
I have no clue what he's talking about.
Thank you. I know this.
And again, I think by his call, y'all see if I did say that, you see why.
Well, I go back to this, but the thing he's saying actually should have actually happened. I'm noticing
We're just rude to so many people. I get confused.
Well, I go back to this, y'all. Sometimes I'm honest. I'll be honest. I get sometimes emails from people, and I can tell in the emails that they think they're listening to our show and they really aren't. And they even think they've called the show because what they're saying happened did not happen on our show. And I'm like,
well, there's a lot has gone on over a quarter of a century.
I agreed with you.
Okay, but and certainly we can forget particular things at a given time. But some of them I'm just like, I don't even kind of remember.
Yeah, if it was 10 years ago, then I'll remember it. But if somebody refers to something on the show that day that they're just claiming, now when y'all said this, I'm like, that wasn't us. That must have been a different show. Yeah. So this guy's been called an A by somebody on another show.
I think that was us.
I remember something. I remember that topic coming up.
I was just as confused.
But I thought the phone was pretty bad. I couldn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah. Right.
Well, that was it because you wouldn't make fun of a caller.
No, I do. I probably tried to give you his voice.
The thing on your head seems to have picked up in
Thank you, Rick. He's denying.
No,
he is in denial.
I had to shave this morning.
Don't matter.
It's
Rick,
fresh.
That's not the point.
He's convinced himself it's getting better and it's taking a turn.
No, it was getting better. It was getting better, but it's got legs.
It looks like the monkey in Florida got a hold of it.
It's fresh skin. It's red.
I know. Look,
I shaved. It's just red.
Yeah,
I shaved
2 times today. I've seen two members of the show talking to themselves, and the rest of us were just here. That's you and Bubba today, because that was you talking to yourself about it. And we just
but I know it is. It's
how many people have brought it up today? A lot.
No, just y'all 3.
Okay, that's the majority of the people here.
Mm-hmm. And Bubba can't compare. He ain't been here enough to know one comparison to another.
Yeah, Bubba don't know.
He can't even smile. His lips hurt so bad.
Bubba hadn't been at work since you had it started.
No, I remember. No, it's been here. It's been going on a while. Yeah. It was last week.
Speedy, I know you're in denial, but it's got a new life.
It was Thursday when you named it Mount Fuji, wasn't it?
Greg, it got some vitamins.
It did. Something.
Just watch.
Ricky came back to life.
It got vitamins.
He had it beat down.
When you think it's over, somebody brought it that little vitamin stuff you squeeze in your mouth. You know what I mean? It's a multivitamin.
Came back to life.
Looks worse now, I think, than ever.
Okay, see now you lose all credibility.
Listen, it doesn't have the heaping heel it once had, but its redness is
now
wider.
See, now I don't believe any of it.
It's picked a little bit width up.
It looks like Florida.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back from the No Name Studio. Thanks for being with us. Yeah! We get hard. All you helpless on the boulevard. The gang's all here, and we're glad you are. You got some birds? Lay them down. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, thank you. Glad to be here. And I'm choked up over the whole episode.
Let me clear my throat.
Are you still out of breath? Are you good?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm good.
Hey,
new exercise you're doing.
Talk and walk. Come on, lay 'em on down. Hey, a big thank you to all the folks who came out and who invited me over to speak Friday night in Rooteville, Georgia. We had a great time, and it was a wonderful time to be together there at Rooteville Road Baptist Church. Had about 1,300 men that all came out. We ate good, thanks to all that prepared all the great food. It was fantastic. What a great evening, and man, we really saw some incredible things. And thank you so much for allowing us to be there. Also, I know, Helmsy, you were in Tuscaloosa last night.
Yes, sir.
Valley View Baptist Church, the big youth event. Hope that went well.
Great evening. Don't get to spend a lot of time with youth events, Invite Night, Valley View Baptist. And you get there early, and they got this spread of food, tacos galore.
Yeah, man.
And then they're playing all these games. You got ping pong going on. You got something.
Let's
I
go.
don't know. It was, I guess, the new Foursquare, but they were getting after it. It was this big contraption, and you had to keep the ball up and over it. And I wanted to so get involved.
I've tried to play that game before. It's
I wanted to get involved so bad. Then I was afraid I'd pull a muscle or get hurt.
Yeah.
And
that's the story today.
Exactly.
You don't want that.
Exactly.
Could have been a good one for the show, though.
Yeah. It could have. But an awesome night with those young men and young ladies there at Valley View Baptist Church.
And our Todd Jones. He was in Tuscaloosa last night. They had Man Church. Saw some great photos from that, getting great feedback. He told me the message he was going to do, and he's really been working on it. And if you've never heard Todd speak, you need to make plans to go see him. And he's doing some stuff with us at themanchurch.com. And First Baptist Church Tuscaloosa had him over last night, and he spoke to those men, and they had a great time. And Sherry headed out. She had to get up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. She's currently headed to Southern California. They're having the Student Leadership Universities having their Youth Pastors Summit, and they're having it on at a couple of dates. Southern California, you are today and tomorrow. And so Sherry will be speaking tomorrow, and she's talking to these youth pastors. There's a lot of speakers. They all have different topics. I think Nasser's at some of them, and some of the other folks that we've had on before. And a lot of speakers, a lot of sessions, and she'll be speaking on pain and suffering. And you think about it, because you think about these youth pastors, or really any pastor, but youth pastors, one of the things the adversary really uses to turn people away from God is what? Pain and suffering. If God's good, why is all this happening? And so Sherry will be speaking on that topic, and so she's there. And if you can't get there in Southern California, I know we got folks that listen in and around that area. She'll also be there on the 4th and 5th of April in Orlando. That'll be going on at First Baptist Church there in Orlando. The summit will move there. And then April 11th and 12th, it'll be at Prestonwood Church in Dallas, Texas. And then it wraps up in Nashville at Long Hollow Baptist Church on April 25th and 26th. So that's available at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, or burgessministries.com. If you're a youth pastor and you want to register for that summit, or you're a church, you want to send your youth pastor to any of those, it's Student Leadership University, man, they do a really, really good job. And there'll be a lot of topics training these youth pastors, because, the things this generation is facing, and a lot of things, questions they've got, anything we can do to equip these youth pastors, man, we're all in. All right, now I was sent this, and Greg, I know that you're going to look at it. And I just like Will Smith, I don't know if it's real or not.
Yeah, there you go.
But there's this video out there. Somebody sent it to me off TikTok. You got to watch TikTok.
Well, I got on a rant about that last night.
Yeah, well, you got to watch it.
Yeah,
and
it's pretty filthy.
Yeah, now this one thankfully isn't.
Not. Yeah.
But is it real? Because people can play. Adler says he thinks it is. Watch this cat. He is going to ride a bull and never use his hands.
That's impressive.
He's going to just clamp with his knees, and he's going to. And can I know it's just music.
Why do you put gloves on?
Watch him right here.
Good question.
I know. Watch this. All right, you see the bull. Watch him get on. I mean, he jumps on and says, "Go."
Oh my!
And look at this. He never uses his hands. He's just riding with his legs.
I don't know if that's real.
Greg, that's what I'm asking you.
Well, how would you fake that?
Yeah.
That ain't real.
Greg.
Somebody took a video and made it.
Greg.
Hold on. How do you fake this?
Oh, he nearly got. Oh. So
please explain.
Well, he ought to be the greatest rider ever if he can do it with no hands, because when they're actually competing, you get to use one hand.
Do you think your hands may mess you up?
I mean, obviously this isn't competition. It's like an exhibition that the guy does it. But I mean,
let's focus on him and make sure that
for some reason I thought it was Kenny Chesney, but I say
that's fake.
How about part of it?
All right, show me where it's fake, Greg.
That's not real. They've put him on that. He's really not doing that.
All right, so there's a bull flipping around, and
You think that's a rag doll on there?
No, they did it with the video.
With the video, like you don't think his legs are actually on the? I mean, we know there's all kinds of things available. I mean,
He's
more colorful than the everything around him.
Yeah,
the way his clothes look.
The crawling off, all that. I mean, Greg,
that's what I was
open
wanting
to.
to-
Greg, I want you to know I'm open to that because
That's fake. That's why I was saying watch him because his.
Adler, what do you think?
He just
think
to me
it's real. I
he
don't
doesn't look like he belongs in the
Right.
coloring and everything. He
What
looks,
are you,
he looks-
rodeo
he looks-
expert?
No, it has nothing to do with rodeo. It's video.
He's
Greg,
got
that's
new
real.
clothes.
See, look right there. He's too bright.
What do you mean he's too bright?
Did you hear what happened?
He's not really there.
Greg,
They put him in. It's
Not really there.
It's not. It's like a computer generated person.
It's real. What are you talking about?
Computer
It's real.
generated person.
Look, the dirt's real. He's slapping he's tugging
that
at his,
ain't real.
he's tugging
Oh,
at his
wow, is it
britches
really
for real.
tugging?
Up to that point. But now here,
Really
look how bright he is. Look at his pants. Look at everything. He ain't real.
Greg, I hope you're
He didn't
right.
do
This
that.
comes out a couple of days, and you can
Yeah.
scream right again.
Well-
I just don't know how they faked it.
I don't know, but it wasn't easy, but they did.
Did you hear what happened?
Look at his boots.
Greg, watch this. Watch him all the way when he crawls under the fence, Greg.
Now I think it's fake, Greg.
Yeah, I do too.
Thanks a lot
You
now.
got me convinced.
Dang it.
Well,
It's absolutely fake.
he
I don't think
that-
it's fake.
That's some
I
good
don't
video,
think it's fake.
Well, I thought you went back to fake, Adler. I thought he pulled you in.
I don't think it's fake.
No, I think it's real.
I think it's real.
Did you
I
hear
think
what
it's
happened after he crawled under the gate? Stood up
scared.
and Will Smith slapped him.
Slap the snot out of him.
I'm scared to doubt Greg.
For
on
not
stuff
using
like
his
this.
hands.
I really am.
Let's ask Greg this. All right, Greg. Since you and I are bull riders here,
You'd think if he was that good, he would have been that little small rodeo.
and
We got it.
I'm making a joke out of what I just said, but there's certain bulls that they can pick out or whatever that have a pattern.
You
let's
talking about the
just
bulls
say.
in on it?
No, I'm just saying
He
there's
said,
bulls.
"Look, all I'm gonna do is
There's
spin."
bulls that they have they normally turn left
Yeah,
or
sure.
whatever. They kind of study that. They actually. Do you think he knew? Okay, this is kind of his little deal, and
Yeah, he's
I'm
not
jumping
competing.
on it.
He's like
No.
he's like an act.
Yeah,
at the
it's like
rodeo.
this was just an
Well, I wanna
extra,
fall
an
for it.
extra
Go
bit.
ahead.
Come on, Greg.
Yeah, I want to fall for it.
Let's
That's
look at
fine.
what he does different. He obviously has some strategy in the way he gets on the bull and it's let out because he jump. You don't see him do that.
They don't sit
they
there
get
long.
on there.
That's
you
my
know.
point.
And his legs must be vice grips.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Well, he's got those
See,
spurs.
look
He's
at him.
Slightly
is great.
bow-legged too. That probably helps.
Greg, see if his shoes change colors.
Yeah,
well, they're the same color as the
yeah,
bull.
right there. But then they
That's
swap
real.
him right there.
They swap him right there. Almost touches.
Greg, you're something.
Right again.
I ain't no cowboy gonna wear purple. Purple boots.
This right there is where it
See the
looks
boots.
fake.
See the color of the shirt is getting in on the boot. See,
Now
that's
let's
something-
have fun with him. Picture that being Greg.
No, believe me. By that time I tried it, I went on there. I went on there 2 seconds.
I got to telling
Hey,
people that
that's still a
story.
pretty
Is that
good
why I'm
fall
spotting you
for
about
that.
this? This guy could do.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
does kind of bother me.
Yeah. Adler, you're going real.
Either that or that bull. Either that or the bull's trained.
If you're gonna spend
and
the
and the
time-
bull is in on it.
If you're going to spend the time to make a fake video in this way, wouldn't you make it so that he blasts off and flies
Well,
into
that's
the
not
crowd?
believable.
Well,
No.
at least make it a little bit more spectacular
All right.
than, hey, this guy's pretty good.
Adler, Will Smith, real or fake, and this real or fake.
Okay, the Will Smith slap, I got to say that maybe they had something figured out between the two of them, but I think Chris Rock was surprised that he slapped him that hard.
So you're not saying fake, but set up.
That would be fake though. That would be under fake.
I think there's
Still fake.
Real slap, but it was set up.
Was Will Smith mad and wanted to slap him? I don't think so. I think it was all set up.
There is, however, a clip back from 2016 in which Chris Rock says another
Yeah, I'm
Will
reading that
Smith,
joke,
Jada
and that's
Pinkett
funny.
joke.
Did you read the joke?
Yeah, what was it?
No, we can't read it on
Greg,
air.
easy.
Off air.
So
is
he
funny.
did
Look at
say
him
something.
grinning.
He said something in 2016 too.
All right,
Yeah, he has
so
been taking shots at him for years.
Bull Rider, real or fake, Adler?
I'm gonna go with real.
Okay, Helmsy, Bull Rider.
I hate doubting Greg. on
I don't know
stuff
how
like
they
this.
did it, but it's not real. I don't know how
I
they
hate going the other way.
Somebody's
But
boots looking
I
purple.
am with Adler on this.
Real?
I think it's real, and I hate it because Greg's going to be right, and I don't want to hear it.
And you
again.
think slap was real too?
I do. I do think that was real.
Greg,
No.
both fake on both.
Well, obviously, I mean, he hit him, but I think Chris Rock was in
So
it.
you fake Bull Rider, fake being mad. All right, no, there's a shocker. Bubba,
Greg, I hate to go against my cake eating buddy on this, but I do think the bull rider is real. I think the slap was set up.
all right.
I'm with Bubba.
I'm with Bubba. I'm also going to go with Greg. I think it's all fake. There's just too many rocks.
We may never know.
It's like Bubba saying something about space. I just go with him.
And I'm due to miss one. It's happening.
I was right on fair though, wasn't I?
I guess.
ballpark?
Yeah, I think you were.
Seasonally average.
Yeah. All right, we'll come. I don't know why we're using that. That phrase seems unnecessary. We'll come back. Banana ball, the next topic. Anybody go to the games?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're thinking about we got the NFL draft tonight. Starts tonight, NFL draft. As far as looking at what's going on, I know, Bubba, you make the joke. This means there's some, stud college player with a great future whose life will be destroyed by the Cleveland Browns.
Yes, I don't know if I was a talented college player that had the potential to make tens of millions of dollars, I would be living in fear right now that the Cleveland Browns are going to find me attractive.
I know it.
I mean, what a place to go to die in a career. I mean, I hate that, and no offense to them, but it is what it is. And I don't know, Rick. I love people that can go in and make winners and do makeovers and all that. And but there's been a lot of good coaches that went through there that couldn't do anything with it, that went on to greatness in other places. And I sit around and think sometimes, Rick, what would I do if I had the Cleveland Browns? And it's a depressing thought. It's there's just not a lot to do there.
Well, can I make an analogy that I think is accurate? And I'm talking modern day Cleveland Browns. I'm not talking Bernie Kosar. I'm not talking about Biner's fumble to go on.
Right.
I'm not talking about all that.
Right.
I'm talking about modern day.
I got you.
It's been a long, long, long time since the Browns were any good. Right. I'm talking about the Ravens when the Ravens took all their players. Yeah. And because I don't know if y'all know this, the Ravens are still very competitive. We're talking about the new Browns. We gave the city another Browns.
Right.
Okay?
They haven't done anything since.
They've done nothing since. In that era, I will go this far. I think they are the Kardashians of pro football. If they get a hold of you, they'll ruin your life.
Well, and I have to wonder because you could see that happening maybe if you go to L.A. or Las Vegas, the distractions. And I've often been curious about the city of Cleveland and how the internal parts of that work. And I'm fortunate now that I have a cousin who lives there, and who y'all know, by the way. And he, when I asked him that question, he said it's a wonderful place to live. He said absolutely. He said he loves it. He did live in the Tampa area, and I thought him moving there because he liked to play golf would be, it wouldn't be, the way he wanted to go. But the last time I talked to him, he absolutely loved it. And so that gives me hope. I think if I had the Browns day one, I go in and I don't know if I want to change the name or I definitely just redo the uniform. You have to have a total break from the past and a fresh start, something.
Well, it has the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I know. Anything that has that has to have it's a positive, Rick.
But some of their choices are bizarre. They've even screwed the Hall of Fame up.
I know, Greg. You can't have nothing.
You can't.
You can't even have a Hall of Fame for rock and roll and it be accurate.
I know.
We're dropping people in there that are not rock and roll.
Yes,
I don't understand.
And
that.
we're leaving people out that I don't have any idea why you would leave out.
Foreigner.
Bad Company.
So anyway, let's not get on that.
Sticks.
So we think that the Browns
minus Roboto.
Yeah.
You would actually think that somebody at this point would do what Eli Manning did when he got drafted by the San Diego.
I thought about that.
And say, I'm not going. I'm not playing for you. I'll sit out the season before I play for you. Long term, it is better for me to sit out one season than to have a 3 or 4 year deal with you, Cleveland.
And why
has that
on
happened?
The surface, as a man, it feels wrong to do that. But there's two examples, and you pointed out one, Eli. The other's John Elway, who absolutely did that, and it worked out for both of them. So I don't know if you're not showing me through trial and error and hard evidence that if you're picked by a team you don't want to go to, don't go.
Yeah.
Well, we think they're going to take the defensive end from A&M, right?
Yeah, Myles Garrett, yeah.
And then try to trade to get another pick in the first round, too, right?
Yeah, it looks like they might trade up to get the 5th pick from the Titans and the quarterback from North Carolina. What's his name?
God love those two men's heart.
Oh, my gosh. Poor kid.
Oh my gosh.
I went back and tell me if I'm
He's
wrong.
going to play for the Kardashians.
I saw a special on them.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes now past the hour. Okay, so but Banana Ball hit a couple of big Rick and Bubba markets over the weekend. Montgomery and Birmingham, was that right?
No, it's just Montgomery this weekend.
When is Birmingham?
Coming up in a
April
couple
16th?
Weeks. Yeah, something like that.
All right, so it was just Montgomery this past weekend then. They didn't do all three of them, all three games. So 2 games, right? A Friday night and a Saturday.
Yeah. Both sellouts.
Both sellouts. And the Birmingham game has sold out, too, for Rickwood Field. And it's really selling out about everywhere it goes.
You're talking about the oldest ballpark in the U.S.?
Yes, Greg. That is what we're talking about.
Historic.
In Birmingham, not in Montgomery. They play at the Biscuits Place, Riverwalk in Montgomery.
Yep.
So did anybody go? I'm seeing some videos people are putting out on Banana Ball.
Are you
stuff,
talking about Banana Ball?
Funny.
Yeah.
Helms
was going.
I've not been to a game yet, but I had some friends that attended this weekend. And they said it was very entertaining. So they enjoyed it.
Somebody told me a fan of the show called a foul ball and got somebody out. I got that in an email.
How about that?
I saw the clip of the pitcher taking his shirt off and striking a guy out. That was pretty good.
Yeah, they were all, and all the teams started dancing and holding up some side of something.
Yeah,
I saw that video too, and they were all dancing together.
But if any of you saw it, give us some feedback on it. How'd you like it? And we've had those guys on and just fell in love with what they were trying to do.
Yeah,
and sounds like they're having a lot of success with it.
Well,
and how about this? They keep it under 2 hours. You're out of there 2 hours, buddy. They're going to have the big what do they call it at the end when they have the
sudden death?
Sudden death? Is that what they call it?
I don't know what it's called. If they have a tie. They may not have a tie, but if they have a tie, that's
you start it first, have to run all the way home.
It's a pitcher, a catcher, and a fielder, right? And you got to hit an inside the park home run?
Yeah,
correct.
You got to go or they got to get you out. The plate
talking
will
about
be at the
Nanner Ball?
plate. Yep. Yeah, here's the one we saw where he's taking his shirt off and dancing. I don't know about leaving my glove off with a batter up there, though. You might need that.
Greg.
I don't know what these guys are doing.
I think they're going with a dance song to whatever it is there.
Do they have bananas? I don't know what that is. So here's Jake. Jake was there. Jake's in Alabaster. So, Jake, what was your first Banana Ball experience like?
Well, it was. We had a lot of fun. I took my family down there. Really great show. Decent baseball, but also really great show.
Yeah, aren't they more concerned about great show than the baseball?
This is like circus meets baseball.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
a little bit of
but they are playing.
What was the creator saying?
It's not predetermined who's going to win.
No,
yes, it is.
He said that. He said you go to a circus and baseball breaks out.
There you go.
What was your favorite part of it?
And we wish you had a better phone.
Yeah, y'all.
All right, go ahead.
A lot of fan interaction. I can probably move and get a better phone.
Yep.
A lot of fan interaction. The players would
may go too far.
Stands in between innings. They it was a lot of fun. Baseball decent. But you didn't go there to watch a baseball game. You went there to watch the show.
Yeah, of course.
And,
just
I really created.
Yeah, even the Globetrotters. They did
a good show.
They did basketball tricks, but it wasn't
still
pure,
pretty impressive.
It wasn't
pure.
Yeah, purest baseball.
Yeah, the folks told me they were afraid to go to the bathroom, afraid they'd miss something. That's pretty good.
So, Jake,
Absolutely.
did you take your family?
I did. My wife and 2 children.
How old were the kids?
The money worth they're 13 and 12.
Yeah, well, you answered my question. My next question was, as a dad who took his family out for entertainment, did you get your money's worth?
Oh, absolutely. We'd do it again.
Okay,
that's on the waiting list a couple of months ago, and absolutely would do it again. Y'all's what for your movie rating 4 pizzas or whatever y'all used to talk about?
Yeah, 3 pizzas. 3 pizzas.
Absolutely worth it.
That's great, Jake. That's good news. Shane and Troy. Shane, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What about you?
Yes, sir. I got to tell you, the most clean fun for a family you could go to. It was very much worth it. We had 10 folks in attendance, 2 families. They're real good friends, and a lot of kids with us. And we had a blast. I tell you, between innings, the players are up in the stadium with everybody just interacting. And I will go again. I'd go tomorrow if I could get a ticket if they were playing.
So what?
It was just so good.
You know, that's what everybody says that goes to it. They say they can't wait to go again.
What was your favorite part? I mean, what thing did they do that you said that was the coolest? Was it the stilts? What was it?
Well, it's just some of the trick pitches. I got to tell you, like you said, the pitcher taking the shirt off, that was really good. But I guess a few others would just be. Well, we had one player comes out with stilts playing first base. I'm talking. He's on stilts.
That's funny.
First base. And then at one point in time, I looked at the left field, and one of the left fielders they were of course, the Savannah Bananas, and then you had the other team, which was Party Animals. And the left fielder had picked a kid out of the stadium. He was out there playing left field with him during the game.
So
it was just
you loved
like
it.
That. You don't see that everywhere.
Pretty reasonable in prices. You think the prices are pretty reasonable?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was $20 a ticket when we bought them, and we had front row seats right there, third base dugout next to the Savannah Bananas dugout, and it was very much worth it. I would go again, and like you said, we didn't want to go. No one wanted to go to the restroom. You'd miss something.
How about that? How about these reviews?
How about they may be on to something right now.
Eric in Auburn.
Next year, Nana football.
Eric, yeah, why not? Eric, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, we went to the Saturday night ball game in Montgomery, and it was awesome. It really was a lot of fun. One thing we liked was on a foul ball, like you said earlier, you let the bananas foul ball go. You don't try to catch it because it's an out. So that's why when the out was made, when the other team, the Party Animals, their foul ball was caught, and it was actually for the third out too. So they brought him on the field. I really liked the umpire behind the plate. He was a lot of fun to watch dance, and also the Bananas first base coach. He really had some moves out there too. So really exciting. I'd go again in a heartbeat too. I'd go on both days if I'd but ever get Friday night tickets.
How about that? So good, Greg. You know how we love dancing up. Yeah. this could be
naked
like,
gun.
I know it.
That's the best thing ever.
How funny was that movie when you first saw it? I couldn't believe it.
What was the actor's name? Leslie Nelson's that name? Or Nielsen?
He went on in.
Yeah, I know Greg.
You never know, Rick. You're not updated on stuff.
Well, you're true. I've had him dead for years.
I remember leaving the theater after seeing the movie Airplane. You know, when they first, and I thought that has to be the funniest thing I've seen.
Yeah, that was good.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I can't remember, and it's been a long time, so details may have slipped away. But when Bernie Kosar was there, they actually had a good team. Mm-hmm. And they traded him kind of out of the blue.
Right.
And I think he had a disagreement with the offensive coordinator on how they wanted to do things. And they've never been any good since.
Well, again, though, don't miss Baltimore took away the Browns.
Right, I know.
So really,
and then won a championship.
If you're Cleveland, you hate the Ravens,
right?
Because the Ravens are still competitive with your team.
Because was it Art Modell? Is that who owned them?
Yeah,
he took the franchise, and again, we've went through that scenario how bizarre it is. They became a new franchise.
I know,
but the whole players and personnel were the Browns' old players.
Yeah, when Ozzie Newsome goes with you, then you have ceased to be the Browns.
Yeah.
You know, yes. I mean, now
years later they give Cleveland back a new franchise who happen to be the Cleveland Browns, and they get to keep the records and everything. It's really confusing.
It's a very confusing thing.
Let me ask you this: do you think? Let's just start at point A. Do you think being called the Browns, and I know why they were back, a long time ago, is that a negative? Because I can't get fired up about a Brown. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to rally around a Brown.
Traditional old NFL.
But there is this problem.
Do.
I mean, when you play bad, that's all you can think of. Well, I tell you what, we look like
do.
Well, I mean, if I'm a Titan, I got something I can hang on to. If I'm a Viking, if I'm a Cowboy, if I'm a Raider, if I'm a Raven.
The Titans is a great example because they really are the Houston Oilers.
Yeah.
And they said, we're not going to be the Tennessee Oilers. It doesn't make sense. We did it for like first couple years. But so we went with Titans.
They broke with the past, and what happened? They went and had a great run, came within 2 yards of winning a Super Bowl.
I'm going to go this far.
They still have all the Oiler records under the Titans.
Well, let me go this far. Here's something we never even thought about. Of all our discussion of the modern day Browns,
I'm a Buccaneer.
We hadn't even thought about this. Would they have been better off if they'd done what Houston did? You took our Oilers, You turned them into the Titans. When we get our next round, we're abandoning that whole deal.
Absolutely.
And we're going to be a whole new deal.
Yeah.
Should they have gotten away from the Browns or to Cleveland something else?
But the
just
city
started over?
sued to keep all that when they left, so they've set their
City loves them.
You
Rick.
remember when they left, they sued and they said, "Okay, y'all keep the Browns stuff, and later we'll give you a franchise."
Well, I mean, you are you loving 3-win seasons? I mean, or 4-win, whatever. I mean, just I don't know. You got to change you got to do something different.
Something's got to change out there.
Do we all agree that something's got to change?
Because now, at first you thought, well, this is just a hiccup. They'll get back on track, and
Guys,
they just haven't.
Cleveland is okay with change. They saw their golden child leave for another city, and guys burned him
in effigy.
Yes, and he came back. He was allowed to come back, and they won a title with him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Came home.
The Indians. Okay. They were there last year. They won the pennant last year.
Right.
So we know it can happen in Cleveland. It's a pretty cool sports
even with
town.
change.
It's not
even
the
with
town.
change.
We can mark the town.
You can
off.
take the town off.
The
the
town
list.
is
not a problem.
Based on evidence.
Town's
it's not
not
the
a problem.
Town.
Right.
It's not. So we're stuck with team name.
Right now, they just can't
colors.
draft very well, and it's not their fault. The
Yeah.
year they had 2 first-round picks, and they took Trent Richardson and Brandon Whedon, or whatever his name was.
They looked on paper.
I said, that looks like a good move, and they both flopped.
All right,
Who saw that coming?
All right, so
I was convinced Trent Richardson was an all-pro running back.
Okay, let's go back. Yeah, I was too. Let's go back to this again.
Thought he may have been the best of the bunch that in there, at the time.
I tell you what happened. He got a lot of money and stopped playing hard. He didn't. He didn't play hard. Let's go back to this again. So we know that one of the problems is, just from what we just said, whomever's in charge of saying this guy's a player, those people have not done a good job.
Personnel.
The personnel guy who says we vetted this guy out. He is worth the money. We're going to pay him, and he'll produce dividends for our franchise. Those people aren't doing a very good job.
Johnny Manziel, we thought he's going to overcome these personal issues.
Yeah. Should they go over to the Patriots?
But he was a high-risk pick.
He was.
Because how about this?
But they picked him first.
Yeah, it's not going to matter. Yeah, it's not going to matter where the Patriots draft in this draft at all. They're going to make deals on trades and go get this person, move this person around. They know when to get rid of somebody. They do. Sometimes it hurts their feelings, but usually when they fade somebody out, it's time to fade them out. You know what I mean? And they'll bring somebody else in. They'll go over to this team, say, let's have this guy. I think we'll take a look at him.
Yeah.
And
they don't always get the big, beautiful-looking player on paper, but they turn out.
So their personnel people are very good. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Baby, it's making me crazy. It's making me crazy.
Every time.
Every time I look around.
That wacky world.
Every time I look around.
"35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show." We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so if you are using a fuel card, most of you probably, if you're not using A to B, and I want you to get this website down, the letter A, then the word TO, A to B.com/radio, because, fuel prices, they're rowdy right now. And managing the fuel usage is very time consuming. So if you're driving all over the country or even locally, your truck or company vehicle really doesn't care where it fills up. So why are you using a fleet card that only gets discounts at certain stations? I mean, why would you not have one that gets you a discount everywhere? Well, you can have one. Go to A to B.com/radio. This is the fleet fuel card that gives you discounts anywhere that you fuel up. Why? Because it's accepted wherever they take Visa. Now, there will be some no's that come with it, but you're going to love these no's. No setup fee, no transaction fee, no monthly fee, no late payment fees, no over-the-limit fee, no gallon limits to the amount of discounted fuel. Plus, you'll build business credit when you pay on time. So if you ever need help, you can simply call their 24/7 customer service team, and they're there to meet your every need. Look, in today's world, you deserve to save every time you fill up. So join us and apply today at A2B.com/radio. There's no credit check. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit when you use their zero fee card, or zero fee card, I should say. Website again, A2B.com/radio for a $50 credit, or you can find a link too at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. This just makes sense. So make the move on this now. All right, a couple things. I didn't know that Steve Harvey is now doing a judge show.
Oh yeah,
it's weird. You know the judge shows they make tons of money, and the people who are judges on these shows, I mean they're making bank. So Steve, who is the man of 1,000 shows,
and Rick, he's funny. I mean, he's just funny.
Yeah, I like Steve.
He can make any situation funny. When he messes up, is funny. He's reinvented Family Feud to a whole new level.
Yeah.
Richard Dawson was kind of the standard they try, but Richard Dawson is nowhere in his league for his entertainment.
Steve Harvey, I like Steve Harvey. I like to hear Steve Harvey. I liked when we got a chance to be around Steve Harvey.
Yeah, very nice.
I wish I'd got a liner from Steve Harvey. I'd play it often. But anyway, because no one believes he was ever on this show.
Right.
But luckily we have video, photo proof.
Yeah, we do. Yep. And he said that that he has a show for every kid that he has. But now the kids I think have gotten older. But I looked up. He's doing some sort of judge show. Greg said, "You've seen it, Bubba. You've seen it. What is this?
Well,
is it a real judge show?
He's
not a
real judge. No.
Yeah, it's kind of like all the other judge shows you see. You have people that have some dispute, and they've come in and agreed to settle it on this. And Judge Steve comes in. He doesn't wear a robe, and he's got kind of more of a common sense talk through it.
Are these real cases, or are they pretend cases? Let me give you an
example of the one I saw. The mom was going to her son because he wouldn't pick up empty glasses and stuff. He left sitting around the house, stuff like that.
Oh, so he's solving problems. These are not
More
real.
of that,
these are not legal cases.
No, because he can't legally decide.
He's really a counselor.
Unless he's a judge.
Is he a counselor that we're calling judge?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're letting him be funny and be a judge.
The ones on TV, though, Rick, may have disputes that they've agreed, to kind of, for lack of a better term, enter into arbitration and let the TV judge settle it. Right. So I don't know how far they go with Steve, but it is some more light cases, the ones I saw, Greg. I was like,
all right, it's basically banana ball judge.
Okay, and that's really what I'm asking. Yeah. All right, so let me go back to this.
But I'll say this. I think he does a better job than the other ones I've seen.
I'm sure, because we like Steve.
Yeah.
But let's go back to this. Here's what I need to know about Steve, and somebody may be able to do this. I know that he does the kind of shows, because he's talked about it, where you go to Atlanta, I'm just using that as an example, and they shoot the entire season over a couple of weeks or days, right?
Right.
So he's not reporting that job every day is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
He goes and does those, and then they're in the can, and he's done. And so what I'm worried about, though, and maybe he uses vacation days for that, is he still doing a daily radio show?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's a lot of shows to be doing and still be doing someplace you got to be every day.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's tough.
So because most of the shows,
but now he's cut back. He doesn't do the show with the kids anymore, does he? I haven't seen it.
I don't know. Yeah. All right, at one time, Steve Harvey was doing the show with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he was doing a daily midday talk show.
Yeah,
he was hosting Family Feud.
Right.
What else? He was doing a radio show,
right?
And that I don't know.
There was one other one.
And now we've added a judge show, so he's dropped something. He's not doing the kids show anymore, right?
Or
maybe that comes and goes.
Not that I
just
know
think
of.
That's just a special that comes and goes.
I don't think it's a
it was weird for them to, because I saw like half a case, and them calling him Your Honor the whole time.
And now don't forget the Miss Universe that he keeps messing up. Don't forget that.
All right, he does that too.
Yeah.
Look, there we are with Steve.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. We made the same mistake with him that we made with Mike Pereira the other day.
I could tell he didn't like Speedy for some reason.
But Mike's texting us back.
He did not like Speedy.
Now people believe what you say.
Well, you put ball people together, they don't like each other.
Hey,
normally.
So now he's got you believing it because y'all don't remember anything, so you'll really think that Steve didn't like you.
Right. Well, I just know that ball people don't always get along.
Y'all, we got
Is that
along
a true
fine.
statement?
We didn't see him long. We got along fine.
I know. And
he was very nice, though.
You know how many times I've heard from him since that day?
How many times?
None. Never. Not one time.
Yeah.
Not once.
Yeah. He counts kids. He counts shows. That was good.
All right, so do you think, and if y'all said this, I'm sorry I missed it, do you think he has to pass some type of, to be a judge?
No,
do you think he has to be?
No.
But even if he rules on something, even though he doesn't have to have any type of certification at all, you think?
He's not ruling on cases, is he?
He's basically being an
arbitrator. The case I saw was the kid's mother.
That's it?
The guy was leaving his empty glasses all over the house.
I'm going to ask this one more time. I threw it out there once.
I haven't seen all
I threw it out there
once,
and I think one of y'all nodded, but we didn't officially say it. we're calling it judge because of the judge show.
It's the setting,
but he's just a counselor.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a married folks.
Do y'all think these people are real? That he's
counseling,
or did somebody write the script?
Let me give you an example. The one I saw was two brothers who were they would buy campers, fix them up, and flip them. Okay. And one of the brothers is saying the other brother didn't do any work, so I didn't give him any of the profit. And Steve broke that apart and was asking what you were doing, why you were doing. And anyway, one of the trailers got trashed, and the one that wasn't doing any work went down there and had a party and all that. So Steve was weeding through all that.
How did Steve rule on that?
He ended up ruling that the brother still owed the other brother money, but he was going to have to pay for the trailer that he tore up out of that.
Partying.
And that they had to go somewhere together and learn to be brothers again or something like that. I forgot what it was. But it's not like a hard legal ruling, but he does say, I'm going to give you my verdict, and he's got the hammer, and it's a judge.
I also saw another one, and it was a mom, and they were the kid is a internet star, cooking show, but he does crazy extreme. Anyway, he's basically ruined their kitchen, and they were saying they wanted him to pay for it. Well, when Steve found out how much he was making on the internet, it was some unreal number. Of course, it was hilarious how he started jumping on him about fixing it. But it's stuff like a lot of them must be families.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But this kid was knocking down some serious jack.
Now, from what I've gathered, and you can find these videos everywhere, that like if you're sitting there watching him tape Family Feud, for instance, that sometimes he'll stop and just do a monologue of inspirational speech or something to the audience. And I've seen this multiple times. That like the studio audience, suddenly he'll just start having court with them, and he'll do some motivational speech, or somebody in the audience he'll find out's having some kind of problem or whatever, and he'll address it. And so I've seen him do that while in between taping.
Yes.
Yeah.
So and he's he's good. The time
Speedy's got him over murder cases presiding over.
He's not. So he's not the word judge.
I don't know why I'm your target because I'm being real nice to you off air.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know. Speedy thinks he's got his law degree.
I don't know. Heck,
Judge Ito.
I helped you find your phone while ago, and it's right in front of you.
Here comes the judge.
Which, by the way, we need to be concerned about that.
Yeah, well, I see it was his.
I know where's my phone. Is it not in here? And I'm like, fired back.
I'm like, Greg,
Speedy, you just happen to be the one talking about it.
You know what I did? Looked around at one Mississippi to what? Dang, Greg, there it is. Right by. Like, oh, didn't hear ain't hiding from it.
He's firing back.
Did y'all see Speedy trying to give him a law degree? Was it just me, or was Speedy trying to think he had a law degree?
I asked if y'all had covered it.
Right. I don't look. He's injured.
Rick, I will say as judge shows go, and I haven't seen Steve's talk show. I never saw it. But as judge shows go, Steve's was much better.
Can somebody give me an update on what Steve is currently doing? Does he still have the daytime show?
He's got his law degree.
We know he's got Family Feud. We know he's got his law degree. So we know those two shows are current.
Ricky's working on becoming a surgeon.
Is he still got a daytime talk show? Is he still doing a radio show?
If Steve was getting on me, I think I would just bring up Bruce Ayers because I know that brings him to tears.
Oh,
to get him off of me. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Forgot about that video.
You can Google how many jobs does Steve Harvey have, and it really a lot of stuff comes up.
He does a lot, y'all.
Right here, look, law degree. See, Greg?
We come back,
He's
we go.
Judge.
Phone calls are next. Whatever you want to talk about.
Where's my phone?
All 10 lines are available. 866 We Be Big. Let's chat with you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I feel good.
Bubba, another example of how abuse of alcohol causes trouble. Look at it.
I don't know that thing's real. Is this a fake story? Do you think that thing is real?
Well, there's a video of it moving around. Now, I don't know what it
looks
says.
like somebody put a plastic cover over a trash can, and they're driving it through the parking lot.
It says it's equipped with several high-resolution video cameras.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I can appreciate that.
And facial recognition software. It's widely used, like I said, to patrol Uber parking lots around California. They said that this drunk man took issue with the robot and then attacked it.
I get it.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, guys. We all could see this. You know, hey, let me tell you something, Mr. Robot Man. I walk through this parking lot whenever I'm good and ready. And who you looking at?
Oh, mad.
Yeah, and then the next thing you know, a drunk is fighting a droid.
Yeah.
The droid was damaged a little bit. So
need to get back Rick, apparently this is a real piece of equipment.
Yeah.
I've looked up some of the other stories on it.
They said the problem, though.
I mean, you think you'd have heard more about it if they had, R2D2 out there combing the parking lot,
Bubba, the people of the community that love their droids said that the drunk man is spineless and pathetic for picking a fight with someone who doesn't even have arms.
That's not true.
That can't be true.
Now the story's
See, it's just
not a real
there's
story.
just it's on the very edge of what's possible, and that's why it sounds like it could be fake news.
Well, Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. It looks like a Weeble.
Yeah, it does.
You remember those toys?
R2D2 kind of.
Well, it looks. Picture. I mean, think of Weebles. If it had a face on it, would be a Weeble.
He was mean to me.
Yeah, but
I'm a Weeble. I was just trying to
I will not
protect him.
take abuse like that.
If
You're gonna get your A up.
they're saying California.
Greg, I'm begging you to take your pill.
Right.
You A
I'm
clown.
begging you.
Hey, let me tell you something, Weeble. I walk through this parking lot. It's the best way for me to get home.
Don't rough talk me.
Are you talking to me? You better keep your mouth shut. We'll see if Weebles wobble, and I bet I can make you fall down. I'm probably quoting from the story. I wasn't even there, but I know how drunks act.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll tell you something.
This thing is made by Nightscope.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
They say it's called the K5. Now, they said they have had some issues with the robots, like accidentally running over people's feet and things like that.
I don't blame him for whipping.
Like they said they've used them in malls.
Excuse me.
If the K5, if this is
Was
real.
that your foot I just ran over?
Excuse me, sir. I have a question. Hank, why must you drink?
Why must you smoke?
Why must you live out the songs that you wrote?
But anyway,
And don't be mad with me.
Don't be.
They had this from the robot.
Don't be mad with me.
That's what started the whole fight.
Don't be mad with me.
That sounds like a robot.
Act like you're the drunk, and then that's how you respond.
Hey, let me tell you something, Weeble. Robots taking over the world. I'm going to come through here. I'm going home. And you better get out of my way. I'm going to take a poke at you.
Don't be mad with me.
Yes. It could be.
Rick, there's another story
I
about
like
this.
that.
I'm reading several of the stories that different ones have the headlines, and it says drunk man arrested for attacking armless security robot.
Oh, my God.
Why is armless even in this?
Exactly.
What does that have to do with anything?
Bubba, I love this. I didn't know about this charge. Did y'all said the man, of course, faces public intoxication. We got that.
Sure. No.
But he also faces prowling and intoxication.
Not a
charge.
prowler.
Chased him down.
I heard it was a hate crime.
Get away from me.
Don't be mad with me.
Well-
Don't be mad with me.
We have to ask this question: Are robots a protected group of people now? Could this fall under hate crime?
It could. I mean, about how
It's hate for circuitry.
We must stop. We must stop robot hate. I'll tell you what you are. You know what it is? How about robotophobia?
How much you think that thing runs?
Oh my gosh!
What do you think?
$10,000.
I bet that thing's got a sweet little check tied to it.
Don't you know it?
I can't find the cost. I'm looking for it.
All right, we'll be back. So we'll see how that goes. Now, a number of things to talk about. Andy Roddick is coming up next hour about the champion shootout that's coming up this weekend. And, Bubba, if I'm not mistaken.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge going on today. Get out and enjoy the locations in Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, and we just added Oxford, Alabama, exit 188 to the list. Eat at Buffalo Wild Wings today. 10% goes to Mission 44. You can find out more about them by going to M44, the number 44.org. All right, so to the phones we go. We start with David in Prattville listening to us on I-92, WLWI. Go ahead.
Hey, sorry if you hear an echo. I'm in McDonald's picking up a DoorDash order. But, hey, guys, I was wanting to know if y'all could please, on the Wheel of Meat, could y'all add
keep my wife's name out of your mouth.
Well, what do you win? I mean, a slap.
You get
you get slapped.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
How about that?
Speedy gets to slap everybody.
Chris in Fort Rucker. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Bubba, my dad is 90 on Saturday, so I don't know if your birthday was Saturday or Sunday, but he shares almost your birthday. He lives with us.
How about
Happy
that?
birthday.
Yeah, well, tell him happy birthday.
I will. And secondly, I went to University of Arkansas for 2 years and then transferred to Arkansas Tech and graduated from Arkansas Tech in Russellville. I'm a retired lieutenant colonel, and that's why I'm at Fort Rucker. But wonderful community, great Christian foundations there across the city. So, Rick, I don't know if you've already been or not because I didn't keep up with it. But if you hadn't been, I think you'll have a wonderful time. I hadn't been back there, lost touch with them.
Yeah, I actually was in person in Jonesboro, but we have a church that's doing the man church stuff, and I was actually there via video to kick that off in Russellville. So I was there in person in Jonesboro and there via video in Russellville. So I have not been to Russellville in person, but I look forward to maybe an opportunity to do that in 2023.
You bet. And great. Appreciate it. Hey. Arkansas State in Jonesboro. So.
Yes, sir. I saw that when I drove through. I sure did. Let's go to Anonymous. Anonymous, welcome to Rick and Bubba, and thank you for your service, by the way, buddy. Go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Got a question for y'all. What is the proper etiquette when you're sitting at church and you got some unruly, teenagers, not old enough yet to drive, but they're making noise and just fussing around when you're trying to listen to the sermon? Do you say, hey, either zip it or I'm going to zip it for you? What's the proper etiquette to go about that?
So, again, it's really important the age again. Are you talking about I don't have any parents with me and I'm a teenager sitting together with a bunch of other teenagers?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, you turn around as a man. You're not their parent, but you turn around and you say, hey, guys, right now during church, y'all going to have to hold it down back there. We're trying to listen to the message, and y'all need to keep it down.
Can you say that much, though?
Yeah.
Is that more disturbing?
No, I would.
We just get the evil eye, or if all else failed, the snap.
Yeah.
If you got the snap, you're in real trouble.
Yeah, I would turn around and look at them and give them some sort of signal that they need to pipe down. Yes, absolutely. Mm. And if it was my kid, if it was my kids, I'd be thankful you did it. And some people may not be thankful, but it's still the right thing to do. Let's go to David in Alabama. David, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I know you always are looking for some new podcasts. This one will be especially for Greg, but I found one called In the Red Clay.
Oh, I've heard. I've listened to that one. That's a good one.
Yeah. What is it? What's going on?
Okay.
About Billy Sunday Burt, who was in the Dixie Mafia.
What are you saying?
Billy Sunday Burt was his name.
Billy Sunday Burt?
Yep.
Rick, a bad dude.
He was in the Dixie Mafia. It's good.
What is it called?
In the red dirt or in the red clay.
In the red clay.
Well, what did he do?
Oh, long list. You just have to hear it.
Wasn't he a hitman?
So you agree that's a good podcast?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to Chester.
It's a little rough at times. But.
In the great state of Alabama. Chester, go ahead.
Chester.
Hey, back in 1980 when Bubba was late for work, I know exactly what his boss told him. He got in, he was late, and his boss said, "Where's Bubba?"
Probably,
probably
better if we
and then
could
he
have heard
went
it.
right out that path right
But
there.
I want to remind you, I wasn't really late. That was just the opening of the show.
No, you were
Like it
late.
was.
You were talking about it.
Well, why is he going to be mad at you? Are you pretending to be late?
Yeah, that was part of the open of the show, like I was running late,
Yeah.
but I really wasn't.
Right.
It's all showmanship, Rick.
Yeah. So, but kind of like if you were to slap somebody,
theater.
kind of like if you were to slap somebody, it might not be real.
Right, right, exactly. Especially if I was paid to do act.
Right.
Don't be mad with me.
Let's go to John.
Has gone over the years.
Unbelievable. John, if you want to get in, lines are available now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. John, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how are y'all this morning?
Great.
Hey, listen, one more thing about Will Smith. I could care less if he was faking.
Let me stop you.
But
couldn't care less. You couldn't care less.
You're correct.
All right, go ahead, John. Yeah.
But when he came up later to accept his Oscar, and he kept talking about how the Lord had something for him important to do and to accept that responsibility, I thought, now that's fake to me, that he's going to act like he's going to cuss like he did and do what he did, and then come up and talk about how the Lord's got. So that's really confusing, I think, for some people out there that's trying to look toward Christianity as something that they can have hope in.
Well, this has been going on. I mean, John is talking about it in his epistles in 1 John. He's already talking about the Gnostics. He's saying, look, there's already a new version of the gospel that I preach to you out there. And remember what I said. And he starts taking this on. And one of the things he's taking on is that, the Gnostics were trying to say, well, if Jesus was truly 100% man, then that flesh, it's impossible to be sinless. So don't worry about sin in your life. It's not all that important. It's going to be all right anyway. And so there's no way that Jesus could have been a man because he said he was sinless. And then, John comes back and says, look, I was there. I put my hands on him, and I heard what he said. And what he actually told us is if we abide in him, and God's seed is in, we do not continue to live a life of sin. No one who's been born of God has a life of continual, perpetual, deliberate sin. He's not talking about stumbles. I mean, Paul talked about in 7, the disciple of Jesus will still struggle with sin because we still have that flesh, but the disciple of Jesus who is abiding in Jesus, not because of that person's self-control or new code of conduct, but because of the power of Jesus, fruit will begin producing out of that person because of the abiding in Jesus. So this thing of people getting up claiming that they have some sort of version of faith in Jesus is nothing new. But what Jesus said is what? Look for the fruit. And we're not talking about mistakes and stumbles, but if you see some lifestyle that is in conflict with me, not a mistake, but lifestyle that is perpetual, deliberate, and continuous, I don't know who that person is. They may talk about me a lot, but I don't know who they are. And I'm not Will Smith's judge, but you're right. The view he has of marriage and alone would bring it into question, because that's not a stumble. That's a decision. Now him getting mad and saying something he shouldn't have said. Well, look, man, I've done that. Yeah, but as far as his views on other things, especially marriage, he's done like a lot of us have done. I did this for, probably 13 years of my life when I'd been in a version of God that I was more comfortable with, as opposed to repenting of sin. Leaving faith in myself, putting faith in him so he could make me into something he was more comfortable with. And that process continues. Sanctification is never complete until we get to glorification. But yeah, this different version.
Will looks a little out of control to me.
Guys, right now, as we are talking, there are over 38,000 versions of Christianity. 38,000. So Jesus said, you better look at how they actually live and see if you see evidence of me. Paul told the church at Corinth that. Examine yourself to see if you actually are of the faith. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Know how much you love tennis. You've made that very clear.
Yes.
And even though we love things, sometimes, getting a break from something is not always bad, even things we love.
Rick, everything cycles,
Or at least that's what my wife keeps saying about me. But what I was saying is, didn't you finish? Are you done now with as far as the coaching part
Rick,
of it all?
Yesterday, and tennis has been on the forefront here for the past week or so, and we had our state tournament. And we didn't get done with all the matches because the high school association limits, and I think wisely so, how many matches some of these kids can play in a day. And because of the draw, we ended up with 2 flights that didn't get finished. So we had to finish those yesterday, and we had our number 1 boys team in doubles and our number 1 girls teams in doubles still have a match to play. So we had a neutral location. It all worked out that we ended up in beautiful Jemison, Alabama. No, I mean a good forehand lob from your farm.
Which also the home of one Gary the Bulldozer Man.
Well, and I want to say, too, we had a great match yesterday. I appreciate the folks at Jemison making their facilities available to us on short notice. Met the coaches. They did a great job on that yesterday. Tommy Lenore came by. He was on site.
Speedy. I'm sorry. It's not hunting season. You don't speak to them right now.
No, that's not true.
I think Tommy enjoyed. He got to stay and watch a little bit of it, and I think he enjoyed that. But I was on high alert for Gary yesterday, and because Gary has this uncanny ability to know when we're in the area, even when we don't tell him.
Guys, it's unbelievable. It's almost like he has Life 360 app and has us on it, and we didn't give permission for him to have it. He knows when we're in his county. It's really, guys, it's really weird.
So the very minute I got there and started talking to folks, the question was, is Gary the Bulldozer guy coming?
Right.
And I said, I haven't spoken with him directly, but I feel like he will.
Mm-hmm.
And very strangely, I didn't see him. Now, if he was there or he was hiding in the woods, he may have been up there with a dumb bull making noises,
Right.
but the train drowned him out, so I didn't.
The fact
we
he
didn't hear it.
He did no prank. He didn't do anything. He wasn't aware.
There was no Bigfoot scare. Now, at one point, I looked back, and it's a beautiful park there, and I saw someone walking that it looked like long hair, and I thought, well, here it is. Gary's in disguise.
Here's the wig.
And here he comes. But I never did see Gary. He must have been out of town.
Well,
I don't know.
He was in Montgomery arguing the gun law thing.
Yeah.
Well, he's on the forefront of that now.
I mean,
so.
hey.
But yesterday, great, just some great young athletes playing yesterday. Our boys team ended up winning and defeating St. James out of Montgomery, and our girls team lost to Trinity from Montgomery. So it was a nice final for the year. Our girls ended up finishing third in the state, and our boys, of course, were the state champs. That had nothing to do with that yesterday, but good end, great experience. Love those kids. They do a great job. And again, thanks to those schools and Jemison for making it happen yesterday.
Well,
great atmosphere too. Had a lot of kids came out from both schools. It was a lot of fun.
You may have encountered, because Gary is a big three guy. He doesn't acknowledge other sports.
Right.
And I mean, for instance, like he'll call, hi, call me. I'll get that text.
He has a lot of lacrosse questions and tennis questions.
Well, that's it. So I'll call him. Hey, what you doing? Hey, I'm about to go to practice. Brody's got practice. Yeah, what? He going out there playing badminton? And I'll be like, it's not badminton, Gary. What, you can go out there and get him a little badminton racket? I said, it's not bad. It's net and the ball, ain't it? Yeah, but it's not badminton. And then on
the way I knew it wasn't him yesterday, it was some distance, and they have a nice little playground and walking track there, and I saw a guy coming down with the long hair. I knew it wasn't Gary because he had sleeves.
That's it.
Oh, yeah. And that was a dead giveaway.
And then when he'll ask me, hi, what's Bubba doing? He's how come he went to work today? And I said, yeah, he's out there chasing them fuzzy balls. That's what he says. That's what he says about tennis. That's what he says about tennis.
Right.
He calls lacrosse badminton, and then he always talks about that with tennis.
Sure.
Those are his two. That's his two.
Love that.
And he will not veer off those two lines.
Yeah. and Rick, you'll love this. I tried to. I actually told one of our players who he loves McDonald's, and he doesn't get to go a lot.
To McDonald's?
Yes.
Really? Well, it isn't from lack of McDonald's available.
Well, no, I think maybe it's a
nutritional thing.
Maybe there may be some of that. And
I thought you were talking about Six Flags. Or
something. And I told him, finish this here, and I'll carry you to McDonald's to eat.
And he knew when somebody like you said it, you meant it.
And when you bribed him with McDonald's?
He got done, and but what was funny, we had a little bit of revolt on our hands because some of the folks wanted to head back and get a little closer to home to eat. So. And I did all I could to try to talk them into Smoky Hollow, but I didn't get any takers on it.
Baby, you talking about?
I'm so disappointed, and those of you from the area know how much that everybody missed out on that.
Well, I'll put it to you this way: Smoky Hollow Restaurant in this part of the world,
and I love it.
They did not go to non-smoking until like this year.
Right, Rick? Are you sure they went to it?
Well, the remnants are still there.
Yeah,
there may be a sign, but I don't know that it's fully implemented. Right.
and the food there is the food, because our kids, to your point about the McDonald's thing,
right?
Our kids are growing up in an era that seems to care much more about healthy eating, much more than we ever did. That was not even part of our world.
And I don't know. I don't know that I completely am in line with that thought.
Right, but it is out there.
It's there. I admit. Yeah.
But so. My sons that are at home grew up in that era. They had the whole thing and all that.
I mean, that's your local eating place.
Yeah, and so my son, especially the 18-year-old, he thinks that place is just the food is so unhealthy he doesn't want to go there.
Oh,
and I'm like, are you kidding me? 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go for a brand new hour. And you can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we would love to speak to you if you would like to join us. Before the hour it's done today. Maybe we can talk a little. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Here's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
So the NIL, what will it breed?
New world. It's the new world order in college sports, isn't it?
New world. We've got big-time players going to smaller schools for bigger NIL deals and people following the money. And now, Bubba, what if the player cuts an NIL deal but feels like that the NIL, whoever he's representing, is not holding up their end of the deal?
Well, Jarvis Brownlee, who is a starting DB for Florida State, is maybe the first one, Rick, we know of, who said, I'm not getting my money, so I'm entering the transfer portal. Now, he played. I mean, he's they have a picture of him here on one of the stories of him intercepting a pass against the Florida Gators last year in the end zone. He's a redshirt junior. He ultimately decided to pack his bags after he set out to start a spring ball because he had allegedly not been compensated for an NIL deal, even though he did not actually meet the necessary requirements for the deal. So the deal was
you got to face the wheel. Yeah.
Suspended is the term they use.
Because he wasn't holding his end up.
Yeah, because you remember what you're talking about. You have to, in order on these NIL deals, you got certain commercials you got to do, certain social media posts you got to do, certain appearances you got to make. And I guess whoever he had to deal with didn't think he held up his end of it.
Well, they refer to Ingram Smith of the Nolecast, who alluded that an NIL issue was the reason that Brownlee was opting out of spring football. He said the situation was an interesting one, and he said, I'm sure there's two sides to the story as I understand it, but he's aggravated about the lack of an NIL deal. No, there's one present. He just wasn't being paid. So Smith continued. He said, from what I have heard, Brownlee did not meet the minimum requirement of the agreement, and such the compensation has either been delayed or will not be occurring. We don't know the exact details of that. So Thursday morning, Brownlee, who is the DB, announced his intentions on Twitter, saying, I've decided to enter the transfer portal. I feel this is what's best for me and my goals and aspirations that I would like to accomplish. He also wanted to thank his family for supporting him throughout the decision and looking forward to this new journey. Always will appreciate my time here at Florida State University. So probably the NIL deal said something to this effect. You have to appear on the commercial.
Right.
You have to appear for a photo shoot. You have to appear for a personal appearance or something.
Messages on Twitter.
Got to put stuff on your social media.
And when he did not do it, they did not pay him.
But time out. This is separate from the program, correct? Isn't that the way they say it? So why leave the program?
That's what I don't get.
It's your so-called sponsor or whoever you were representing.
I know
the Florida State didn't have nothing to do with it, right? Or
they're not supposed to. The universities are supposed to be independent of this. They have to be aware of it. They get a copy of the deal, but they're not involved with setting it up.
Unless I've lost my mind, I heard an interview, and Jason Campbell is on there. I'm sure it's separate from that. There is like some of the colleges, he works in that department that makes sure that people are doing what they're supposed to do on these deals.
Well, I think it's independent, though.
Yeah,
I think
it is.
It's
but that's what he
thing.
does now. I heard an interview with him.
I think the joke is they've been calling it the collective at different universities.
Yeah.
Where donors are piling into somebody who's running the operation money.
Yeah.
And then they match up that money with the right athletes and the right sponsors.
And make sure they do what they're supposed to do.
And then make sure they meet the obligations of the deal, because you do have some obligations for the deal.
Yeah, you do.
You do.
Yeah.
He's also the DB that got beat against Jack State.
Yeah. Oh, on the last play?
Oh, wow.
And that's how fans, most of them remember him.
So this is just a hope.
Shopchat.com that says,
I want you to picture right now. You're a football coach at a university.
Right.
So first of all, you've got to you have a player that you can now get to commit to you when they're in 7th grade. I'm exaggerating. But,
no,
well,
you're really not.
You get
I'm
a commitment.
I'm not.
Yeah.
So now you got to babysit this.
Till he gets out of school.
This 5-star. You got to babysit him all the way. Now, when he finally arrives,
and every other school's trying to pick him off.
Yeah. Now, when he finally arrives, he can do two things to you. He can go and cut NIL deals that could anger the rest of the team, can upset people that he'll have a responsibility to, and he also can leave whenever he wants.
Right.
And go play for whoever.
And then you also have got to watch the NCAA's mountain of rules to be sure none of those are violated. But now what isn't a violation anymore is an NIL deal, but then there's things inside those rules that if it's done this way, it is against the rules.
Right.
So now you've got to babysit this spoiled brat from the time they're in junior high, and then you could do all that, and they could come to your school, jump in the transfer portal, and be gone.
Well, one day at practice,
After all that,
you could get on them for doing the wrong thing over and over, and they get mad and leave.
Now, don't forget this. I'm a booster, and I've got an NIL deal with quarterback A, and he's highly touted, and we've babysitted him since junior high, and we've brought him in. We're trying to keep him out of the transfer portal, and he didn't live up to the hype. You're not starting him, and now my deal's not worth what I thought it was. I'm complaining, too, that he needs to play, because if he doesn't play, I'm not getting any likes on social media.
There's all kinds of
I mean, can you just see the mess that has been created?
What about when we used to just play ball?
You're right.
You know?
Well, that's out.
Right. And that's what I'm thinking. The only reason why he would transfer is if it is coming from a booster within that program.
It's tied to the program.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like to me he wants to go to the transfer portal and see if he can find a better deal that requires him to do fewer things.
Yeah.
Well, okay, back to Greg's question. He's punishing the university and the team because the NIL deal is not what he thought it was going to be for whatever reason, right or wrong. But quitting the team doesn't really fix the thing. He should be ill with the NIL deal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and find you a better NIL.
I don't. Well, again, though. But here's the problem, Bubba. Back to what you said a minute ago. You can't cry to me, coach who recruited you, because I can't be involved in this.
Yeah,
that's right.
I mean, it's,
coach, you got to go make that guy pay me what he said. Well, baby, I can't get involved with that. I'm sorry.
That's not me.
It's like,
well, you told when I came here, there's a lot of NIL deals to make money. The guy's not paying me. Well, I'm sorry, I can't even talk about this. You have to leave my office.
Well, a lot of moving parts.
A lot of moving parts.
Rick, the NCAA should have taken this bull by the horns years ago. They didn't. They thought they were unstoppable. The courts saw different, and now we just got a mess. And this is only the beginning. We're going to have so many bizarre things come out of this that we didn't expect. Now, again, I'm not saying the players shouldn't be paid, and I'm not saying they shouldn't have NIL deals.
Right.
But
it's
the way this thing has come about and the structure of it, the NCAA is scared to death to put any rules out there and enforce it because they're afraid of the courts now.
Well, they lost the case.
And the courts – You remember the speech Brett Kavanaugh gave out of this. He wants to see more of this done. They're scared of losing their foothold on all of it. So there's no organizing oversight into this now. I mean, the courts can't regulate every deal, and so who's in charge? Because they've basically taken the teeth out of the NCAA on it. So I don't know.
And I'm with you. I understand the player's point of view that says, I totally get it. Well, look, Coach A is getting, millions of dollars. He recruits me here.
Can leave at any time.
And then he leaves, and he leaves me here for a deal that's even better for him. He's got no loyalty to me. He's got no loyalty to this university. Why should I have loyalty to him?
That's a good argument.
Really,
he's getting paid. Why am I not getting paid?
Exactly. If it was done right from the beginning, I think the NCAA should have had, a time that you can talk to a coach, a time a coach can leave after the season. Don't let any of that go on till after the season, and also have a window that the players can make a change or two. Not just be open season like it is now.
And then I understand the coach that says, well, no, wait a minute. You want me to be loyal to a university that if I don't win enough games, they're going to fire me?
Yeah.
I mean, they're not loyal to me. Why should I be loyal to them? And the players say, well, why should we be loyal to you? Well, I am loyal to you, but really you'd leave us. Well, then you got to transfer. Well, I'm going to transfer because you can transfer. I mean, you see
the only people who are really loyal to the program are the people sitting in the stands, and they're getting the shaft both ways.
Yeah.
And having to foot the bill for all of it.
Yep. They're where it all comes from. That and endorsements and commercials and all that, and merchandise sales, which is people again.
Because those NIL people are probably sitting in the stands,
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
think you too good to go into a greasy spoon?
Rick, he hadn't had their chicken livers, has he?
And then it happened, and I told you about this.
Yeah, you did.
So I just because until he's paying his own bills, he's gonna eat wherever. I'll throw it out there for discussion. I'm not trying to be a tyrant, but if I think you're making a bad decision, you can be overruled.
Right.
And I said, no, we're eating there, and so we go in there. Dad, I mean, it smells like smoke in here. I said, what's Smoky Hollow, man? Yeah. I said, it's in the name. They didn't put that by you. Then all of a sudden, the ambulance came in and hauled a person out of the restaurant with some sort of heart issue or something. And he looks over me, he says, Dad, they're hauling people out of here in an ambulance. And I said, yeah, I said that's a 1 in a million.
Means it's
I said
good.
that didn't have anything to do with this. So every time I bring it up, I tell you where we're going on the way out from the farm. Dad, the ambulance literally pulled up, went in, and took somebody out of there.
Yeah, but that's not from that. That was probably a pre-existing condition.
Absolutely it was.
Huh?
That was from eating there for years.
That person would have dropped over at some sort of – it would have dropped at some grilled chicken salad place.
Yeah.
And it didn't have anything to do with it.
No, it could have been family history. It could have been all kinds of stuff.
You know what I told him? I said, let me tell you.
That's more room at the buffet.
Let me tell you something. I said, the food served here won 2 world wars.
Yes, it did.
So how about this? Sit down and let's get something that's going to that'll cling to you a little bit.
That was part of my argument yesterday. Somebody, and a lot of the moms, they're very conscious about what they eat. God bless them.
Just alive.
And they said we probably need to eat something a little more healthy. And I said, you know what I said? I said they got the McRib this month.
Thank you very much. Well said.
That's good.
What
you talk
else
about
do you
healthy.
want?
You talk about trying to get that be a little bit better.
Yeah.
But how do you function in that world?
In what world?
This little tennis eating healthy world. And then there's you. How do you?
He refuses.
Are they bringing you towards the healthy side, or are you bringing them towards yours?
Speedy, I think life is about balance.
Yeah. You do, and you balance them out.
And while they're eating, some kind of power bar on a changeover, I'm down in M&M's.
Not a boy.
Huh?
That's it, baby.
Father, God bless you.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, coming to you from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thanks for being with us today. We got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy here, Eddie Van Adler, Rick and Bubba interns, Twiggy Smalls is here, and Maddie Light, earning their degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bus.
How about you?
Bubba, it is coming up this weekend.
Pumped about it.
We did talk. You heard McEnroe coming out. We talked to McEnroe about it last week. The Power Share Series coming up this weekend at the Legacy Arena in Birmingham, Alabama. We'll put in show notes today all the information about getting tickets if you do not already have those. And that, of course, McEnroe, Marty Fish will be there, Jim Courier, and Andy Roddick, who joins us now. Andy, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Thanks. How you guys doing?
Well, we're fired up. I tell you, I was looking at some of the things going on this weekend, and I see coming up at 4 p.m. On the 28th, it says Bubba will compete against Andy Roddick in the pros hitting session.
Andy, they have put that in there. I didn't put that
That's
in
what
there.
it
Let
says.
me be clear, okay? Let me be clear.
I mean, I remember we did it a couple years ago.
Yeah,
and I
we
just
did.
want to know when we need to start playing for money is all. That's my only complaint about it.
Andy, I'm going to tell you, I've never had so much fun standing there and watching a serve that you hit go 134 down the tee. I mean, it was fun. And I literally mean standing there watching.
Let me tell you what you don't want to do. Money you may win. Don't play for pizza.
Well, that was 3 years ago. So now it slowly goes down about 6 miles an hour every year that I don't play tennis anymore. So you should be fine come Friday.
Well, Andy, that was such a great event, and I've told people we've been fortunate enough to get to do a lot of things in tennis, and it's a great sport. But when we went to the Hit with the Pros before, and we had you and Jim in our clinic, it may have been the most fun I have ever had on a tennis court. And you just retired a few months before that, and come off that fantastic year when you were in the Wimbledon finals with Fed. And man, it was just so cool to be out there and get to hit balls with you guys that we've seen on TV forever.
Yeah, we have a good time. We do a couple of clinics before each event. It's always fun. Now, are you actually in tennis shape? Because you've been coaching tennis. Have you been playing tennis? Though?
Well, tennis shape for me, Andy, will look a little different than tennis shape for you.
I don't know. I mean, I've accepted the challenge of retirement. I've kind of gone all in on it. So.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us on today's edition of the show. Panama City, Florida. Highland Baptist Church, Saturday. So I think we're going to start somewhere around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll be, Sherry and I are honored to be asked to be there. We'll be talking about what Scripture has to say about the subject of marriage and the roles of husbands and wives and mamas and daddies, and we'll be doing that. You're welcome to join us. The dinner tickets are all sold out. They are having a dinner there for, I think, the first 300 people or so. Those are sold out, but there's plenty of room in the sanctuary for you to be there for the actual sessions. So if you'd like to do that, it's just a one-day commitment on Saturday. If you're traveling, you can spend the rest of the weekend applying those things, or if you live in and around the area and you just want to come over and be part of that, you can get that ticket by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Look for April 2nd coming up Saturday. All right, so in the break, if you're watching on YouTube, we play back a lot of historic moments, and we're just playing back one of us talking to Andy Roddick. And I mean, this is when Bubba was full blown. I learned about all these people through Bubba.
Yeah, you were the face then, big guy.
Well, I'll tell you, we were talking to Roddick on the phone, buddy. You were drawn back like a flip.
Yeah,
before your body turned on you.
Yeah,
now it's about talking and walking.
Yeah. It's new exercise, y'all.
Now, where are y'all talking about that? Is that something I missed?
Yes. So
everybody keeps talking about talking and walking. I missed that.
We are about a minute out from coming back from a commercial break, and he sounded winded to me. I was like,
he was,
and so I said, Bubba, are you winded? He goes, yeah. And then he said that he was walking and talking at the same time, and that got him out of wind.
Oh, okay.
Got him breathing hard.
I came back from the bathroom. It was a hike.
Workout.
You know.
Now where's
walking?
Where's that incline from here to there and back?
Oh, it ain't good.
It's just
yeah.
You ever been to Godspeed and look up on the board and it says walking and talking?
Yeah. Well, I saw that.
Period 1, walking and talking.
I saw them being asked
today.
I saw them be asked to put it on the board. That's when Bubba came back to the board. Well, now Chandler Cox. Chandler Cox was this weekend's Rick and Bubba University.
Yeah, we had fun with him.
Chandler Cox is the latest person that now will try to get Bubba to come to Godspeed. And
Rick, did you tell him to stop? That's been tried many times.
Bubba heard me. I told him, I said, look, that's been done. I see
Rick,
that.
Amazon Prime put a rush on him like nobody.
You don't know how long the joke was. When the joke was that people would claim they saw you down there, and it was like, where's Waldo? Look, I'd come in and say, you just missed Bubba.
Good stuff.
Just missed it.
Just missed it.
He just left.
Yeah, but Andy Roddick is he still doing tennis?
No. He's been retired. Now,
Did he win this week?
He is a commentator on the Tennis Channel.
That's old man Roddick.
He does a really good job. Yep. But recently, we've had a run of racket throws on the tour with the men. As you remember, we played the video of Zverev actually hitting the chair.
Yep.
So you had that incident a couple of weeks ago. And then what brought this on was American Brooksby Jensen, or Jensen Brooksby, whichever one it is. I don't know if it's first name, last name. He's a young American, and he threw a racket a couple days ago, and a ball kid actually had to get out of the way of him throwing the racket. And so Andy Roddick said, hey, listen, I'm going to show everybody the proper way to throw a racket.
If you're mad.
And that's what this video is about.
You don't want to hit anybody, do you?
Oh, okay. All right, so here we go.
Juan. Hey, Andy Roddick here. There's been a lot of controversy over the last month with Alexander Zverev breaking a racket near the umpire's chair down in Mexico. Nick Kyrgios almost hitting a ball kid with a racket. Obviously, Novak Djokovic firing a ball and unfortunately hitting an umpire's throat a couple years ago at the U.S. Open. Young Jensen Brooksby yesterday.
Well, thank God he didn't give him COVID.
Admittedly making a mistake, but throwing a racket in the area of another human being, which rarely ends well. So I'm going to save all the players a lot of drama and teach you how to throw a racket without getting in trouble. For as many fits and as many tantrums as I threw, regrettably, during my career, I actually got 1 point penalty, and that was the max throughout my career. So digest that how you need to. But when throwing a racket, it's beneficial to throw it face down. So like this, right? It doesn't go anywhere. You're not going to hit anyone. It'll land in like a little circle of like 4 feet, right? When you hit a ball at someone, or when you hit a ball out of anger, hit it up like that. That's not going to hit anyone hard. Don't hit it like this. Hit someone in the throat if you do that. And you throw a racket one more time. Down. Not out. That's all.
That's good.
Greg, were you paying attention, Greg?
Well, yeah, I needed that growing up on how to not throw a baseball bat.
Boy, I tell you.
Yeah. Now, didn't you say though that anybody that says does that really help? It does help.
It does help. Throwing things helps a lot when you're frustrated.
Yeah,
you feel a lot better. Now, granted, he's great point here. You can do it without involving other people.
Don't involve other people.
Yeah.
Because that's when it goes bad.
Yeah,
that is
thought
good.
about you yesterday, Greg, because the backpack blower that I used would not crank, and I was pulling on that thing and pulled on that thing, and I was getting so frustrated.
Stomp it?
And I had other neighbors out doing some yard work, so I'm like, I got to hold it together here, but I was wanting to kick that
Ain't nothing
thing.
worse than that. It makes me so mad.
You know, we have things that are always
pressure washer does
that are always tests to see where you are on eradicating, cussing from your life.
Right.
I will say that trying to crank something, I know there's a funny joke about that with a little boy that traded the pastor for a lawnmower, and he couldn't get it cranked.
Well, let's not go into
that. And the little boy said, "Well, if you'll cuss at it to crank," he said, "Well, son, I haven't cussed in 20 years." He said, "You pull that a few more times, you will."
I've never been
trying to crank something is one of the most frustrating things on the planet.
I've never been a racket thrower.
Yeah,
I got in trouble for tearing up something when I was a kid. One time, I got my hiney tore up, and I just didn't break things anymore.
Yeah,
and I probably would talk harshly to myself.
Yeah,
would be more
we've
the
heard
way
that.
I would.
I saw that.
Yeah, Greg saw that firsthand.
And I try to do that into a towel so nobody can hear me saying it.
Well, Greg said the one he saw, it even came with hand motions.
Oh, it was right. A great display.
That was after.
But
the
it was
fact.
all directed at you.
Yeah, I was talking to myself.
Yeah, you were directing it back at yourself.
Now I know Helms is a tosser. He'll throw.
Have you ever seen the racket that I have in my office?
I
think I have.
You know that story.
Do you know that
right?
story?
Probably, but I forgot it.
It's all busted up.
Share it again, Helms. This is a good.
Do we have time?
Yeah, we do.
We've got 30 seconds.
Yeah, we got
I
it.
can't get that in 30 seconds.
Well, we can come back and talk about it if you want to.
I'll go get it.
Just do a
Yeah, why don't you bring in a visual and let's have a
visual
look at
aid
it and
you're
have all
gonna love this.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So do you still throw things?
No. Learn my lesson on the display. I'm going to show you.
Okay,
here in a minute.
good. Well, yeah.
We'll do some show and tell. This will be good for all.
It's all about teaching.
I used to have a
Steve
partner.
Harvey's not the only one who can teach.
I used to have a partner that liked to throw a racket, and I shared a story with him about it, and I'll tell you how I tried to get him to quit throwing his racket.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're going to learn a lot when we come back.
Ah, goodness.
Anger management on the tennis court.
Take that, Judge Steve. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. And we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up as well. So Andy Roddick showing the proper way to throw a racket if you need to without hurting anybody else and how to hit a ball. At first he said at somebody. Went, well, I mean, in anger. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, look, I'm a few months away.
I had to loosen my belt. I had to loosen my belt a little bit,
Well, see, I'm just a year and a few months away from forming my 55 and over team. So I'm not pushing that much of my game anymore. Maybe more my hands, because the feet ain't there.
Yeah, Bubba is a doubles specialist.
Good.
Yes.
That's like in baseball. That would be called like a lefty middle reliever.
Yes, exactly. Yep. Andy, I will tell you this. We had so much fun, and I told some of your partners this before. When we were in the clinic, my daughter was with us, and she was, I think, maybe in 8th grade then, and we got out there and got to hit with you guys, and she hit a winner against you guys when y'all were shifting, and she kind of caught you wrong-footed, and we came off the thing, and I said, Caitlin, if you can hit a ball by Andy Roddick at the net and you're at the baseline, I think you can hit against high school girls. And it really fired her up. It was one of the great moments we had, father and daughter. I'll tell you, it was fun.
Oh, that's fun. Is she going to come out? Is she coming out to the clinic again?
I don't know if she's going to be there or not. We will find out. We're scheduled to come, but when you have a daughter that's like in 11th grade, there's a lot of social activities.
Got it. Understood.
Well, I mean, you're going to compete against Andy Roddick.
Well,
you would think she'd want to come
compete
see
is
that.
such a competitive word.
Y'all
Let's
playing
not
for
use
money
that.
now.
Well, let me tell you, Andy's competitive. I don't think y'all may have missed that. Andy's like, hey, she coming back this time?
Yeah, he's wanting
he's wanting another shot at her.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly what he's saying.
Let her know if she comes, she ain't hitting another winner again.
It's over. So Andy, I told Jim this. I think the Power Share Champion Shootout event is one of the best things tennis has going far as publicizing the sport, and I know you're enjoying doing that, but what else are you doing outside of that?
Oh man, I'm busy. I've been lucky enough to kind of stumble into some good business ventures since tennis, and I won't bore you with the details, but every day is busy. Tennis is probably a smaller part of my day-to-day existence, but I certainly appreciate the opportunity to get out there and play sometimes.
I bet you get a call or two, somebody with a business idea, don't you?
Well, the ideas aren't the problem. It's the execution that stresses me out.
Right. On that note, I'm going to put you on hold.
It's been fun. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, don't hang up when we're done. No. But looking at the semifinals coming up, so McEnroe is going to take on Courier, and we've already talked to Johnny Mack, and, of course, as always, he was so laid back. But you talk about somebody's going to show up to play. But he's going to
is he not incredible?
It's so him playing at 57 years old is there will never be another human that plays as well as he plays at 57 years old. Conversely, there's not another 57-year-old that will pout as much as he pouts if he loses.
Oh yeah, I mean, we got him rolling because y'all got to do is stir him up and just wind him up and watch him go. And buddy, he started taking on everything that was wrong with tennis. It needed to be right.
Oh, it's amazing.
And buddy, we got him rolling.
It's amazing. He's as advertised. He'll tell you that he used to get fined money if he misbehaved, and now he gets fined money if he doesn't misbehave. So that's what people want to see.
That's funny. Now you'll take on Marty Fish in semifinal 2. Now have you got your game ready to go?
I hope so. I mean, Marty and I. Marty actually lived at our house with my parents when we were in high school, so we fight like brothers.
Oh, good.
And he's actually. I mean, he was winning matches on tour not too long ago, about a year and a half ago. So I'll certainly have to play well. He's certainly ready for the Power Shares tour. That's for sure.
And one of the things I like about this too, Andy, is if you just want to come and watch the event, you're going to see some really great matches. But if you want to buy a backstage meet and greet, that's available. There's all kind of VIP options, including the one we mentioned, Play with the Pros. So, I mean, y'all guys make the access available for tennis fans, and I think it's a great event.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think we all realize that we played our best tennis. I think our value is promoting the game and kind of make it into a bit more of a fun experience. I think we know that's where our value is at these days, and we can still play at a pretty high level, but we want to joke with the crowd. We want it to be a little bit more interactive, and we want people to leave saying, you know what, we had a real good time. It's probably not as serious as a Wimbledon final, but we all still have egos, and we all still want to win if there's a choice between win or losing. But we certainly want to meet everybody and kind of talk tennis with as many people as possible.
Andy, tell me this for the United States, what do we need to do?
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. CarShield.com/Bubba. Go to CarShield, and that's going to get you 10% off. Your protection plan that you select. So let's look at an email we got from Jillian in Georgia, talking about her CarShield experience. 2014 BMW, out of warranty. Heard us talking about a protection plan and said, you know what, we love this car, but they're expensive. If something breaks down, it's gonna be expensive. So they got a protection plan for it. Sure enough, had something happen. Of course, the CarShield folks handled it perfectly. They paid their selection of an ASC certified mechanic directly, and now Jillian says we're happy and driving our BMW with smiles, very satisfied with CarShield. Thank you guys for turning us on to it. Well, you can go there now, carshield.com/Bubba, and pick out a protection plan for your car situation, and then you'll get roadside assistance 24/7. You'll get a rental car, no cost to you. You'll get trip reimbursement, all that's involved. And if it's a covered repair, they pay the mechanic directly or the dealership, whichever you prefer. carshield.com/Bubba. You can also call 800-391-8888 and mention Bubba and get 10% off your protection plan. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com just go click that sponsors button. You'll find them there too. All right, so when we went to the break, Helmsy said that he was going to tell us a story about you breaking a tennis racket. Is that right?
Correct.
And this is we've seen some of this happen with tennis players. Andy Roddick says there's a way to throw down stuff in anger.
Well, Hothead Helms didn't just start here on the show.
No, you're right.
So
He
came in this way.
Yeah. Have you always
Don't
been
like to lose, Rick?
Have you always been
Triple
like
H?
You always been like Greg? Greg would throw things and break things if he got angry.
Yes,
Were you,
still do.
Were you like that?
Yes, yes. Still some growth. To
I
go
loved it.
Yeah,
on that
gotten
front.
better.
Yes, it has gotten a lot better, but still some room to grow for sure. The year was 2008. I was 30 years old, and this is when I blame Bubba for this. He got me into tennis, and we were in Mobile at a tournament, one of our league state championships or sectionals. I'm not even sure which one.
Right.
But I was playing singles at the time, and I was playing a kid that was probably no more than 20 years old. So he had an advantage right out the gate. And he was wearing me out. I mean, just wearing me out. I think the first set was quick, like 6-1, 6-2. And we had just started the second set, and I hit what I considered to be the last ball out without taking any kind of action.
Yeah.
And so I took my racket, and I just slammed it down, very similar to the way that Andy Roddick just showed you how to do it. And it cracked the frame. Well, in tennis,
But it didn't destroy it. It just
didn't
cracked
destroy it.
it.
Just cracked the frame, and now it's no good to me. I can't use it, but it's cracked. And so in tennis, you keep 2 or 3 rackets in your bag, and at that time, I had 2 rackets. So I go and take the framed racket, the broken frame racket in the bag, and I grab the new one. And I go to play, and not much better result, obviously. Ended up losing very bad. Well, I go to my bag after the match, go up to the net, shake the guy's hand, thanks for the butt whooping, go start to put my stuff up.
How'd you handle the interaction with him?
I did. I was over it at that point.
Okay.
You know,
You done shut that switch off?
well, yes, I had, because I had thought I thought I had, Rick, until I remembered that I broke a racket in the match, and so I grabbed what I thought was the broken racket.
Oh no!
And I start waylaying on the court.
Oh my goodness!
And I mean, I do a number on it.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh my
And
goodness!
this is it for those of you that can see. And this sits in my office as a reminder.
So you
not
couldn't
to
use
act
that
like
one anymore?
So what the problem with this entire thing was, I didn't grab the racket that I broke in the first set.
Oh no!
So you broke a
I
good
grabbed the good racket that I had left over.
That'd teach
and
Helmsy
went
something.
to waylaying on
Well,
the concrete.
You don't know the difference in them?
Well, I
See, the other was cracked. It wasn't totally
No, I
bent
got
up.
that, but you can't tell that they look exactly
well,
the same.
because
In
I put
anger,
it
he just
in
grabbed
anger.
it.
I just grabbed what I thought was the
Bad one.
bad one,
But it was a good one.
and it was the one I needed for the rest
you
of
got
the
my good.
tournament.
And the dark.
By the way, this was
you
the
grabbed
first,
my good one.
first match of the thing.
And tell everybody what a frame
This right
stringed up
here,
like that right there will run you.
this right here runs you about $260.
Hey.
Hope you enjoyed
Wow,
that.
that's a nice
Hey,
grip you got going
times
on too.
times 2.
It was about a $550 fit.
It is the most expensive match I've ever played in.
Oh wow!
Wow.
So kids,
Oh,
it's not
God.
worth it. It's not
So-
worth it. Adults,
Count
not
to
worth
10.
it. Yeah, absolutely.
That don't work. I
Since
tried
this
that. I
day,
just-
Rick, I have never even thought about throwing a racket. Not one time.
Wow.
You taught
Because of
Helms
this.
what you did.
Taught Helms right there.
So, Rick, I had a partner one time that liked to throw his racket, and he'd throw it and it'd bounce around. You know, you hope it didn't hit you, but usually not tear it up like that.
Bad.
And I would try to calm him down by going and picking the racket up and handed it to him and consoling him, you know, trying to work him through it. And, it continues. And so I told him I was going to share a story with him one day that I'd read in a magazine. And it was about a guy who had the same problem that I did. He had a partner he loved playing with, but the guy was a hothead and he'd throw his racket all the time.
Yeah.
And he said that the other partner would always go and pick it up and give him the racket and try to console him and get him to play. And then there was a match, and the guy throws the racket again, and he goes over there and gets it and just waylays it on the court like Helms did. Just beat it into piano strings. And the guy who threw it said, "What the heck are you doing, man?" He said, "Well, you're trying to kill it. I was just going to help you out."
Put it out of misery.
And I told this to my partner. He said, "Are you trying to tell me something?"
Would you have ever done that?
Would I ever done what? beat it up.
Yeah, going over there and grab it.
done what?
No, I would probably have told him a story about somebody doing it first.
Right.
You know?
You'd give him a little knowledge.
Yeah.
So and your
Aesop's fable.
your approach when you were frustrated with yourself is just dog yourself, and wouldn't you punish yourself with no trip to Waffle House or something like that?
Well, if
no cheap Mexican.
It was no cheap
you know,
Mexican. That was
after
it.
a lot of the matches, we would go out to eat, and especially Sunday afternoon, which was mixed doubles time, which was really aggravating at times. We would go eat. So if I lost or I didn't play good, I wouldn't let myself eat when we go out.
You must have been.
So I would punish myself, and I would think I'm teaching myself, hey, biggin, next time you need to get to that ball, you need to get to it, because if you want cheese, you better lay out and get it back.
That's right.
And I was training myself mentally for that.
I can see that.
It was kind of from the Ryan Greenwood school of punishing.
It sort of
yourself.
explains why you were successful.
Yeah. No good volley, no
For a
queso.
while.
No,
That's right. Yeah.
That's
volley for queso.
Plus, who wants to go eat after a loss?
Yeah,
You know?
Well, there's a lot to be said for drowning your sorrows in cheese.
That's true.
do you ever go to cheap Mexican and not get the cheese?
No.
Never.
No, not unless I've lost a match and I'm
Wow.
punishing myself.
Right.
But I didn't punish myself every time. There was just a period of time I
Really?
would do that. Yeah.
So did you stop? I mean, what made
I
you
worked through it, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
Or I was winning a lot.
Right. Yeah. Did you go too far this weekend?
Because
you seem like you're talking about it a lot today. About
you're down on yourself a little bit.
Did you go off
no,
this weekend?
I was just. I mean, obviously, I was a little winded a minute ago.
Yeah. Well, I saw how the weekend started. Yeah. And I saw that pontoon boat of cake you were on.
Yeah.
And I knew that we were not starting at a good place.
Well, it's
and you made a comment.
Probably wasn't the best, but it wasn't like
it's been worse.
Really bad. Yeah.
You said everybody's on you too. What's going on there? Is that at home or are you talking about?
No, I'm gonna submit y'all in here.
Okay.
Right. For walking and talking.
Yeah, that started it. Right.
Everybody's on me.
That kind of started it.
Right.
And I apologize. I didn't know that you were walking and talking. You just seemed extremely out of breath.
It was deserving. It was deserving. I understand.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That right there.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
I was out of breath.
Right. Yeah, and it's bothering you.
Well, I'm aggravated.
Right.
Myself a little bit.
You'd like me to walk across the room. Sure.
Right.
I may need a towel. We got a beach towel in here. I can talk to myself.
Greg, so it was hand signals.
If you never hear it, it was never said.
Right.
If a tree falls in the forest,
That's it.
doesn't make a sound.
If Bubba dogs himself in the forest and nobody's there,
Have I been inappropriate?
We'll take your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available.
Oh, man.
866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To make tennis more open and interesting to the masses. I mean, we got a lot of other sports coming up that are competing for players and attention and money. And what do we need to do to make tennis a bigger sport in the United States?
Well, I think the infrastructure of tennis needs to change a little bit. I think it needs to be a little bit more accessible. I think coaches need to be a little bit better and a little bit maybe more passionate and motivated. If you look at a tennis broadcast, it's been the same broadcast for 30 years, and you compare an NFL or college football broadcast to what it was 30 years ago. The one from 30 years ago looks like a dinosaur. So I do feel like the entertainment value maybe needs to be reshuffled a little bit. And we need some more players. I think we have actually a great group of young American players, under 20, 21 years old. I think we have 10 or 12 in the top 200 in the world right now. So they're coming. Hopefully I won't be the answer to a trivia question for much longer.
Yeah. Andy, let me ask you this, because I know your brother was involved with this with the Big 12. I know they experimented with some changes in the rules for his fan participation and cheering and making it a little more like basketball as opposed to golf. How do you – I think that went well for them, but some of the purists didn't care for it. What's your feelings?
Yeah, I mean, on a surface level, it's an easy fix. I think that's, what everyone wants to do. Everyone wants to go to a sporting event and yell and scream. The only counter I would have is that, you don't really hear someone shoot a basketball, right? So the noise isn't, as you're playing, it doesn't affect it as much. With tennis, someone strikes a ball, you can actually hear the different spins coming off of it. So you do actually use the sound of it to kind of instinctually know what's coming your way. So I don't know if there's a happy medium, but you do kind of need to be able to hear what's happening in tennis. And so, I don't know if there's a marriage between the two or some sort of hybrid, but I can certainly see both sides of it.
What about cheering after the point? What if we're quiet during the point, but when the point's over, we cheer when our team wins, no matter if it's a winner or an error? Can we? Would that be a good step?
I'm good with that. I mean, we're grown men. We don't need to be that sensitive about who's cheering for what. So
that's so true.
Yeah, I'm absolutely good with that. I think you need to be able to have a good time, whether you understand the intricacies of tennis, whether you care about the intricacies of tennis. It needs to be an event that someone can go to and have a good time regardless.
Hey, Andy, could we get a liner from you? Just, hey, this is Andy Roddick, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show?
Absolutely.
All right, do it when you're ready.
Hey, this is Andy Roddick, and you are listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Well done, Andy.
And Andy, could you say, you can't have nothing? Could you say that?
You can't have nothing.
Yeah. and then the last one, say, don't be mad with me.
Don't be mad with me.
Okay, that's perfect.
Good, Andy.
Thanks, Andy.
You did it, Andy. Looking forward to seeing you this weekend, and thanks for being on the show. I know you got a lot going on.
And Andy, I told my boys' tennis team I wouldn't ask you this. Of course, they all want to know if your wife's coming to the event, but I told them I wasn't going to ask
Bubba.
you.
She's coming to town. I don't know if she'll actually make it over to watch the tennis. She's not real impressed with me playing tennis anymore. But we'll see. There's a chance.
Thanks, Andy. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
All the details and show notes at rickandbubba.com. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, I will show this to show you that we dabble in politics and we get our updates. None of us know how to correctly pronounce the Treasury Secretary's last name. There's M and N side by side. We have no vowel here. We don't know what to do. Is the M non-existent? Is it Nunchin? Which as my mom used to say to me when I asked her a question that she didn't think was in my business, and she would say Nunions. I would say what? She'd say Nunions business.
Oh, that's good.
It looks like Munchkin if you look at it, but what do you think it is?
Let's see.
Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin.
Mnuchin.
Okay.
I don't know that he says it that way.
Whatever it is.
It's close.
That sounded
it's close.
familiar.
It
though.
did.
It's close, but we'll get to know him better.
This is about
after
Trump,
the tax cut.
This is about Trump's tax plan, and he was on Tucker Carlson last night. I watched a little bit of Tucker last night. By the way,
now Tucker, what's he on for about 4 hours?
Yeah, he's now replacing all the people that have been fired at Fox. But anyway, he says people need to understand that President Trump's tax reform plan will amount to a middle-income tax cut, and it would make business more competitive, meaning people will want to do business here. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. He says this is about massive reductions in business rates for corporations and for small businesses. I celebrate that. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone trolling to end the hour at 866-WE-BE. Big lines are available. If you want to get in with us now, you can. And we'll make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. Your time on the program to direct the show in the direction you want to. The latest poll numbers are out on the approval rating of President Biden. Bubba, they're in.
Rick, I know this is probably shocking to a lot of people because he's doing such a darn good job.
Oh, yes.
On the front.
Yes.
President Biden's job rating has declined to 40%, the lowest level of his presidency, as the president continues to see eroding support from key demos like independents and minority voters just ahead of the midterm election. And most of the accounts you're seeing today are calling the trip to Europe this weekend a disaster. So that does not have these figured into it yet. So
we have tossed somebody the keys that no longer can handle it, and the vice president is even worse.
Now get this: Biden says that Democrats are in the strongest position they've been in months. The new poll suggests that's wishful thinking, according to this office.
Well, look, he doesn't. In all fairness to him, he does not live in the real world anymore.
I mean, if you look at the trend line on this too, it is just falling off the table. Biden's rating on the economy is 33%. and it breaks it down to all these different groups, but it's tanking pretty heavy.
It's ugly. Also, don't forget Charity Charge today with Buffalo Wild Wings at participating locations, benefiting Mission 44. Find time to go to a participating Buffalo Wild Wings today in Alabama, and make a difference while you enjoy great food.
And Biden just announced a new idea dealing with Putin. He said he was going to send Will Smith to slap him. So I don't know that that's going to really get.
Did you hear the president got put in the hospital? He couldn't stop Putin. So,
what? I ain't heard that one.
Lester and Aniston. Lester, you get us started. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, man, enjoy the show, guys.
Thank you.
Have y'all talked about the ride malfunction where the 14-year-old got killed in Orlando?
I saw that.
No,
we didn't on the show today. I did see the story.
Yeah, I heard commentary on the story.
We were down there last week, and the night that happened, me and my niece was on that ride, 2 rides before it happened.
Oh, really? So where is this place? Is it just
It's close to Disney and SeaWorld. It's closer to SeaWorld than anything, and they have a few rides.
So is it just
it's the thing at Six Flags that goes up and whoom, drops, and you're all around it.
Yeah.
What do they call it? Whatever.
Space shot.
Yeah, but it spins
It's a
around,
bigger
goes
circle.
up, and then drops you, and you're sitting around in a circle. The kid was huge. He was like 6'6", 300-something pounds.
Yeah, I heard his
football
dad
player.
talking about it.
And you they show a picture for you, and you can tell the thing's not on him right. Like, he was too big to ride it, and whoever let him on there and told him he was secure, they're in trouble.
The bar wasn't locked.
Yeah, I heard the dad say
he was huge.
I can't bring my son back, but I will make sure this doesn't happen to anybody else in the future. And that's what he said. He said, I think he was like 6'6", 343 or something like that.
Big
football
player.
And he was saying, you know what? I mean, doesn't the person know who's locking him? Hey, this is not locking.
And I think there were some rides that he tried to ride that they told him he was too big to ride, but they let him ride this one.
It just seems like if all those latches or whatever the restraining part of it was not latched, that there would be a safety feature that wouldn't let it go. And they do that in a lot of them. I've been on a roller coaster where they try to start and it doesn't go, and then they come back by checking everybody's restraint.
Well, I tell you, that's what I was going to say. I bet you what you're going to find here, which has got the dad stirred up, I'm going to guess that they didn't do that part that they're supposed to do, and that is we're not going to just trust that you have it latched. We're going to come by and pull on it and see if it's locked.
And you've seen him.
Look right there. See him?
Yeah.
I mean, look how high up it is on his head and all. There's no way that's. But like you said, Bo, they interviewed one of the management over there, and they said that it supposedly had that feature. If one of them wasn't locked, it wouldn't work. But
really?
I don't know.
Okay, Bubba, there you go. All right,
but you can see right there, it's not pushed down.
No, it's not. And
but I don't know. Was he just not holding on to it too, or I don't know.
I don't know.
Tragedy.
Yeah,
either
but
way.
it looks too far out.
It's terrible.
Earl, Weegufka. Earl, go ahead.
Okay, guys, I'm one car back from the speaker.
Yeah, we're not playing drive-through password, so go ahead.
Oh, okay. Anyway, guys, I had a funny story. I used to play golf with this old man years ago, and I had a real bad attitude. I'd swing clubs on the ground, throw them around, and just get real mad. And one day, I think he'd had enough. He said, Earl, I don't know why you get so upset. You ain't that good anyway.
You're not good enough to be disappointed.
That's true.
We continue. Anonymous and Boaz, 30 seconds, go.
Hi, I played college tennis at Sneak State Sneak State Community College, and I was afraid of what my dad would say. So I would actually stomp my foot, and I would say, dang it. So there's videos of me in the middle of a rally. Every time I hit a ball back, I just stomp my foot and say, dadgummit, and keep going.
During a rally, huh? I'd like to wait till the point's over to pitch a fit.
Let's go to Tim in Montgomery, I-92. Tim, 30 seconds, go.
I just want to let y'all know about the throwing the racket thing. I was taught by my daddy that throwing tools worked really well.
Yes, done that.
When you slip your hand and bust that knuckle.
Done it.
But now I think there's a tool field up outside of Phoenix City, Alabama, where we live, because they got to be growing that brand.
Jeff in Auburn. Jeff, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I was calling to let you know. I think the ride y'all were trying to think about at Six Flags was aquaphobia.
Yeah.
It's the ride the kids
That's
go
it.
on.
Yeah,
I don't know if y'all came up with the name of it or not.
Yeah, you're right. That is the name of it. You're right. I never liked that ride.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Let's go to Daniel in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Daniel, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I just wanted to talk about the when you went to the Caribbean and you were swimming with the pigs.
Yes, sir.
I have a hound dog that won't get up for nothing. When y'all started calling them pigs, piggy, that dog got up and ran around the house looking for these pigs for y'all.
Big.
Yes, sir. And but now I keep y'all on YouTube until I get.
Oh, that's great. Have you seen? Did you know that Bones has a pig now, and the pig, he can't keep it in a pen, so he's given up, and the pig apparently thinks it's a horse because they have a couple horses. He said, I look out in the field and there's the horses and the pig just stands out there with them.
Like it goes wherever they go.
Yeah, it goes wherever they go. And
Rick, what's its name?
I don't know. I don't know the name of it.
Yeah, piggy.
But
Barbecue.
He said he tried to keep him in a pen, and he said, and he no matter how long it took, he would work all day to get a snout under, and once he got it under, it's over.
Oh, yeah, they'll root up under it.
And he said, so there was just no defeating him once he got out that one time.
Just let him out.
He said, so I just told my daughter he's going to run free, and I hope he survives. And he said, I look out, and the horse is out there, and he's laying down with the horses. and now he sent me a picture over the weekend. I'll show it to you. He goes, you look out there, there's the horses. He's right in the middle of it like he's a horse.
That's funny.
I wish they put a little saddle on him.
Yeah. That'd be something. Karen in Birmingham. Karen, go ahead.
Hi. Just wanted to make a comment about the poor child that passed on that ride. I read that the ride did not have the seatbelt feature. You know, some of those things that come down over your head. Then there's one seatbelt strap that comes up in between your legs, and
that's right.
Yeah. And that ride did not have that feature, and that likely would have saved his life.
Well, the bottom line is, if it won't close on him correctly, you can't blast it off. I mean, you got.
I'd rather you disappoint me and say, "Sir, you can't go on," than that happen.
Especially one flying up in the air a long ways.
Yeah, because it's going. So did he just fall from a high distance?
If it's a GoPro,
yeah, way up there.
Yeah. Oh no.
That's it. Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, I still don't understand. Where's the person that always comes down and starts pulling on them?
Right.
Sure they're locked before it takes off.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen that many times.
Yeah.
I've even had that thing where you ever had one lock on you before you get always shut. You know, hey.
Yeah.
And they'll release it again.
Yeah.
Then you set it up.
Get
pull it
reset.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might need to check with everybody before you.
But what is this? It's what kind of? Is this just some place out in the middle of a parking lot? I mean, what is
it's
it?
a legit amusement park.
What do you mean legit?
It's like permanently there.
You know, there's a lot of them down there around here.
I mean, I got Universal, I got Disney.
Yeah, it's like small.
SeaWorld. It ain't that big, it ain't very like that.
No, but I don't know.
Is it even as big as Six Flags?
Not sure, right?
So you don't know about it either.
That's a big ride, I'll tell you that.
That is a big ride. It's a big one. You don't have that one on trucks going to the next city, do you?
No, you don't break that one down and put it back up.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.